bodies are peer-reviewed authorities, or queer folks and trans folks, or a multitude of deities. I say, all are your comrades and none are your enemies, in a momentous fight against all bourgeois priorities. Freedom is not those traditional values crafted from bigotry and classist realities. Freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. For the laws of this land have us used and abused, owned and subordinate to our patriarchal roots. I say it's high time we reinvent this whole operation to make mutual benefit our sole occupation. Because freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. We must stand together and make them cower. Here we go. Yes, freedom is freedom to move and disobey, to rely on one another to keep would-be kings at bay. Say none of us can stand alone against their power. Rise, proletariat, and make them cower.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, "Why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son." "Take the archer now and hang him," Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX-33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
Now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Viva Bojack. fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
1 second, everyone, putting together the final touches on one last segment that came up last minute. I'll be right there. Don't you guys worry.
What is the fascists say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. When the guy they defend the genocide, they have said they cleanse their soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me.
Fun fact.
This is the resurrection, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes. And no man says to me, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rise, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fears in the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. This is the resurrection, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they wish they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. This is the resurrection, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise.
Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here's a land full of power and glow. cannot recall. Oh, her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. From Colorado, Kansas, and the Carolinas too, Virginia and Alaska, from the old to the new, Texas and Ohio and the California shore. Tell me who could ask for more? Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. Oh, her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Yet she's only as rich as the poorest of the poor, only as free as a padlocked prison door, only as strong as our love for this land, only as tall as we stand. For here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. Oh, her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all. Come on and take a walk with me through this green and growing land. Walk through the meadows and the mountains and the sand. Walk through the valleys and the rivers and the plains. Walk through the sun and walk through the rain. Here is a land full of power and glory, beauty that words cannot recall. Oh, her power shall rest on the strength of her freedom. Glory shall rest on us all, on us all.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello for real this time. How we doing, folks? Howdy. Also, Momad New, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube before we even really get underway. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Powder Linux. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Kiva and Defer. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, almost gave double hellos. Hello, Jet Souls Forever. Hello, your Ascended Kitten. Hello, Priscilla. Hello, Lee Kessner. Hello, Burning Sock. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Clara Mells. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello, Webmage 101. Hello. How we doing? Hello. How we doing, Magical Girl Madness? Hello, Boxman, rather. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello. How we doing, Bin Turong? Hello. Just to be here. Why is everything on fire? Great question. I'll endeavor to, shed some light, as humble as it may be, upon the comings and goings of the world. Hello, Yannick de Nuremberg. Hello, Crushing It Show. Hello, how we doing? The Vegan Rancor. Hello, Dad Durker. Hello, Juniper Jupiter. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Ollie. Hello, Ruthie. Hello. I know you guys like it when I say hello to all of you, so I like doing it at the top of the show. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, Diesel Sandwich. Comings and goings in this economy? I know. Who can afford to come anymore? Hello, Super Batman Bro. Hello. How we all doing, folks? Last minute segment. Yeah, look, sometimes things continue to happen after I've prepped a segment and I gotta add some more things. Hello, Marrowcat. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog I know. Hello, Gentle Ben. Hello, hello, hello. Also, folks, no, that is not me singing the Ken Therio song, or Ken Theriot song. William Tell. I'm a little offended that you guys think it is me singing that song. Just like a tad. Hello, Weza! I forgot Alamo. Hello, Gamergy. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Dujack is solid and like the stream indeed. Folks, if you're here and you're watching on YouTube, like the goddamn stream. It genuinely helps a lot. Hello, my rear end. Hello, how we all doing, folks? Hello, Valkyrie the Smith. First stream? Hell yeah! Welcome to the stream. How we doing? It's the first, official the first official stream of 2026 when I'm officially back from my what was supposed to be my break, and it's a whole thing. Yeah, Gamergy, I would definitely be interested. Also, Latzia, thank you for the $5 super chat, and just for the very kind message along with it.
Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you?
True. Uncle Simric, thank you for the $5 super chat as well. Sorry, I'm gonna need a definition on Fed posting. It's basically if a Fed were to infiltrate this chat and to start saying things to try and incite others to do violence. It's like when someone pops into the chat and is like, "Hello, fellow chatters. Who here would like to bomb a bridge?" And it's meant to bait people into saying more stupid shit that will incriminate themselves or others. And we have zero tolerance for that kind of talk here. It's not even stochastic terrorism, it's saying things that like a federal agent would say if they were trying to get you to incriminate yourself. It also is just something that indicates the people who are doing it unintentionally are not super trustworthy. Don't trust people who post that way. Hello! T-Leif! Hello! Hey, fellow kids, have you considered crimes? Hello, admin. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Good Faith Goblin. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Superjet Guy. I can't get you saying beef out of my head from last night. Last night was a fun stream. I enjoyed it. Hello, Holly Hoomst. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Miss Evelyn. I love that you guys enjoyed the dispatch stream I did last night. I had a lot of fun doing it. That makes much more sense. Thank you, Jet Souls Forever. I think a really good example of this would be the recent Turtle Island Liberation Front debacle that like the Trump administration beat its chest about for like a day, where they got like a bunch of like dipshits to be like, hell yeah, everyone, let's get together in the park and build a pipe bomb. And then now they're all facing like 20 years in prison. So don't be like that. Don't be like a group of people who just went along with the Fed to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Has that segment been uploaded yet? I don't know. Probably. Maybe. We'll find out. Dead Domain, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? My name's Rupert Jack. I'm a socialist. I talk about the news and politics. I'm also a trans lady. She, her pronouns, please. And hope you all had a great stream. I'm gonna let my hair down. I intended to let it down before I started stream, but then I forgot. Oof. That's better. Looks a bit raggedy. It's fine. It's fine. Oof. The hair coming out, right? Oof. Looking very nice today. Thank you. All right. I figured it's my stream back. I should look nice. Your jingle has been stuck in my head for 3 days. Which one? I have numerous. You were doing a Chuck Schumer bit? Chuck Schumer wishes he could look that sexy. All right. This outfit, like, I want it to, like, look really nice, but it keeps wanting to do its own thing. Oof. Whatever. It's fine. Is it the cursed toot? No, that month is gone. There are no more like toots in the wings if you guys drop 10 gifted subs or their monetary equivalent. I'm not going to be disappointed if any of you do that. We just aren't going to be playing Mariah Carey Trombone Champ. Oh, I should update the stream. There we go. Yeah, Our Lady of Toots has gone to bed for another year. Okay. Oh, honey, working? You know it. Okay. Are y'all ready? We got a lot of stuff to talk about. First off, happy 2026, everybody. We made it. We made it to the end of 2026, you know? Like it's really incredible. You know, it almost feels like it's only been a handful of days, but boy does time fly. You know, we thought that like 2025 we had seen a lot, but man, 2026 was just jam-packed, wasn't it? Thank God 2026 is over and we don't have an entire 12.8 months left. That's right, 12.8. An entire year, 0.8. God. It's only been 5 days, guys. It's only been 5 days. God. What do you think Trump will do day one on 2027? I don't know. Like at a certain point, like predictions are pointless. Bomb the Statue of Liberty for sassing him and looking at him askance. Who can say? Maybe he'll decapitate the Lincoln Memorial because, you know, he doesn't like how judgy it looks at him. Look, maybe he's gonna build a second, you know, Washington Monument that's even bigger with like a couple domes at the bottom just to let people know who's boss. I genuinely, I don't know. Like, this guy's fucking crazy. This guy's fucking nuts. And I don't mean that in like a, oh, haha, how crazy. No, I mean like, he's genuinely insane. This is the closest we've ever been in our lifetimes to seeing a literal emperor literally walking around naked while everyone around him tells him how good his outfit is. Like, it's genuinely happening in our time. I lost my Medicare Part D prescription coverage. Oh God, Gwyneth forever. I'm so sorry. Bold of you to assume he lives another year. Well, my prediction from the end of 2025 for 2026 is that he passes away of natural causes this year. That's my big prediction. All right, guys, you ready for us to jump into today's show? It is a doozy, and it is extraordinarily anger-inducing. It's maddening to be media literate right now, isn't it just? All right, we're going to be talking about how do I even begin to pace today's show? Okay. I think how we're going to do today is we're going to talk about Venezuela. Obviously, we got to talk about that. We got to talk about you know, some Epstein stuff, obviously. Then we have to talk about Venezuela. Well, sorry, Venezuela, Epstein stuff. And then we're going to get to the thing that I've been chewing on personally, which is Nick Shirley's Daycare video of what happened in to Minnesota daycare fraud, you know? We're going to do that full thing, folks. Wait, is it a ruse to cover up the Epstein files again? I mean, it can be two things. It can both be a distraction from the Epstein files and also one of their primary goals, you know? And then after we do the Nick Shirley daycare bit, we're gonna follow that up with Zoran and talk about kind of the stuff that Zoran's been up to. Just so you don't, I don't know, like start staring into the abyss so long it starts staring back at you, okay? And then we're going to hit up some stories about ICE. We're gonna do the AI segment too. And you know, I'm gonna punt this corruption. Nah, the corruption is relevant. We've got like a dozen segments planned for today. We're gonna do our best, all right? Gotta try not to doomer stroke out. Zoran's been doing actionable stuff. Exactly. So my entire goal here is not to cause you guys to spiral into essentially the inaction of doomerism. My entire purpose here is to tell you guys what is happening so that then you can arm yourselves both with that information and take the appropriate action of organizing in your local communities to make stuff better. Okay? We have to be turning our knowledge into action because it's not just enough to know the horrors of the world. We got to do shit about them. Okay? You know, I've been I have a segment planned also to talk about the Republican men phenomenon, and basically the idea that a lot of young men drift towards conservatism for lack of direction, because a lot of the things that they were told in the past just don't work anymore for how you can have a fulfilling life and how you can fight for meaning and how you can like go do shit, you know? And I think that Democrats and the left in general needs to do way better at communicating those things, like what is good. Because what's the AI segment going to be about? Content warning for that one, because we're going to be talking about Twitter. Will my generation ever grow out of their Hitler Youth phase? I don't know. Like, we gotta look. We gotta provide direction for people. We gotta make an argument against what conservatives are putting out there to say is the good what is good, what is truth, what are these things. We gotta meet them on that battlefield, because if we don't, then literally the only people presenting them with these fundamental answers are gonna be like crazy Christian evangelicals and like Nazis, who are gonna be like, oh, what's good is cleansing your country of all the filth that is ruining it, you know? And like you gotta you gotta fight that shit. We gotta take to the battlefield on that one. You should prep these things like a weather report. I don't yeah, we got a cloud of fascism coming in from the northeast. Fighting fascism is my primary manly purpose. Hell yeah. It's one of the big disconnects between the Democratic Party and working class. Yeah, and I think that disconnect is largely manufactured on purpose. You know? But we'll talk about this. Hey, Liberal Dan Radio. The Corporation of Public Broadcasting is dead, and it's highly unlikely it's going to come back. This cannot be ignored. For fuck's sake, what can we do about this? I mean, what we can do about that is we need to organize, and we need to beat these fascist fucks, and then we need to restore funding for the Corporation of Public Broadcasting. Like, that's like the answer to this is, hey, oh man, what do we do? Well, we have to beat the people who beat us. And then we have to make sure that they can never rise again to try and put their fascistic Southern, like, Confederacy resurrection up on a pedestal ever again. We gotta do a fucking Reconstruction 3, bitches. That's what we gotta do. Because keep in mind, one of the primary reasons we're in this predicament in the first place is because Reconstruction never got the chance to be finished after the Civil War. And because Reconstruction was never finished, because the suppression of, like, African American voices was successful for a very long time in this country due to Jim Crow, due to, everything that happened pre-civil rights era, and also what happened post-civil rights era. And because of the Southern strategy that Republicans have based their entire political existence on up to this very moment, we are in this very predicament. And so what we need to do, if we are actually serious, is we need to build up the political power to hold those who are responsible accountable from the top to the bottom, and then we need to finish the project that was started under Lincoln. That is what we need to do. And I know a lot of people are like, oh man, that sounds like a really big project. Yes, it is. It sounds like it's going to be really hard. Yes, it is going to be hard. But it is the thing we need to do. God. The third wait, a third? Yeah, the in the concept of Reconstruction, obviously there's the first one directly following the Civil War, but some historians have argued that the Civil Rights era was the second part of the Reconstruction, which was then left again incomplete, and we need to finish it with a third Reconstruction. So you're saying Southern progressives especially need to get more active and loud? I mean, I'm saying all progressives everywhere need to get more active and loud. It is not just the South's responsibility here, because we all got to be pulling our own weight, and it's very clear looking at our current elected Dems that we are not, as progressives, pulling our own weight yet. What would that do? It addresses the third Reconstruction. One addresses economic inequality, it addresses poverty, it addresses low wages, and also goes in and maintains the successes from the Civil Rights era. It goes in and enshrines those in, like, our Constitution, so that they are sacrosanct rather than just guidelines that the Supreme Court can discard at will. It means making sure that, like, fascists and racist supremacists will never again rise in this country. Like, that's what it means.
The Lewis Powell memo is only about 60-ish pages, but if you read it, you get the size of the task of unfucking the country. Best case is it takes decades. We'll need an army of lawyers.
And an army of lawmakers. Like, it is not something that we are going to be able to do in just, one legislative session. It is going to be an ongoing project, because what has happened in this country so far is that progressive movements have time after time bailed this country out of complete and total economic destruction of the working class, but have then gone to sleep with liberal reforms that have, assuaged, our working class anger. And that those tranquilizing draughts have left us in this predicament where, like, we just, as long as we're put to sleep long enough for our society to forget the struggle of working class people in the past, well, then you can just slowly erode all of the reforms that put them to sleep in the first place. Consolidate that power. Make the billionaires even wealthier. Does boycotting have a place, or is that just virtue signaling at this point? It depends. It depends on the boycott. Like, if you as an individual are just boycotting something, it doesn't do that much. If you as part of a movement are boycotting something, and you can get that movement to keep on going, well, that has an effect. I already said this in YouTube chat. When the Dems keep capitulating to Republicans, what is the difference of the parties? The Dems are going after trans rights, and Republicans want to get rid of gun rights. Well, the difference is Republicans are unified against trans rights, and only 3 Democrats betrayed trans people when it came to a recent bill. So the issue is we have 2 main groupings of political power. And the question is, how do we, as working class progressive people, go forward in this 2-power duopoly? Because the question really becomes, which of these movements we can't? Oh, I guess we'll just die. No, I reject that. I reject that notion. I reject it fully and completely. I reject the idea that we are just completely and utterly fucked, and anyone who thinks that way should not be here. All right? That's not what this channel is about. That's not what my advocacy is about at all. My argument goes thus. We have a monumental task ahead of us. We have a lot of work we need to do. We need to get a lot of people involved, and we need to keep getting people involved, and that is going to be an ongoing project. And I'm sorry to say this to you guys, but if you are aware of the problem, it is going to be a project that is going to last the entirety of your lives. If you already know what is happening in this country and that it must be opposed by all people of moral conscience, then you are already, it's already too late for you. You're already part of this struggle. And the question is, okay, so how do we succeed? How do we win? And the answer is we need to look at the 2 parties. And when I look at the 2 parties, I see one that is incredibly weak and full of cowards who have sold themselves out to corporations, but who virtue signal about wanting to support workers' rights. And the other party is just fully gone to Christian nationalism and fascism. And we can work within the first party to build power and kick out those elements that are insincere about fighting for the working class. That's what we have to do. I've been saying this for the past year and a half. Our task is to show up to our local Democratic meetings and build up grassroots support for progressives and working class people who actually give a damn about the people in their communities, who are actually organizing with the people in their communities, and then we have to kick those corporate fucks out. It is time for a boarding of the Democratic establishment and to kick anyone out who cannot get on board with the program of fighting fascists. That's it. That's it. And, like, if your problem is, well, Democrats suck, like, yeah, I agree. They suck, and they're cowards, and they're backed by money. And you want to know something? A lot of people are fed up with them. A lot of people are fed up with that. They know that other people are fed up with it too. And so our task, as, unenviable as it is we need to beat the cowardly faction of the Democratic Party, and we need to harness that power to oppose fascists. That is our goal. Our goal is to build up enough grassroots power in every corner of this country until the Democratic Party comes to heel. That's it. Full stop. And people might be like, but I don't like Democrats. And guess what? I don't fucking like Democrats either. But this isn't a question about which I'd prefer, what party I'd like, what hypothetical political party we could conjure out of our asses. It is, what do we do with the cards we are dealt? And what we have to do is the hard, grinding task of showing up to meetings and building up power. That's it. And in the course of showing up to those meetings and building power, we can also do things for our communities and do things for one another. We can, in fact, show up and build community as we organize. We can, in fact, be there for one another, making new friends, finding love, having families, and, like, you know, in some cases, even having fun. But it requires showing up. And so, my entire premise here, and the entire purpose of my channel, is to get you guys to start showing up. And a lot of you have answered that call. I know a lot of you have been going to your local Democratic meetings. I know a lot of you have been starting to go to your DSA meetings. And we have options to organize. And if you don't want to organize within your local Democratic Party, organize within your local DSA. And if your local DSA sucks, make it better. And, like, I understand that this seems like a task that is beyond any one of us, because it is a task beyond any one of us. But if enough of us show up, we can do anything. We can get Medicare for all. We can get, you know, housing for all. If enough of us show up, there is no amount of money on earth that can stop us. So, I want you all to just sit with this idea, this kernel of truth that is the heart of my channel, which is that if enough of us actually gave a damn and actually showed up, we could have the world that we all know we deserve. Where no one goes hungry, where no one goes homeless, where no one goes without health care, and where an honest day's work allows you to live a life that is decent, a life that is full of time to do with what you will. And that is true. Within a democracy, and honestly, within any kind of government, if enough people band together, they can shape society. They can shape their world. And so, I understand, especially looking at people like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, and seeing how little they have done and how they have cowered in the face of fascism. I understand the impulse to throw your hands up and say all is lost. But as long as we keep this fight alive, it will never be lost. Is there any realistic way for the resistance to catch up with the pace the accelerationists are moving at? Yes. Well, no. But that's because accelerationists are built around destruction, and it will always be easier to destroy rather than to create. But if we build up more than just resistance, but victory, then, and we continue on that path of victory, beyond just resisting bad things, we get to build up a new world. And that will be a task for a lifetime. But we will be building something new and something ours. So the fascists are having their moment now, and we need to move in order to prevent them from being able to destroy everything that we hold dear. So, we got to get to work. It's 2026 now. Midterms are a year away, less than a year away. That is kind of our next major hurdle. And we got to do that. We got to show up. We got to be a part of that. So, folks, I am asking you, as part of this new year, to join your local Dems. And if you need help, you can join our Discord. And we have an incredibly helpful ally in the form of Dragonfly, who will help you join your local Dems, help you find them, help you get involved, help you shape how you're going to talk with them and interact with them. And if we also need you to join your local DSA, okay? You can make your local DSA just as effective as the New York City DSA. And if you need help joining your local DSA and figuring out how it all works, join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats. And GamerG will help you. Reach out to GamerG in the Discord. She is a wonderful organizer within the DSA who has spent time and effort grinding away to make different communities around the country better. And she can help you do the same in your area. Okay? We need people to show up. And if you don't want to join DSA, you don't want to join your local Dems, join other like-minded people. It could be in Tesla Takedown. It could be in Indivisible. It could be in the Working Families Party. But join another group of people that isn't just sitting around doing useless wank. Okay? I've been on the left for a long time. I know that there are groups out there who just sit around, fantasizing about revolution, fantasizing about actions that will never come. And our goal here is to organize in practical, pragmatic ways that get us closer to the world we want to live in. So, folks, that's what I'm asking from you guys this year, especially as we are going into the midterms. This is our opportunity to build something real and something effective. And if we're not in that room, no one is going to listen to you. Like, if you aren't in the room of your local Democratic Party, they're not going to listen to you. So get in the room and organize. So, folks, that's what I'm asking of you this year. Because I don't know if you've looked at the news lately, and we're going to be talking about that for the rest of stream, but billionaires are capturing our media and social media. They are trying to consolidate power. They are trying to do in-dealing between their rich friends at our expense. They are using our taxpayer dollars to fund oil executive bonuses at the end of the year. We are being taken advantage of by these fascists who then want to justify it by peddling hatred across national lines, across racial lines, across ethnic lines, across religious lines, and we need to beat these bastards. Because if we don't, they're going to take more and more until we have nothing left but our rage. So let's fight now while we still have that which we hold most dear. So that's the impromptu pep talk here, but I hope you guys got something out of that. And Remember to like, comment, subscribe, do the things, share this video around, and let's keep on going. There we go! I didn't intend for that to be a segment, but you guys ask good questions. I need to do more realistically, but everything starts small. Elric, I love that you are doing something. Working with your local prison project and, like, being a consistent figure at a local anarchist bookstore. Excellent ways to start. You are doing more than, like, so many other people in this country. I wonder if you have advice when I say something like this to people. They do not care, and I do not know what to do. Appreciate the pep talk. Well, I think that the problem you might be running into there is that it is really hard to get people to do something. It is really hard to build up power to get people to do something. Because that's fundamentally what power is. Getting people to do stuff that they wouldn't normally do. Right? And I think that one of the ways you can build up power is just showing up day after day. And that's hard. Whether that means showing up in, other people's lives because you're a coworker or a friend or a family member. But showing up, that builds credibility. It builds your power with that person. And it's, for example, how I have built up a very small fragment of power. I show up and I do this show day after day after day. And I implore you each and every time to get more and more involved. But that power is built up over time. And it is also predicated on finding an audience that wants to get involved. And my argument for a lot of folks who are just trying to do this one-on-one interpersonally is, you can express that this is very important to you, but show up in your local community in a way that is providing for others and begin encouraging other people to do the same. And that can be like in the form of, volunteering at a local soup kitchen day after day after day. It can also be showing up at your local meetings, because you need to find a way where you are building up power in your community, recognition in your community might be another way of saying that. And one of the ways you can do that is by joining a group, organizing together, becoming known within that group, taking on additional responsibilities as they are offered, and carving that path. And another can be becoming known in your community as, that person who gets shit done. So that's what we got to do. So Jack, for someone that's been fighting for a decade, what advice do you have to help fight the despair, especially for those of us that have been going for years, that feel more disenfranchised and more exhausted by the day? Some of us are being really, really worn down on that grindstone. That makes sense. And I think part of it, because I feel that exhaustion too, Yeah, I feel it in my bones. Like I woke up today to read a story about, like, trans people and oppression in the United States, and I rolled over in bed and I was just like, God, it takes a toll, And I think sometimes the answer to that exhaustion is to recognize that we are each by ourselves small. And that can be deeply frustrating because it means we alone cannot solve those problems. But within that recognition that we are small, it also means that if there is a day for whatever reason that we can't show up as fully as we want to, that it's okay to rest. You know? It's okay to rest. It's okay to smile and to laugh and to take a walk. It's okay to breathe the free, clean air. It's okay to smell a flower. It's okay to eat your bread and enjoy your roses. And understand within that resting is also part of the movement. Because if you push yourself until you break, being like broken and being unable to do the important work of showing up, that doesn't help anybody. So we got to take care of ourselves too. Like, taking care of ourselves and enjoying ourselves, that's part of the work. And so, I don't know, it's okay to play sometimes. Play is a necessary part of the human experience. Absolutely right. I tend to overdo it, then shut down. Got to work on pacing myself a little better. Same. Same. You know, my I go to therapy. One of the things that I struggle with is that I tend to be a workaholic. Like, I tend to just work until I break. Because and work then becomes like a mental health crutch for me. But that's not good. Like, it's not good to work like 14 hours straight and to be operating on no sleep because I'm just so anxious and stressed out about the state of the world. Like, that's not good. That's bad, actually. That takes a grinding toll. You know, I struggle with, chronic depression and anxiety, and when I overdo it, those two monsters that live in my head, like, they rear up and they get stronger, and I can't push myself like that. And it's taken me a very long time to learn that lesson. And I still haven't fully learned it, because I will still sometimes forget that I am a flesh machine riddled with limitations. But rest is part of the battle. You know? The same way, like, rest is part of a war. You can't have soldiers on the front lines for, years on end with no rest. Like, you gotta send them home sometime. Rest is important. Lady Ringcloud, it is a hard lesson, and I think it's one we all gotta learn over and over and over again. Oof, can we not do war analogies, please? No, I'm sticking with I'm sticking with my analogy. If I can't dance, I don't want to be part of your revolution. True, GGGGG. Bu- 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 Do you feel you will ever conquer your work ethic? Because I use it as my peace sometimes, if that makes sense. I feel like I'm gonna have to, otherwise I'm just gonna keep breaking. You know? The urge to doom scroll had snuck up on me, and yet I self-care with video games and crochet. Hell yeah. Love to see it. Problem is, if I'm at home resting, my brain goes, you're not doing enough, and you're not pulling your weight. I mean, mine too. And I think one of the hardest bits is just telling that part of your brain to fuck off. Fuck off, I need to play some video games. Fuck off, I need to read a book. Fuck off, I need to take a bath. Fuck off, I need to, go for a walk. I spent my entire life boots on the ground, bull rush through everything. Now I'm 2 heart attacks deep and carrying a 4-pound pan of brisket across the night. The kitchen makes me winded. Got to rest before that. True! But also, a 4-pound pan of brisket sounds pretty good. Your streams help me cope with a lot, just to hear some of the things I stress about, so thank you. You're welcome, a Clark Vibe. Now, we have been going for over an hour, believe it or not, folks. So, let's get into the show proper. I haven't talked about any of the things I intended to when we started, but let's do the work, huh?
Hi Jack, I have been watching you for years. Your words have inspired people around the world, including me, to join a progressive party.
Hell yeah.
I help with phone banking and policy contribution.
That's wonderful. Thanks. Laura to Kiwi Burb. That is wonderful, and thank you for the 10 New Zealand dollary dues. I am extremely proud that people across the world watch this show. And even though I'm primarily talking about the United States, like, it is a global struggle, right? It is a global struggle against corporate power, against authoritarianism, against, this plague of, fascism that seems to be spreading from country to country. And I love seeing people in other countries getting more involved in their political process too. I think if more of us did that, our world would be a better place. Much love from Canada. Fuck yeah. All right. Now, folks, we've been going for about an hour now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and please consider supporting the show with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because you guys are ultimately what allow me to do this, what allow me to talk for hours on end and try and get folks organized.
Remember, you're more of a nightmare to the right when you're rested.
It's true. Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $10 super chat. And folks, remember, click that like button if you're in YouTube. Also, I saw someone talking about let's see. We got about 300 people in YouTube. We got 120-ish in Twitch. Let's fucking go. Hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe. It's a little song to let you know what to do. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button. Click, click, button. Evelyn M., you're very welcome. Do people on the GG site count as Twitch views? No, they count as YouTube views, but they don't count in the official YouTube count. So the people on the on our Riverboat site I add them to what's on the YouTube count in order to get our viewership numbers. Let's see. You're literally the only streamer on here that actively encourages people to do stuff and has helpful suggestions, because it's super important. Like, I'm fed up with the idea that simply informing people and having analysis is enough. We gotta be providing people the avenues and the information required to get involved. Because I think a lot of people would get involved if they knew how easy it was. You know? Like you can build like a meaningful movement with just a handful of folks in your local community. Like it sounds crazy, but like I've literally been to local Democratic meetings for my local Democratic Party before I moved, where they would just ask people in the room who would like to be like vice chair of our local branch, and no one would say I will, and some poor like 70-year-old guy who's been showing up since like 50 years ago is like, okay, I guess I'll do it again. Like genuinely on a local level, there are chapters where people are trying to give power away. It is literally there for your taking. And we need more people to actually take it. People are cowards who need to learn to speak up. I don't think that it's that people are cowards. It's that I think people need permission in a sense. They need someone telling them they can do it. Like, what do you mean you can just build up local power? I mean, you can just go do that. You can just show up. You can like politics is organized bullying of elected officials. And you can just show up and do that, both inside and outside of the party. You have that right, actually. So, folks, all that being said, again, if you're getting anything out of this, consider supporting the stream. And with that being said, let's hop in to talking about Venezuela and that situation. Let's do... Where is it? To get this lined up. There we go. Cool. All right. Ashley J. Curtis, thank you for helping to invent the internet, and please get some good sleep. Here we go. With this. We need one last thing. Brianna Arabia, thank you for being a member. Happy to be here with all of you. Thanks for everything. You're so welcome. Okay. One thing I was looking for here. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about what's going on with Venezuela? It's now been a couple days since Donald Trump sent special forces into Venezuela's capital, bombed several locations across the metropolitan area and across the country, and abducted Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, and his wife, and then flew them to New York City to stand trial. And it's been a wild 48 hours, to say the least. And of course, it is worth noting here that, well, all of this is happening under Donald Trump. And a lot of people are saying, look at Donald Trump, what a brilliant strategy. And by a lot of people, I mean primarily Republicans who are glazing him after spending, multiple years touting him as the anti-war president. And I gotta tell you guys, nothing says anti-war like sending Marines into a foreign country and abducting their leadership. But, of course, let's just check in. How is our big sweaty boy doing when it comes to his mental health? Here he is on Truth Social. Pregnant women, don't use Tylenol unless absolutely necessary. Don't give Tylenol to your young child for virtually any reason. Break up the MMR shot into 3 totally separate shots, not mixed. Take chicken pea shot separately. Take hepatitis B shot at 12 years old or older, and importantly, take vaccine in 5 separate medical visits. President Donald J. Trump. Now, that you might be thinking to yourself, didn't he post that like a couple months ago after like an insane rant he had live with RFK Jr. about how Tylenol was causing autism? Why would you shorten chickenpox to chicken pea? The ox was just a bridge too far for him. And now, setting aside the fact that that is all insane, it's insane gibberish that is not backed up by medical science whatsoever. Let's just count this out real quick. So, break up the MMR shot into 3 totally separate shots, not mixed. So, okay, so that's 3 hospital visits or doctor's visits. Take chickenpox shot separately. Take hepatitis B shot at 12 years old or older, and importantly, take vaccine in 5 separate medical visits. So that gets us to 9, 10 vaccinations. And keep in mind, this Republican president has made it exorbitantly expensive for a lot of people to go to the doctor now, because a lot of people have lost their healthcare coverage. But again, it's not surprising that Donald Trump would say something like this, because he has soup for a brain and has never had to worry about the cost of going to the doctor ever once in his life. And let's check in on him. Maybe he's just maybe it's just a bot posting stuff to his account. Let's check in with a gaggle with the press he had yesterday on Air Force One.
By the way, you mentioned something that's interesting. Lindsay mentioned Bin Laden. I wrote about Bin Laden 1 year before the attack on the World Trade Center, and I said you got to go after Bin Laden. It was in my book, and very few people want to say that, but it was in my book. You know that, I think. You've actually talked about it. But if they would have listened to me, they would have taken out Bin Laden, and you wouldn't have had the World Trade Center tragedy.
Yeah, this is certainly going.
Did you know that? I predicted Bin Laden.
I learn something every day.
No, but did you hear that?
Well, did you know that? I just heard it right now.
No, I wrote a book. It was 1 year before the attack that the book came out, and it talked about, there's a whole page, a whole section dedicated to a guy named Bin Laden who's a bad guy who you have to take out.
So, I'll get the book. But right after the election, he.
So, yeah, he's claiming he foresaw 9/11 in his book that I want to remind everyone was not written by him. That book was ghostwritten by someone else. And in that book, there is one mention of bin Laden, but not in a, oh, get this guy, he's gonna do 9/11, but in a, oh, yeah, he's a guy that is active in US foreign policy. Like, what book? The book he's talking about is The America We Deserve, which is a book published in like 2000 or so. And yeah, that book was not written by Donald Trump. It was written by a guy named Dave Shiflett. So yeah. His brain is just soup, guys. His brain is just soup. And I bring all of this up because a lot of people, especially in Donald Trump's inner circle, are trying to say, oh no, this guy, he's brilliant. He has such a brilliant mind for these things. What a brilliant ploy, sir. Just absolutely incredible. Like, he's being glazed every which way by his inner circle right now. And what's very clear to me when you actually look at interviews and statements that people around him are making about this is that they don't have a plan. They don't have a plan for what they're going to do in Venezuela. There is nothing. The plan was, oh, Nicolas Maduro is dancing too much in videos. So that clearly is an insult to Donald Trump, so we're going to go get him. Like, assuming that Nicolas Maduro gets a fair trial in the United States, what happens if he's found not guilty? What happens if this case is thrown out of court because of the method by which he was procured from another country? Like, these are actual, real legal questions right now. In the indictment against Nicolas Maduro, one of the charges is that he owned machine guns. He's the leader of another country. Yeah, he's gonna have access to machine guns. Why is that even like that? But it's legal for Americans to have like automatic weapons, but not the leader of another country? Like, what are we doing here? Yeah, they have concepts of a plan, exactly. I mean, like, guys, here's just an astonishing interview with Marco Rubio over here.
Mr. Secretary, who is in charge? Are you running Venezuela right now?
Yeah, I mean, I keep people, fixating on that. Here's the bottom line on it is we expect to see changes in Venezuela. Changes of all kinds
Yeah, people keep fixating on who the head of state of Venezuela is. Yeah, because we removed the head of state of Venezuela for now. Like, yeah. People are worried that we're going to be drawn into an endless conflict or spark a regional conflict that could kill tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people.
Term, short term, we'd love to see all kinds of changes, but the most immediate changes are the ones that are in the national interest of the United States. That's why we're involved here, because of how it applies and has a direct impact on the United States. Okay, we are not going to be able to allow in our hemisphere a country that becomes a crossroads for the activities of all of our adversaries around the world. We just can't allow it. We can't have a country where the people in charge of its military and in charge of its police department are openly cooperating with drug trafficking organizations. We're not going to allow that. These things are direct threats to the United States, and we intend to use every element of leverage that we have to ensure that that changes. So
we're just gonna we're just gonna run the country and hope for the best, and if they say no, we'll just kill them, I guess. And meanwhile, while they are trying to say, Nicolas Maduro, what an evil dictator, and to be fair, Nicolas Maduro, not a great guy, but just feels pertinent to share this clip from Prem Thakur of a protester in the United States.
We have to apply pressure at all points that we can. This is not just in a foreign issue, it's our tax dollars that are also being used to commit these war crimes. It is also the duty of us, the people, to stand against the Trump regime, the Trump administration that are committing crimes both here in the U.S. and against people in Venezuela.
Now, in the background of this interview, you could see that police car. And now right here, we're showing you video we have. Immediately after the interview finished, Plickta was arrested by 2 Grand Rapids police officers. You can see it in the video, and an officer tells Plickta that she is being arrested for obstructing a roadway and failure to obey a lawful command from a police officer. You can see as she's taken away in that car, she was issuing a number of messages about wanting the U.S. to free Maduro. But again, she was taken away by police officers there, and you can see in this video, officers were closely following this procession in downtown Grand Rapids. We have reached out to GRPD for more information about the arrest, but we have not heard back so far.
Yeah. In the United States, they'll just arrest you for opposing unilateral action. I'm sorry. They'll just arrest you for saying, "Hey, maybe the president shouldn't be able to send our military into foreign countries without the authorization of Congress." I saw this. It's insane. It is insane. It is insane. But let's get back to taking a look at let's get back to taking a look at some of these statements from Marco Rubio in particular. Here's one that I found pretty interesting. This is from Marco Rubio's appearance on This Week with George Stephanopoulos. All right. Just a direct quote from Marco Rubio. What we are going to react to is very simple. What do you do? Not what you're saying in public. What happens? What happens next? Do the drugs stop coming? Are the changes made? Is Iran expelled? Is Hezbollah no longer able and Iran no longer able to operate against our interests from Venezuela? Does the migration pattern stop? Do the drug trafficking boats end? Do you deal with the ELN and the FARC, 2 narco-terrorist organizations who control territory and operate with impunity from the territory of Venezuela against the interests of Colombia and the United States? These are the things we want addressed. If they're addressed, that's how we'll judge it. If they're not addressed, that's how we'll judge it. Question, and what happens if they're not addressed? Well, as I said, we retain all options we had before this raid and this capture, and this arrest was made. We continue. He's just threatening Venezuela again. Like, so much of what he's saying is so ridiculous if you have any idea what he's talking about, right? Like, I'm sorry, the argument that, like, Venezuela is a major launching point for Iran is absurd. The fact that one of the organizations listed here, FARC, was literally funded by the CIA makes it even more ridiculous. Like, does the migration pattern stop? Yeah, look, you have to have a complete lockdown of anyone coming in and out of Venezuela. Yeah, because the United States wants to be isolationist, we need to make Venezuela isolationist. What the fuck are you talking about? They're all, like, Donald Trump's brain is mush and soup. You know, he has soup brain syndrome, SBS. But Marco Rubio doesn't have a soup brain. He has a coward's brain. He is a pathetic little man who goes along with fascist power because he hopes one day that he will get a chance to wield that power. That's it. That's it. Now, of course, we all know who's going to actually be running Venezuela, at least as far as the Trump administration is interested, because, incredibly, Donald Trump told us. And we know it's not going to be Machado, the opposition leader who won the Nobel Peace Prize. And we'll get to why that is later. And we know that, like, as far as Donald Trump and Marco Rubio and all those clowns go, they don't believe that Maduro's vice president is the legitimate president now, or acting president now, of Venezuela. So who's actually in charge? Well, one would probably have to look at who Donald Trump trusted and talked to about this operation before he even told Congress about it, which was, again, after he did it. The one group of people that Donald Trump consulted about this attack with. According to Newsweek, Donald Trump says he spoke to oil companies before Venezuela action. Guys, it's insane. It's insane that he's just straight up saying, I'm doing this to enrich oil executives. And Republicans are just applauding it. They think it's the most brilliant thing they've ever seen. Hey, what if we used your taxpayer dollars to just directly enrich some of the wealthiest people in our country? Speaking to reporters on Air Force One on Sunday, Trump said he had spoken to all of the oil firms before the raid took place without specifying what these conversations involved. They want to go in, and they're going to do a great job for the people of Venezuela, and they're going to represent us well. Guys, this is just straight up Banana Republic shit. This is what, people did all across Latin America. It's what they did to Hawaii. You show up as like a young, enterprising, capitalist. You cut off the head of the government, and then you just create a country to serve as one big company town for your industry. They're not even hiding it this time either? Yeah, no, they aren't even pretending.
This is on the same level as pictures from the British Museum with the literal words, loot, levels of blatancy.
It's crazy. Also, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Very much appreciated. Also, can we just take a split second to mention the fact that the store Banana Republic still has the name Banana Republic? Can we talk about that just for a split second?
Smedley Butler's time has come again. History doesn't repeat,
True.
But it does rhyme.
True. Banana Republic started as a store to sell colonial chic wear. Do you guys understand how insane it is that Banana Republic exists as a brand? The United States isn't even ashamed of the fact that we overthrew democracies in order to make countries that exist only to make us bananas. It's crazy. Guys, they literally launched Banana Republic. Their original name was Banana Republic Travel and Safari Clothing Company. It's fucking nuts. But I guess we're just really proud of the long and storied history of America overthrowing governments in order to serve capital. You gotta make sure that the wealthiest people in the world continue making that sweet, sweet money. And no matter how many people you have to make suffer in order to do it, I suppose. But Donald Trump just coming right out and saying it. And again, I know Republicans don't give a single shit about hypocrisy. They just care about the raw exercise of power. But just in case some people still give a damn about, consistency versus hypocrisy, CNN put together this clip show, kind of a call and response between Donald Trump of today and Donald Trump on the campaign trail. Here you go.
Colombia is very sick too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States, and he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you. We believe that the job of the United States military is not to wage endless regime change wars. You have to do something with Mexico. Mexico has to get their act together because they're pouring through Mexico, and we're going to have to do something. The cartels are running Mexico, whether you like it or not. It's not nice to say, but the cartels are running Mexico. We will stop racing to topple foreign, and you understand this, foreign regimes that we know nothing about, that we shouldn't be involved with.
There's been protesters killed in Iran.
If they start killing people like they have in the past, I think they're going to get hit very hard by the United States.
Just real quick, remember when Donald Trump was calling for protesters to be shot in the streets? Anyone remember that? I remember that. I remember when Donald Trump was saying when the looting starts, the shooting starts, and now he's trying to say, oh, well, with Iran though, we're willing to send the military in to save those poor protesters.
Regime change in Iraq, regime change in Libya, regime change in Syria, and every other globalist disaster for half a century. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it. We're getting out of the nation-building business and instead focusing on creating stability in the world. The American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Stupid foreign wars in countries that you've never heard of. This Tuesday is your chance to stand up and declare that you're not going to take it anymore. Colombia is very sick.
Now, you might have also noticed here that a lot of those clips took place, just 2 days ago on Air Force, or not even 2 days ago, yesterday on Air Force One. And that's because Donald Trump spent a large chunk of the questions he received yesterday talking about how much he wants to invade Colombia, Greenland, Mexico, Iran, and Venezuela again. It's crazy. This, he's genuinely insane. And none of the rationale for any of it makes any sense whatsoever, except insofar as any kind of action against those countries would be in furtherance of his billionaire donors. That's the only way it makes sense. It only makes sense if he's effectively going to give Greenland to Peter Thiel, if he's going to give Venezuela to the oil companies. That's the only way it at all makes any sense whatsoever. And to that extent, are Republicans okay with this? Well, it kind of appears so.
America First agenda. Sorry, America First agenda. Yes.
So just real quickly, if you can, Maria Machado, you just heard what Congressman Crow said about her not being part of this, at least the initial stage of this plan. I know that you traveled to Oslo with her. Was she disappointed to hear that they're they're allowing the elevation of the vice president to run the country for now?
Well, I have not been able to talk to her, but I do know that she is very much pro-America, and she dedicated that Nobel Peace Prize to the president. We have to put things into context, and the opposition within Venezuela understands that. We need to, this Delcy lady who swore herself in, and that we have to work with her for now. But Marco Rubio said it. It's been 48 hours. Let's give us a few months until we create the stability. And I'm sure that Maria Corina Machado, who is the leader of the opposition, of the Democratic opposition, will go back in, be able to put together the process so you can have free and fair elections with international observers. I'm sure she will be the nominee that Maduro did not allow her to be, the presidential nominee. I'm sure she's going to win. But, you know, the gut thing here is that the Americans are behind all of this, not the Russians or the Cubans or the Chinese.
Yeah, they're definitely
America first.
It's wild. That's an elected representative. Like in the United States Congress. Talking about how great it is that America was behind this coup and not China or Russia. And like, not only that, but the argument, oh, it's only been 48 hours, give us a few months. You toppled a government without a plan. You toppled an entire government without a plan. Are you kidding me? This is soup-brained as fuck. It's crazy to me. Here's another one. Here's Senator Bernie Moreno. All right?
What's your response to those who say that Trump threatening military action in Mexico, possibly in Cuba, possibly in Colombia, possibly taking over Greenland, that none of that is America first?
Well, they have to get over their Trump derangement syndrome. Maduro, unlike the other presidents of the other countries you mentioned, is an indicted drug dealer.
Oh, well, yeah, no, it's not like the president of the United States could fabricate a pretense to indict other world leaders. I'm sorry, I'll talk about it after we finish this clip.
That's not the case in Mexico. It's not the case in Cuba. Now, by the way, Cuba specifically had conquered Venezuela already decades ago.
No, actually.
In fact, if you notice, the security forces that protected Maduro were not Venezuelan. The Venezuelans hate Maduro. He had to bring Cubans in to protect them. They're no longer there. They got extinguished by our forces.
I think 32 of them were killed or something
well,
like that.
that's the Cuban numbers. So the Cuban numbers of 32 is probably 300. But Cuba now has no financial ability to survive as a regime. So I think you're going to see Cuba fall before the end of the year. It's been 60 plus years in the making. Because of that. And how this matters to the people of Ohio, to answer your question, the working people of Ohio, you're going to see gas prices drop dramatically. You're going to see less drugs in your neighborhood. You're not going to see your neighbors, kids, friends, relatives infected by drugs because we're
Yeah, man. Venezuela, famously where all of our drugs come from. No drugs are going to be in the U.S. anymore. Haha. It's not like anyone in the United States makes drugs. Haha. No. It's not like fentanyl is widely available in every single pharmacy and hospital in the country. Haha. Like, this is insane. Like the shame on Ohio. Obviously for electing this guy, but shame on Jake Tapper for no pushback on this. Are you kidding me, my guy? Ask follow-up questions. Challenge any of this bullshit he's spewing.
Massively cutting drug dealing off. You're not going to see illegal migration that lowers and suppresses wages, raising housing costs, raises insurance costs. They suck up our free health care.
Undocumented immigrants aren't raising your insurance costs. Undocumented immigrants aren't sucking up all of your health care. What a useless platform for news.
From us, which we then have to pay for. That affects working Americans in a big way.
So I don't. What's your response to this?
I just. How can you let him just spew like that? Guys, you understand, right? That was like, I don't know, maybe 10 different talking points, all of which were bullshit. Like, can we just like real quick here, okay? One, is Venezuela occupied by Cuba? I wonder. Hey, just taking a quick gander here at the size of their respective militaries. Venezuela has a military of around like 100,000 people. Venezuela's military size, just real quick. Oh, wait. Okay. 63,000 in the Army, 25,000 in the Navy, 11,000 in the Air Force, and a National Guard of 23,000. So, okay. Yeah, no, they have roughly 100,000 folks in their military. Maybe 120. What about Cuba? Cuba has 50,000 active personnel, with a reserve of 40,000. So just as an FYI, Venezuela has a larger military than Cuba. The argument that Cuba was militarily occupying Venezuela is just bullshit. All right? Now, let's take a look. Let's keep going. What other claims?
Hate Maduro. He had to bring Cubans in to protect them. They're no longer there. They got extinguished by our forces.
Yes, 32 Cubans got killed in this attack, and again, he's just like, yeah, whatever. We killed 40 people, including a Venezuelan granny who was 80 years old. But like it's fine. Whatever. We got Maduro.
32 of them were killed, or something.
Well,
like
that's the Cuban numbers. So the Cuban numbers of 32 is probably 300.
Oh, okay. Sources. I made it the fuck up. It's probably 300. Who knows?
But Cuba now has no financial ability to survive as a regime. So I think you're going to see Cuba fall before the end of the year. It's been 60 plus years in the making because of that. And how this matters to the people of Ohio, to answer your question, the working people of Ohio, you're going to see gas prices drop dramatically.
You're not going to see gas prices drop dramatically. Sorry. And the reason you're not going to see gas prices drop dramatically is because, hey, all those oil producers, they're not producing that excess oil to drive the prices down. They want that oil to be sold for as much as they can sell it for. Like, guys, one of the reasons Venezuela hasn't pumped oil at the levels Donald Trump thinks they should be pumped at is because Venezuela's oil uniquely requires a lot more refining than other oil fields around the world. It requires a lot of outside expertise, a lot of specialized equipment, a lot of upkeep, a lot of, additional refining facilities. And also, a lot of additional material that cannot be obtained within Venezuela has to be imported in. And one of the reasons this is an important thing to point out here is that the reason Venezuela hasn't been doing great is because the price of oil has been lower than what makes it financially viable to pump it. So the idea that this is all going to bring oil prices down, no, it's not. They're going to keep selling it for a relatively high price.
You're going to see less drugs in your neighborhood.
You're not going to see less drugs in your neighborhood, primarily because Venezuela is not a major drug hub. It's not. Venezuela, like compared to other Latin American countries, Venezuela is not a major drug location. Do they have gangs that deal in drugs? Absolutely. Does the United States have gangs that deal in drugs? Absolutely. But people are still going to be getting drugs in the United States.
You're not going to see your neighbors, kids, friends, relatives infected by drugs because we're massively cutting drug dealing off. You're not going to see illegal migration that lowers and suppresses wages, raising housing costs, raises insurance costs. They suck up our free health care from us, which we then have to pay for. That affects working Americans in a big way.
So I don't. What's your response to those who say,
God, I just, again, Donald Trump pardoned the former president of Honduras who was running a drug trafficking ring through his country and was convicted for doing so, and who was shipping like 400 tons of cocaine to the United States yearly. Like, oh God, whatever. It's all so stupid. Now, if you remember 2 clips ago, one of our elected representatives in Congress was talking about a lady, you know, Karina Maria Machado, right? And she's the leader of the opposition. She got the Nobel Peace Prize. She talked enthusiastically about selling off all of the nationalized companies in Venezuela to private interest groups for, so much money that could help the people of Venezuela. And yet she's not being installed as the new leader of Venezuela. And, people have been wondering why. And it turns out the reason is because Donald Trump is a petty bitch. And you might be saying, "Oh, Jack, that's some harsh language there." No, it's not. Here's from a Washington Post piece that was published 2 days ago. 2 people close to the White House said the president's lack of interest in boosting Machado, despite her recent efforts to flatter Trump, stemmed from her decision to accept the Nobel Peace Prize, an award the president has openly coveted. Although Machado ultimately said she was dedicating the award to Trump, her acceptance of the prize was an ultimate sin, said one of the people. Quote, if she had turned it down and said, I can't accept it because it's Donald Trump's, she'd be president of Venezuela today, this person said. So, yeah. We're being led by morons. Now, how's Miss Machado doing right now? What's her game plan? Because clearly, someone who sucked up enough to dedicate her Nobel Peace Prize to Donald Trump isn't done sucking up. Here she is on Hannity like yesterday.
Until you went to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. And I want you to tell us, you never went back at that point. Did you not go back because you feared for your life? And tell us, it's not very usual that people will dedicate the Nobel Peace Prize to the leader of a different country and say publicly, he deserves this more than I do. But you did that.
Let me be very clear. As soon as I learned that we had been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, I dedicated to President Trump because I believed at that point that he deserved it. And a lot of people, most people said it was impossible to achieve what he has just done on Saturday, January 3rd. So if I believed he deserved it on October, imagine now. I think he has proven to the world what he means. January 3rd will go down in history as the day justice defeated a tyranny. It's a milestone, and it's not only huge for the Venezuelan people and our future, I think it's a huge step for humanity, for freedom and human dignity.
Have you spoken with President Trump since then?
Like, the glazing from this lady is insane. Girl, you don't have to do this? Yeah, of course she does. She's selling out whatever dignity she has left in order to make a play to run a country.
I spoke with President Trump on October 10th, the same day
maybe if she gives him $1 million, he'll reconsider.
Was announced. Not since then, but I do want to say today, on behalf of the Venezuelan people, how grateful we are for his courageous vision, the actions, historical actions he has taken against this narco-terrorist regime to start dismantling this structure and bringing Maduro to justice, which means that 30 million Venezuelans are now closer to freedom, but also that the United States of America is a safer country nowadays.
Right. Did you at any point offer to give him the Nobel Peace Prize? Did that actually happen? I had read that somewhere. I wasn't sure if it was true.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, but I certainly would love to be able to personally tell him that we believe the Venezuelan people, because this is a prize of the Venezuelan people.
She's gonna try and bribe him with the Nobel Peace Prize. Oh my God, she's gonna do it, fam. She's gonna do it. Oh my God, it's so stupid. It's embarrassing. It's like, as an American, this is both infuriating and embarrassing that we have set up and set into motion this entire situation. God, it is unconscionable behavior that someone who is angling to be a fellow world leader is saying essentially to Donald Trump, hey, I'll give you a Nobel Peace Prize if you make me the leader of this country. It's, yeah, the Nobel Peace bribe. Exactly.
Certainly want to give it to him and share it with him. What he has done, as I said, is historic.
Until you went.
It's just the continuous glazing. It is unreal. I've never seen someone kiss ass that much, and like, I don't know, I used to have an OnlyFans. Like, I've never seen someone kiss that much ass, and I've seen a lot of ass kissing. Now, of course, we also have, again, Donald Trump threatening all of these countries. Let's play this clip in particular.
Do you expect to take an action against Greenland?
I don't want to talk about Greenland. Talk about Venezuela, Russia, Ukraine, and we'll worry about Greenland in about 2 months. Let's talk about Greenland in 20 days.
On Venezuela, we talked so much about energy.
By the way, I will say this about Greenland. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
What would the justification be, sir? What would the justification
to boost up security in Greenland? They added one more dog sled. It's true.
Sir,
they thought that was a great move.
What would the justification be for a claim to Greenland? What would the justification be?
About Greenland now. I just say this. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And the European Union needs us to have it. And they know that.
I think there's something.
I hate this so much on so many levels. Because, guys, it does, in fact, like, while many of his statements might be bullshit and, like, hot air, it does actually appear that Donald Trump wants to take action against Greenland. Like, here's Stephen Miller's wife, Katie Miller, tweeting this out. Soon, with a picture of Greenland in an American flag. And again, you might say, "Oh, well, no, there's no way. Why? Of course not." But I also want to remind y'all, here's Stephen Miller and the person in charge of a lot of what is actually happening at the White House, our resident shadow president, who is insane and racist as fuck.
Important topic. The premier of Greenland and the premier of Denmark and other Danish officials are responding to a Twitter post from your wife, Katie Miller, herself a former Trump White House official, showing Greenland covered with an American flag, saying soon. After that was posted, President Trump repeated the claim that the U.S. needs Greenland for national security reasons. The Danish prime minister responded to this in an interview earlier today, as reported by Bloomberg, quote, "I believe one should take the American president seriously when he says it wants Greenland, but I will also make it clear that if the U.S. chooses to attack another NATO country militarily, then everything stops, including NATO, and thus the security that has been established since the end of the Second World War." Can you rule out that the U.S. is ever going to try to take Greenland by force?
Well, let me go back.
Wait, isn't Greenland another state in another country? Like, wouldn't attacking Greenland be like attacking Tasmania here in Australia? Yes. Kind of. Greenland isn't a state per se. It is administered by Denmark. And Denmark is, well, a member of NATO, as you might have noticed from that statement from, the leader of Denmark. And important to note here, if the United States were to attack a fellow NATO country, there's a very real chance that NATO's Article 5 could be invoked, in which every member of NATO would come to the defense of Denmark. So, that would mean the United States going to war essentially with the European Union. And I want to point out here that the European Union has nukes, and the chances of that being a nuclear war are high, considering what the United States has at its disposal. Like, it is insane. Like, again, it's just insane. I just can't see the other NATO countries declaring war on the United States. I also don't see them standing idly by while, the United States seeks out, more and more territory from the European Union. Like, I don't see that happening. Like, the people of Greenland have made it clear they do not want to be a part of the United States. Denmark has made it clear Greenland is not for sale. The European Union has, by and large, stood with Denmark, and I don't think that this would go as well as a lot of folks in the United States seem to think it would. I'm usually calmed by the stalemate that comes from mutually assured destruction, but this shit worries me. Trump really is unhinged. Yeah, that is one of the most dangerous parts about all of this. He has a soup brain. He is an insane individual. He is succumbing to dementia more and more with every passing day. In order to prep a segment for later in today's show, I went through his Truth Social, and he's been posting literally hundreds of times every day. It's crazy. Sometimes he will repost the same thing immediately after posting something. He's just completely gone. He is gonzo. All right? And he has world-ending power. Yep.
Step. The president has been clear for months now. So I know you're treating this as breaking news.
Yeah, Trump literally said, yes, it's a go on the Maduro operation, because a video of Maduro dancing came to the attention of somebody in his inner circle, and they shared it around and agreed that, oh yeah, no, of course, Maduro dancing in this video is actually a grave insult to Donald Trump. That's why they did what they did, apparently. That was the trigger for an entire geopolitical clusterfuck.
The president has been clear for months now that the United States should be the nation that has Greenland as part of our overall security apparatus. The United States,
but your wife posted that hours after the Venezuela operation. That's why it's newly relevant.
No, I'm not, and I'll talk with you about it for an hour. I think it's a really important conversation. I just wanted to reset, Jake, by making clear that it has been the formal position of the U.S. government since the beginning of this administration, frankly, going back into the previous Trump administration, that Greenland should be part of the United States. The president has been very clear about that. That is the formal position of the U.S. government.
Right, but can you say that military action against Greenland is off the table?
It wouldn't be military action against Greenland. The Greenland has a population.
Yeah. Look, guys. Guys. When Nazi Germany annexed the Sudetenland, it wasn't a military occupation. That was just some horsing around. That was just that was just some palling around. It was just, look, guys, just if you just give him Greenland, it'll be enough. He won't try and take any more.
Of 30,000 people, Jake. The real question is, by what right does Denmark assert control over Greenland? What is the basis of their territorial claim? What is their basis of having Greenland as a colony of Denmark? The United States is the power of NATO. For the United States to secure the...
Wait, that's not true. The European Union has like 400 nuclear weapons. And also, I do want to point out, Greenland was colonized by Denmark in 1721. Denmark literally began the process of colonization before the United States was even a country. And also, Greenland has indigenous people who don't want to be part of the United States either. God. Oh God, he's JQing? Of course he is.
Arctic region to protect and defend NATO and NATO interests. Obviously, Greenland should be part of the United States. And so that's a conversation that we're going to have as a country. That's a process we're going to have as a community of nations.
So you can't take it off the table that the U.S. would use military force to seize Greenland. You can't take it off the table.
Jake, I understand you're trying very...
Like... Ha 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 ha! No, I understand you want me to say that we won't militarily seize Greenland, but you won't trick me into that, you see? Like, he's, like, you know... It's not often that we are presented with an entire cast of mustache-twirling villains who gleefully delight in tying maidens to train tracks and watching them get run over by locomotives. But, you know, we've managed to assemble, somehow, an entire cabinet of such individuals to run the United States. It's like they got together and had a contest to see how quickly and how many maidens they could sacrifice to the glorious steam engine. And these are the winners. And like any time they go on television, they're just cackling with glee over the evil they do to the United States.
Hard to, which again, is your job. I respect it. It's great to get exactly the headline, right? That catchy headline.
I'm trying to get an answer to the question.
That says Miller refuses to rule out the United States should have Greenland as part of the United States. There's no need to even think or talk about this in the context that you're asking.
There's no need to even think or talk about this. Says man who is advocating for the annexation of another country's territory. Don't think about it. Shh. Just let it happen. Like, what a fucking creep.
Of a military operation, nobody's going to fight the United States militarily over the future of Greenland.
One last question.
Oh, well, okay, but so his argument is, well, no one would ever possibly go to war over the future of Greenland. No one lives there. It's fine. Like, his argument is simply, they aren't going to do anything about it, so why should we consider their positions? That's it. Like, he's saying, the United States is the global superpower. What are you gonna do about it, European Union? Why would they need to fight us? Exactly, Snoogan. And I just want to throw this out. I want to throw this out there. There's a pretty good reason why the United States doesn't need to annex Greenland to facilitate global security. And that reason is that Greenland is a part of NATO. So any country that attacks Greenland would be immediately triggering NATO Article 5, under which every NATO country is obligated to come to Greenland's defense. So if China were to attack Greenland, for example, NATO would be activated. Every NATO country would come to its defense and fight China. Same with Russia. So the argument, there are just so many Russian and Chinese boats around. And what does the United States running Greenland do that Denmark running, administering Greenland cannot? There's nothing except for a bold exercise of power that is disgusting in every respect. But, they're really proud of it. Here's Donald Trump's Truth Social, where he posted this screenshot. "We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place." And he quote tweeted it with this image and this clip.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you. You know what Denmark did recently to boost up security in Greenland? They added one more dog sled. It's true.
Sir,
they thought that was a great move.
What would the justification be for a claim to Greenland? What would the justification?
I don't want to talk about Greenland now. I just say this. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And the European Union needs us to have it, and they know that.
The European Union does not need the United States to own Greenland. And again, the reason everyone is talking about Greenland is because the United States just did something geopolitically insane and completely beyond the pale by attacking Venezuela. And Donald Trump, in that same conversation, threatens Greenland, threatens Colombia, threatens Cuba, threatens Mexico. It's crazy. And again, this is from the Prime Minister of Denmark. Here's the statement from just a handful of days ago. "I have to say this very directly to the United States. It makes absolutely no sense to talk about the need for the United States to take over Greenland. The United States has no right to annex any of the 3 countries in the Commonwealth. The Kingdom of Denmark, and thus Greenland, is part of NATO and is therefore covered by the alliance's security guarantee. We already have a defense agreement between the Kingdom and the United States today, which gives the United States wide access to Greenland, and we, on the part of the Kingdom, have invested significantly in security in the Arctic. I would therefore strongly urge the United States to stop the threats against a historically close ally and against another country and another people who have said very clearly that they are not for sale." And I just gotta say, guys, we've fallen really far here. I know I've said it before, and I have to, I guess I'll have to say it again. The work of rebuilding our reputation as a country will not be finished within any of our lifetimes. The youngest of you out there watching me will die before our reputation has recovered as a reliable country because of what Donald Trump is doing. It is the damage that has been done here threatens to unravel the defense agreements that have by and large kept the peace in large swaths of the world for decades. This very well could be a return, and I know people are now talking about the Don Roe doctrine, and that name makes me want to die a little bit inside. But essentially, it's just this ethos that the Trump administration is projecting into the world, where our foreign policy is no longer to try and maintain any kind of global stability or maintain like our relationship with other countries. Instead, it is to project power within our immediate spheres of influence, i.e., the Donald Trump thinks that we should just be able to run all of North America and South America and any other part of the world we can grab. And like, that's it. And if other countries can do that in their spheres of influence, good luck. That's it. It's just a green light to every kind of territorial ambition any other country with a military might have. And it's yeah, I mean, we've made ourselves a pariah among the world. Because fascism is self-destructive. It is predicated on our country, now currently run by a fascist. It is predicated on the destruction of every aspect of our society, including our foreign policy ties. And I mean, like, we're talking about all of these acts of military aggression, but all of it is in the shadow so far of what Donald Trump has done by cutting U.S. aid. The Trump administration cutting U.S. aid is going to lead to the deaths of 14 million people, most of whom are children. And like, beyond like the military threats and the potential conflicts that are looming on the horizon, 14 million people, primarily children, by 2030. The 2030 part is important. But so far that means like 100,000 plus deaths are already baked in, and or have already occurred, maybe even. What they are doing is an atrocity with every day that goes by. And one of the things that we need to do is we need to look at this in its totality. We need to understand it. 600,000 already? God damn. We need to look at it in its totality. We need to understand it. And we need to do something about it. And it's Hitler numbers. It is Hitler numbers. And we need to build up the power that is required for us to beat these guys. It's not enough for us to simply know the right thing. It's not enough for us to simply, oh, shame on you. It's not enough for us to kumbaya after Donald Trump is out of power, because this isn't just a Donald Trump issue. This is a Republican Party issue. This is what happens when our politics are captured by the wealthiest people on the planet. And our mission and our job right now is to build a grassroots movement that cannot be bought, that cannot be sold, and that cannot be stopped until we have built up enough power in every corner of this country to put a stop to these tyrants and petty, would-be massacrers for good. Not a single person like this should ever be able to hold power in the United States ever again. That should be one of the driving primary goals of our movement. A movement we can not just build up and then let die, but a movement that we build up and then we give off to our children and our children's children. Because this is a movement that cannot afford to lapse into complacency. That's what happened after the New Deal. The working people who fought and bled and died for a 5-day work week, for 8 hours of rest, 8 hours for what they will, and 8 hours of work that allowed them to get by. This country's wealthiest people lulled them into a sense of complacency, and then over time bought enough political power to undo all of those regulations, all of those victories, and now now everything has to be a hustle. Everything has to be difficult. Everything has to be a fight daily to survive. And it does not have to be this way. We do not have to settle for scraps off the table of billionaires. We should simply not have billionaires. And in order to do that, we need to organize. And I advocate for you guys to organize with your local Dems, or with your local DSA, or with your local Working Families Party, or with whatever local organization you have that is building effective political opposition to these corporate weasels. Okay? And we cannot simply rehabilitate people. Like George W. Bush has been rehabilitated. Liz Cheney has been rehabilitated. We cannot allow this to happen again. It cannot be that in 10 years' time, people are talking about how great Donald Trump was. Oh, he wasn't that bad. Look at him. Jimmy Fallon tousled his hair. Look at how relatable he was. He liked McDonald's just like me. We can't allow that. Yeah, like the New York Times is glazing Marjorie Taylor Greene, someone who is so deep in the conservative movement that she was just straight up talking about how the Jews were starting forest fires with space lasers. And before anyone goes, oh, she didn't say the Jews, she was talking about how the Rothschilds were buying space lasers and starting wildfires on purpose. Like, I'm sorry, you don't name drop the Rothschilds and not know what you're doing. So, all I'm saying is, folks, if you need help getting organized, if you don't know where to start, you can join our Discord, you can get on in, and reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, reach out to GamerG for help joining or even making a new branch of the DSA. We need to get organized yesterday. And a lot of people in this community have already done so, and it's your turn now. All that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, please hit the follow button, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and please consider supporting the show financially because you guys make this possible. I could not do it without your support. And finally, if you are in the market for gender-affirming lingerie, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It is lingerie designed for trans femmes, and it has been made with trans femmes in mind, tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks as well, so anyone who wants to feel femme can get in on the action. Link should be down in the description. Go check it out. We got new sizes and styles coming in soon. So please do check it out. And with that being said, let's keep on going. Will I be banned for having voted for Jill Stein? No. But if you advocate for Jill Stein in 2028, God help you. God. Did I miss the Somali daycare story? Not yet. On that note, good night, Robert Adset. Folks, we've been going for 2.5 hours. If you're getting anything out of this, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, do the things. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click boom. Oof. Oh God. Ba, 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 ba. One second. Do. Let's see. Boo. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Okay, folks. Hackermans, I'm in. Folks, just want to say it's good to be back. How we all doing? I know that was a lot, for sure. Sake!
But have we really tried giving up and capitulating to the fascists hard enough? My guest tonight on the Ezra Klein podcast is Chuck Schumer.
Oh, God. But, like, okay, but Sake, don't speak that into the world. Because you know Ezra Klein would literally have an orgasm if Chuck Schumer came on his show.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
God. Okay. Oh my God, did you guys make a Chuck Schumer emoji in the Riverboat chat? That's wonderful. Oh God. All right. Well, we're a break between segments. Have you tried the game Dead Format? I think you might enjoy it. I have not tried it, but I'll check it out, Distron. We've had it for months, I think. Yeah, but I just recognized that it's supposed to be Chuck Schumer. You made it? It's really good, Jazz Dog. Okay. Also, Sake, thank you for supporting the show. It genuinely means the world, and we are getting closer and closer to our goal, everybody. Which will be, yeah, if we hit that goal tonight, it's not going. We're not going to stop to do What If Alt Hist's Unabomber video, but we will do it maybe tomorrow. Barring, any insane shit that might happen with Trump. Who knows? Who knows? You care about the subs, but what about the DOMs? Look, I'd care about the DOMs if they gave more subs and donos, okay? I'm just spitting facts here. Okay. Let's talk about it. Do you think Mexico's considering nukes? I think every country that is sane is considering nukes at this point. It's the only security guarantee, and even then, it's not necessarily a guarantee. All right. Here we go, folks. Also, thank you for the compliments on my outfit tonight. I struggled with it. Struggled with picking it out. Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk a little bit about the Epstein files. And specifically the fact that, like, yesterday or the day before was the day the Maduro raid happened was the day that Trump was supposed to release the Epstein files. Like, the Department of Justice was mandated by the law passed by Congress and, like, by the Trump administration. They were supposed to release the Epstein files again. Like, that was what was supposed to happen. And I just want to remind everyone, Donald Trump's initial response after the initial release of some documents was, now 1 million more pages on Epstein are found. DOJ is being forced to spend all of its time on this Democrat-inspired hoax. When do they say no more and work on election fraud, etc.? The Dems are the ones who worked with Epstein, not the Republicans. Release all of their names, embarrass them, and get back to helping our country. The radical left doesn't want people talking about Trump and Republican success. Only a long ago dead Jeffrey Epstein. Just another witch hunt. And, like, it's pretty interesting stuff here, especially because, well, this is only from, like, less than a week ago. Justice Department is now said to be reviewing 5.2 million pages of Epstein files. And they're seeking about 400 lawyers to help in the review process. And, like, they were supposed to release all of this December 19th. And they said, oh, no. Give us more time. Give us more time. How did they multiply by 5? Excellent question, Mr. Malachite. Excellent question indeed. But it is worth noting that well, we kind of already know Donald Trump was in on the child sex trafficking. Like we know that. Like, that's been established now by documents and reporting. And one of the things I wanted to talk a little bit about here was this story, which was from July 29th of last year. Trump says Epstein stole young women from Mar-a-Lago Spa, including Virginia Guffrey. Which, okay, so he knew that, like, Jeffrey Epstein was stealing women from his spa. That's interesting, right? But of course, Republicans framed this as, oh, well, he found out that, like, the sex trafficking was happening and then kicked Epstein out of his club. And then didn't report him to police. And that's a noble act for some reason. And, well, I want to throw something else out there, which is this report from the Wall Street Journal from December 30th. The incident that prompted Trump to ban Epstein from the Mar-a-Lago spa. Mar-a-Lago sent an 18-year-old spa worker on a house call to Jeffrey Epstein in 2003. She complained to her bosses that Epstein pressured her for sex. Now, one thing that wasn't known was that the spa, as a matter of business, was sending their employees to go to Epstein's mansion, which was nearby, for years. For years. And it was an open secret among employees that Jeffrey Epstein was a creep who was trying to have sex with the employees that were getting sent to his house. Like, the employees were telling each other that, oh, yeah, no, this guy is gonna try and have sex with you. Okay? Let me pull something up here. Excuse me? Yeah, here we go. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't just a frequent visitor to Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in the late 1990s and early 2000s. The club was also sending spa employees, usually young women, to Epstein's nearby mansion for massages, manicures, and other spa services, according to a former Mar-a-Lago and Epstein, two former Mar-a-Lago and Epstein employees. The house calls went on for years, even as spa employees warned each other about Epstein, who is known among staff for being sexually suggestive and exposing himself during the appointments, according to the former Mar-a-Lago employees. The spa occasionally provided house calls for members. Epstein wasn't a dues-paying member of the club, but Trump told the staff to treat him like one. They came to a halt in 2003 after an 18-year-old beautician returned to the club from a house call to Epstein and reported to managers that he had pressured her for sex. A manager sent Trump a fax relaying the employee's allegations and urged him to ban Epstein, some of the foreign employees said. Trump told the manager it was a good letter and said to kick him out. The beautician disclosed the house call to the club's human resources team, one of the former employees said. The incident wasn't reported to Palm Beach police. They were sending Mar-a-Lago employees, and I want to remind you guys, Mar-a-Lago just want to throw this out there. That there were girls younger than 18 who worked at Mar-a-Lago. Just as an FYI. And we know that because Virginia Guffrey was 16 and working in the spa at Mar-a-Lago. I was recruited at a very young age from Mar-a-Lago and entrapped in a world that I didn't understand, and I've been fighting that world to this day. This is from October 19th of last year. Donald Trump absolutely knew this was happening. He knew it was happening, and he told his club to send women to Epstein's house. Like, there's nothing, I just can't. It's crazy. And, like, the argument here it is just, oh, well, you know, we couldn't possibly be bothered to post all the documents. Nah. Nah. And I just want to point out another thing. It's really, really weird when talking about a report that one of your employees was the victim of attempted, like, rape and sexual assault, to then say, oh, this is a good letter that I got from you. Guys, if somebody, like, imagine for a moment you run a company and one of your managers sends you a letter that says essentially one of our employees was getting raped, or was like the target of rape by one of your best friends. Why would you respond, "This is a good letter"? It's sicko shit. It's sicko shit. Yeah, he was talking about the prose. He was just a really big fan of well-written letters. Yeah. For sure, for sure, for sure. Anyway, yeah. It all just, it's all incredibly fucked up. And again, we were supposed to be getting these Epstein documents, and we don't get them. We haven't gotten them yet. And it really begs the question, they've had all these documents all years. There's now legislation on the books that Donald Trump signed that they have to release all of these. And they're not doing it. Why? And I think we know why. It's because Donald Trump is trying to cover his own ass and the asses of his friends. And like Schumer calls out DOJ for not providing unredacted Epstein contacts. Indeed. But also, I want to see this real quick. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, and to that point, even before her real falling out with President Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene said she wished Air Force One would be parked at home. She felt the president was just simply focused far too much on foreign affairs. And a lot of people are talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene in Washington today, and that's because of a new piece in the New York Times Magazine, which takes an in-depth look at the Republican congresswoman from her break with President Trump to her announcement that
I can't believe we're actually living the plot of FFX. The group in charge is a cabal of secret zombie pedophiles.
I mean, yeah, well, it's like, it's even worse than that because they're not secret about it, you know? Like, they're just visibly decaying and openly pedophiles. And don't worry, we'll talk about Twitter soon in that regard.
she will not return to Capitol Hill in January. Revelations from the interview include her own realization that she was part of a, quote, toxic culture following Trump's speech at Charlie Kirk's memorial, where the president spoke about his differences from Kirk.
He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent.
I don't care about this. I care about one very specific part.
That she was, I'm paraphrasing, but only
province exclusively of the left, that in fact there was violence coming her way from the right.
Oh, God damn it. Let's see. Go. Yeah, it was buried in this piece where she, again, Sake Tanuki with the secret zombie pedophiles. I mean, she's visibly decaying in this picture. Like, damn, Phil Montgomery, you did her dirty. But also, Here we go. This part in particular was really interesting in here. Okay. After the hearing, Green held a news conference at which she threatened to identify some of the men who had abused the women. Green says that she didn't know those names herself, but that she could have gotten them from the victims. Trump called Green to voice his displeasure. Green was in her Capitol Hill office, and according to a staff member, everyone in the suite of rooms could hear him yelling at her as she listened to him on speakerphone. Green says she expressed her perplexity over his intransigence. According to Green, Trump replied, "My friends will get hurt." Donald Trump doesn't want the Epstein file names released because him and his friends are gonna get hurt by their association with Jeffrey Epstein. And just, he said that, yes. Marjorie Taylor Greene apparently has witnesses. So, all I gotta say here is that it's just increasingly apparent that Donald Trump, at the very least, knew about and participated in providing Jeffrey Epstein with women to sexually abuse. And that is bare minimum, like what we know. It is absolutely disgusting. It is absolutely unconscionable that he remains in a position of leadership. And we need to build the power to get these people out. They have no business running a company, running a country. They have no business in polite society. They have no business being taken seriously as individuals. They need to be held accountable for their actions. So, just one last bit. When she urged Trump to invite some of Epstein's female victims to the Oval Office, she says he angrily informed her that they had done nothing to merit the honor. It would be the last conversation Green and Trump would ever have. Guys, I think the President of the United States might be in on this. You know, classic hunch. So, I don't know. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Obviously, just full, like, I wish I had more to add here, but, like, what I have to add is just, we need these people gone yesterday. Like, I'm just viscerally upset and angry, and anything I say more than they should be gone from their positions of power, like, it feels redundant. I feel like I'm just repeating myself. I'm a broken record. They knew. Donald Trump knew. Get them gone. And I like, it's genuinely insane that Republicans tolerate these people in positions of power. When did he say this? This was allegedly, according to Green, let's see here. It was in September. Green spoke with some of the victims in a closed-door House Oversight Committee meeting. And then it was after that hearing in September. So, don't have an exact date, but it was September. All that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, like, comment, subscribe, do the things. Consider supporting the stream financially because you guys make this possible. And also, I don't know. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. We need to build the grassroots power to kick these fascists and sex criminals out of office. It's genuinely insane. Genuinely insane that it's gone on this long. Nightlight Plushy Jesus, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. I genuinely appreciate when you guys support the show, especially after I make a call to action. It's really, really great. It's really amazing. Thank you. All right. For Axial, thank you for being a member for 3 months. Let's go. Ever seen protest footage from France or Greece? Why is the American left so damn mellow? The American left is so damn mellow because of like a literal 100-year-long effort to suppress, working class dissent. Sake Tanuki, true. Is it in the food? Did they put tranquilizer in the food supply?
Any reasonable opposition party would literally Game of Thrones shame walk Trump through all major cities before imprisoning him.
It's true, Sake Tanuki. God. You know, like there have been marches across the country. But like there should literally be like a country-long march to get him out of office. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. It's just like I don't know. Police in the United States will just straight up like kill socialist organizers sometimes. You know, we had like a satanic panic oriented towards activists. We had the Red Scare and the Lavender Scare of the government persecuting people who might be working class organizers, but might have been gay or communist, and it's big. It's been longer than that. I mean, yes, obviously it's been longer than that, but when I talk about like a century of trying to suppress this, I'm talking largely like the suppression of working class people, like in the lead up to the New Deal and beyond, the rise of like the workers' rights movement that like tried to abolish child labor in this country and succeeded potentially for a time. And now they're bringing it back. A lot of this shit is a result of essentially capitalists being able to buy political favors. The militarization of cops is one of those things. Do we get to throw rotten eggs? You get to throw whatever you want. It's a free country. Can I ask a question? Why did no one care when Trump was found guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll? I mean, the answer to that is largely because Republicans don't care if he's a rapist. And any Republican will tell you, he wasn't convicted in criminal court, which has a different standard of evidence. He was actually found liable for it in civil court. So he's not technically a rapist. And like that would be where a lot of the conservative dinguses would go with that. Actually, have you considered... Here, let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. All right, folks. Apparently, they don't care if he's a pedophile either. Yeah, I mean, Republicans love Twitter now under Elon Musk, and Twitter's just generating AI child pornography. So, like, you know, they don't really care about anything. I've increasingly been of the opinion that most Republicans don't care about anything other than the team sports of it all. Like, oh, we're Republicans and Republicans good. Democrats are not us and they're bad. Like, Republicans just increasingly do not care about actual facts or knowledge or circumstances. What they care about is just the raw exercise of power. It's why so many of them love what happened in Venezuela, despite the obvious consequences that are still in the works and coming down the pipeline. You know, in some cases, maybe literally. Yeah, like Megyn Kelly went on television and talked about how, like, well, if a 15-year-old dresses like that, it's crazy. Okay, folks, you all ready to jump into our next segment? Also, let's see. El Moco, thank you very much for being subscribed over on Twitch. Appreciate that. All right. Also, folks, just a small update. You are currently at 96 subs out of 100. When you hit 100, we will cover we will cover the Unabomber video from What If Alt Hist. God help us all. What happens when you get beyond 100? I think it's time to reveal that incentive. We can cuss on this channel. Yeah, just you can't use slurs. Don't post slurs in the chat. The thing that we will cover after that, I'm envisioning this as like potentially just a brain rot stream. Stop the Stupidity 1 putting us over the edge. Let's go. Boop. There we go. Triple digits. Let's go. At 300 subs, I will subject myself to some really primo brain rot. Now, many of you may be familiar with a man named Milo Yiannopoulos. Specifically, he's famous for not being gay anymore. He's very famous for not being gay.
Sold.
One of you fine folks found a 3-subscriber channel called Sharing God's Mighty Word. And it is an hour-long interview between Milo Yiannopoulos and the leader of the church militant, where he talks about
how we unlocking nah.
Where he talks about how God made him not gay anymore. And I just want to remind you guys that he tries to make that argument while looking just look like this. Oh God. Anyway, I think that's going to be a really good time. So that's on the docket for when we hit 300. All right. Oh, is that the one I found? It was K Fox. Oh my God, what happened to Milo? Well, you know, he made a comment on television about how great it was that Catholic priests had sex with children, and then he lost his job and became so dirt poor and destitute that he had to sell his golden throne that he literally had. And then he decided his next career move was going to be becoming an ex-gay for the Catholic Church, and he then divorced his husband, who became his roommate for a while, and then I guess the story then goes it really seems like he had some kind of relationship with this man who was the head of the church militant, and then the church militant imploded after that man resigned for undisclosed broaches of the church militant's doctrine. And now Milo Yiannopoulos is running Kanye West's presidential campaign, and now he's clawing back into political relevancy again by going on Tucker Carlson, who put out this video
of all,
which I'm not gonna lie, if the church militant video is fun, maybe we'll cover this, but I want to warn you, it's 2 hours and 30 minutes long, and it's gonna be a really, really big dono goal if we do this one. But yeah, he went on this show dressed in a shirt of his face with a golden crucifix to explain why people are gay. And you know, I think that could be stupid as shit and funny. This timeline be silly? It is silly. It's also going to be riddled with homophobia, but I'm hoping that the homophobia is ridiculous in a funny way, or that I can at least make funny. Is this the interview where he casually says slurs? I don't know. I haven't watched it. I hope not. I want to know why people are gay. Indeed. So anyway, your next unlock here is the church militant interview. I think if we made it out of Rudyard's alchemy video, we can make it through that. It's true. If we can make it through modern alchemy as told to us by a delusional moron, we can make it through anything. It's true. All right, folks. You know your goal. I will continue to add to the tally as we go forward. Bizu, I should at some point go back and try and find all the episodes of Holy Mackerel, because that was fucking gold. Maybe, you know, maybe we'll continue the church militant content. Can 500 be Holy Mackerel? You know what? if you can find me the episodes of Holy Mackerel, they're all on archive.org. If you guys can find them for me, that can be our 500 goal, okay? Holy Mackerel dono goal after we get the Church Militant Milo interview dono goal. There you go. I don't know why, but a delusional moron made me chuckle breathlessly. It's fun. Oh god, stream has DLC, unsubscribed. It does have DLC, it's true. Why are you gay? Oh my god, there's a dedicated URL to all of the Holy Mackerel content. Oh my god. Wait, how many? There are 67 episodes of Holy Mackerel? Oh my god. Yeah, okay. That can be our 500 goal. They're short. Some of them are 10 plus minutes. Damn. Holy Mackerel is peak. Let's just watch the first one for fun. What the fuck is this? Okay, this appears to be karaoke. This was the very first thing. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Okay, we'll watch one more.
You know it's Friday, right? Oh, nah, no biggie.
I'm not gonna lie, Church Militant kind of cooked with these. Too short? They get longer. Fish guy's low-key hot. Hear me out. No, T-Lave! Stop it! They do indeed get longer. Many things do. Can I eat fish, man? I mean, it's a free country. You can eat whatever kind of man you want. It's probably the suit. A free country for now, indeed. Folks, we've been going for 3 hours, believe it or not. If you've gotten anything out of today's stream, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that, You know, do the like button, click the goddamn buttons. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click So, someone asked, is the church militant like a YouTube channel that makes funny Catholic videos? No. It's actually like a terrible it's a terrible conservative organization that advocated for conservative traditionalist Catholicism. And basically their goal was to remove liberal Catholics from the church. Essentially. Your Ascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. They're actually nuts. Yeah, no, the Church Militant is like was like a news website. Kind of like how like I don't know, Breitbart might be like, or like something even farther right than Breitbart. Yeah, they're the kinds of Catholics who think that Vatican II went too far. Yeah. God damn, I can't give it duck. Like Epoch Times and the Falun Gong. Kind of, except I would even classify Church Militant as farther right than the Epoch Times, you know? Like, they're so much farther right that they're recognized as a hate group. Like, you know, they're more like, what if, God, what's the name of that organization, that religious org that would like protest any kind of like gay stuff? It's like a small church group. The Westboro Baptists? Yeah, it's like if the Westboro Baptists had a news outlet. All right. Boop. No! Despicable! No, stop. Stop. Okay. Are you guys ready to do the Nick Shirley Daycare segment? It's going to be lengthy, and I do apologize for it. It's gonna be fucking wild.
Maybe if they had to pay taxes, they wouldn't have enough money to do crazy shit.
You know, one would hope, but they clearly, well, maybe they were spending it all on Milo Yiannopoulos' wardrobe. You know, could be. Never can tell. All right. So I think I'm gonna have to do this. Okay. I'm just organizing this a little bit better. There we go.
So this clip here.
Oh my God.
Organizing? How dare you?
Hello, we'd like to ask.
Indeed.
Hello, we'd like.
I hate this guy so much. Let's see. One last thing. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And yes, I am trying to organize even my tabs. Even my computer must be organized. Go. We never did the Milo interview with Michael Voorhees, did we? That's what the dono goal is for now. Girl pose? I'm trying. Here we go, folks. We're just gonna slide into this.
How bad?
There's one other thing I wanted here.
Now this all comes.
Yeah, here we go. There we go. That's what I wanted. Cool. How much sub to cancel all segments and enter the Mind Palace of Rudyard? If I get 100 subs right now, I will throw all of this in the garbage and immediately do a Rudyard piece. There's no one in the world more deserving of a swirly than Nick Shirley. True. And a wedgie. Atomic, preferably. Oh no, don't underestimate chat. I underestimate chat. I underestimate them hard. Why are people so enamored with such a dull moron as Rudyard? I don't know. The insanity is fascinating. 200 subs and Jack may make you a grilled cheese too, and I promise it will be better than Gordon Ramsay's grilled cheese. Okay, here we go, folks. Will it be better than my mom's grilled cheese? Maybe. Look, I just got paid. It's Rudyard or food for the next 2 weeks. Rudyard is cheaper than crack and he's legal. It's true. All right. Here we go, folks. So, folks, we gotta talk about the rampant fraud and abuse in the Minnesota daycare system as exposed by Nick Shirley, one of the crack investigative journalists of our time, and definitely not a guy who will say anything for money and a track record of working with conservative political regimes around the world. He's a crack journalist, though. So let's just take a look at some of his wonderful work and the results of it in a bit. Now, I say in a bit because we got to talk a little bit about what's going on around his piece. And gotta say, the effects of his hit piece on the state I live in and our daycare system is wild. Here is Donald Trump talking about Somali Americans, and specifically he's talking about it in reference to reporting from Nick Shirley. But let's just take a listen here as our president of the United States talks about Somali Americans.
This very stupid, low IQ governor, he's a very stupid man because, I had a campaign against him with JD, and he's a stupid man, and he's a corrupt politician. And the Somalians are ripping off our country to the tune of, looks like $19 billion, but that's only what they can find. So usually when you're looking at 19, that would mean it could be 50. But the numbers are astronomical. Think of it. They have a dead country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. They don't have a military. All they do is run around shooting people and trying to capture ships. We don't let them take ships anymore. You know why? We use the same exact missile on them that we use on the drug carriers. And it's very effective. So you notice this?
He's talking about Somali Americans, by the way, and then he goes into a rant about how he loves killing people from Somalia. Like, this is just rank racism. This is like indistinguishable from what a Ku Klux Klan member would say about people from Somalia.
Nobody capturing ships anymore? Because as they head out to go capture the ship, and the ship doesn't want to fire back because it's very flammable stuff in many cases. And the insurance companies don't want, because they build $1 billion ship, and they don't want anybody firing rockets into the ship. But we're hitting them so hard, and it's very similar. Same missile system. It's called deadly accurate. And do you notice that ships aren't being taken anymore? The pirates are.
That's right. I hadn't thought about that.
The pirates aren't. Well, no.
No Somali pirates.
It's actually very easy. They head out. We say, guess what? There's pirates. shipping, that's the end of the pirates. The shipping business is coming back because, see, these are little things that we're doing. And I'm doing it not just for American ships, I'm doing it worldwide. Because we don't want ships taken by Somalia pirates. But what they...
Literally like a day ago, Somali pirates hijacked a Chinese fishing boat. Like there are still pirates doing pirate stuff. But whatever, it doesn't matter. Like what reality is doesn't matter. He will just sit there and lie, and no one will fact check him on it at all. And like, I don't know. No one in like Donald Trump's orbit gives a single damn about whether or not what he says is true, because truth is inconvenient for them. It's just inconvenient for them. Somali pirates make a comeback. Crazy.
What they are doing is they're stealing money from the American taxpayer.
Now, I do. Oh, uh-oh. We having a breakdown? We losing frames? You guys still with me, right? For whatever reason, doesn't want to play the rest of this clip. Okay. Well, you get the idea. He's talking about pirates and piracy, and Somalia is just full of pirates. That's all they produce. People who shoot and do drugs and like crimes and fraud. Okay. And you have this rampant racism, right? And I mean, here's the president again. Much of the Minnesota fraud, up to 90%, is caused by people that came into our country illegally from Somalia. Congresswoman Omar, an ungrateful loser who only complains and never contributes, is one of the many scammers. Did she really marry her brother? Lowlifes like this can only be a liability to our country's greatness. Send them back to where they came. Somalia, perhaps the worst and most corrupt country on earth. Make America great again. Again, this is barely coherent. Like, he can't even string together words. All right. And number one. And number two, no, 90% of fraud in Minnesota is not because of undocumented immigrants from Somalia. Number one, because like 90+% of the people from like people of Somalian heritage in the United States, it's not even the United States, in Minnesota, are citizens. Number one, they're legally here and they are legally citizens of this country. And number two, Ilhan Omar did not marry her brother and hasn't done any fraud. And also, like, it's just crazy. Like, this is just, again, racism. It's dementia. It's like, okay, Grandpa, let's get you back into into the home. It's crazy. Send them back to where they came from. They're citizens, you bitch. Now, one of the things that you should also know, and this is going to seem initially perhaps unrelated, but Donald Trump got on Truth Social and posted this video, which, hey, let's check it out. Did Tim Walz really have Melissa Hortman assassinated?
Do you guys remember Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota state rep that had her life taken from her by Tim Walz's aide after voting to take away health care from illegal immigrants?
She was unalived in her home by Vance Bolter, who was later caught after a manhunt. He then sent a letter to the FBI and Kash Patel saying that it was Tim Walz who forced him to do it. Both Vance Bolter and his wife worked for Tim Walz for years in different states. Was Melissa Hortman unalived because she voted against a multi-billion-dollar money laundering fraud? The fraud that she voted against that heavily implicated illegal aliens? specifically Somalians, who have been racketing this kind of childcare, healthcare rackets and cooperating with our corrupt government. And today it's breaking news that the money laundering scam in Minnesota of billions of dollars.
I really wish this video was a high enough resolution that I could figure out who posted this. Because I am pretty convinced that this is an AI news video.
For healthcare offices, child daycares, Medicaid, and various forms of care agencies. These money laundering frauds have been exposed. And it all comes back to Tim Waltz.
I did what leaders do. I stepped up and I got the job done for the people of Minnesota.
Very shortly after this, she was unalived in her home by Vance Bolter. Vance Bolter and his wife worked for Tim Waltz for years in different states.
Like, I'm not entirely sure why it loops again at the end there, but oh man, I'm sure glad this guy wearing a baseball cap was in that video. He added so much content and meaning to that video. Wowee. Now, the argument here is that the man who had a kill list of numerous Democrats within the Minnesota government to kill, and then tried to kill multiple people on that list, was secretly working for Tim Walz, and all of it was just an elaborate ruse to specifically kill Melissa Hortman and her husband and dog. That's the allegation of this insane theory here. And Tim Walz, again, the governor of Minnesota. And this actually got so much traction in Republican circles because, again, the president of the United States truthed it out, and that one of the Hortman's children had to put out a statement about it. Here's Colin Hortman. My father and mother, Mark Hortman and Melissa Hortman, and their dog Gilbert were killed by a man who believed conspiracy theories and fake news. Words matter. Sharing fake news is dangerous. One part of my grief journey has been understanding the last conversation with my mother. She loved her job. People respected her job and what she did at her job. When I called her after the legislative session ended, I asked why she voted for the bill mentioned in the video shared by President Trump, and she wept. That bill and her vote had nothing to do with fraud. She voted for that bill because it was the only way to avoid a government shutdown. She had seen the impact of shutdowns, people lose their health care, their jobs, and in some cases, from a story she told me, had taken their own lives. She was in a very tough position on that vote. She had never really voted against her conscience like that. It was emotional and extremely difficult. Her struggle with that vote makes this conspiracy all the more painful for me. I'm asking President Trump to remove the video that he shared and apologize to me and my family for posting this misinformation and for using my mother's own words to dishonor her memory. My sister, Sophia Hortman, Sophie, asked me to share this on her behalf. She's off social media. Quote, the video shared by President Donald Trump on Truth Social is a painful, false twisting of my mother's final vote. The vote she made was incredibly difficult for my mother. It was not a vote made lightly or with malice in her heart. She made the decision to prevent a government shutdown because she believed our great state protects and helps Minnesotans. We must create a society in which we do not harbor hatred and violence towards our political opponents, and this video promotes a false narrative which fuels the flames of political division. The video being shared by the president is another hurdle our family must overcome in grieving the loss of my parents, Mark and Melissa, and their beloved Gilbert. I ask President Trump to please consider the pain and sadness we have faced and to honor the spirit of the holidays we have just spent without our parents by taking down the post on Truth Social. Please share our message and help us ask the president to take this down. And as you can tell, the video has not been taken down because Donald Trump doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care that he is callously using the assassination of well-respected Speaker of the House in the Minnesota legislature. He doesn't care about that. He doesn't care. He doesn't care that their children are begging him to remove it. He doesn't care. because it is politically expedient for him not to give a damn. And every other Republican lawmaker in this country is taking their lead from him at the moment, which is what is going to, well, lead to a lot of other events that are going to be covered in this very long segment. I do want to let you guys know it's going to be a long one. You got to buckle in, all right? So that brings us, we got Donald Trump sharing this rampant racism and misinformation and conspiracy theories. And, well, here's Tim Walz, the governor of the state, responding to one Nick Shirley, investigative journalist extraordinaire, Nick Shirley, crack journalist, Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley to Tim Walz, why was she killed after speaking out against illegal migrants? Was she a threat to you and your fraudster scheme? Rip to Melissa Hortman. Which is just really, really sick, because Tim Walz and Melissa Hortman were friends. My opponents have been celebrating this far-right YouTuber as a groundbreaking journalist. Here he reveals who he really is, a delusional conspiracy theorist. And I do want to say, I don't think that that is an accurate read of who Nick Shirley is. Because Nick Shirley, I don't think believes in anything. I don't think he has a genuine position on anything. I think his position is whatever gets him attention and money. I think his position is he would be willing to do just about anything to get paid. And that leads us to today. As a result of the political pressure put on him by this investigation of, Somali-run daycare centers in Minnesota, Tim Walz announced that he was stopping his campaign for re-election as governor. And let's just take a quick look at that announcement.
Well, good morning, everyone. And
oh God, why do you guys do this? I can fix the audio issue, I suppose, but why? I guess. Here we go.
Happy New Year. Like many Minnesotans, I have to tell you, I was glad to turn the page on 2025. It was an extraordinarily difficult year for our state, and it ended on a particularly sour note. For the last several years, an organized group of criminals have sought to take advantage of this state's generosity. And even as we make progress in the fight against the fraudsters, we now see an organized group of political actors seeking to take advantage of a crisis. I don't want to mince words here. Donald Trump and his allies in Washington and in St. Paul and online want to make our state a colder, meaner place. They want to poison our people against each other by attacking our neighbors. And ultimately, they want to take away much of what makes Minnesota the best place in the country to raise a family. They've already begun trying to withhold funds that were meant to help families afford child care. And they have no intention of stopping there. Make no mistake, we should be concerned about fraud in our state government. We cannot effectively deliver programs and...
Oh, yeah. By the way, as a result of this, of Nick Shirley's investigation, Donald Trump has cut off all federal funds to all child care in every state of the country. That's insane. Yeah, they cut off all federal funds for childcare to every state and put together a bunch of arcane hurdles for states to jump over in order to prove that no fraud was happening in their daycare centers.
Services if we can't earn the public's trust. That's why over the past few years, we've made systemic changes in the way we do business. We've gone to the legislature time and time again to get more tools to combat fraud. We've hired people. We fired people who weren't doing their jobs. We've seen people go to jail for stealing from our state. We've cut off whole streams of funding in partnership with the federal government, where we saw widespread criminal activity. We put new locks on the doors of our remaining
What the hell?
programs. And we've hired a new head of program integrity to make sure that those locks can't be broken. All across this state, Minnesotans are hard at work on this problem. Advocates, administrators, investigators are on the front lines defending the integrity of our state's programs. And I want to give a very heartfelt thank you to all of them. There is more to do. A single taxpayer dollar wasted on fraud should be intolerable. And while there's a role to play for everyone, from the legislature to prosecutors to insurance companies to local and county government, the buck does stop with me. My administration has been taking fast, decisive action to solve this crisis. We'll win the fight against the fraudsters. But the political gamesmanship we're seeing from Republicans is only making that fight harder. We've got Republicans here in the state legislature playing hide and seek with potential whistleblowers. We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children. We've got the President of the United States demonizing our Somali neighbors and wrongfully confiscating funds that Minnesotans rely on. It's disgusting and it's dangerous. Republicans are playing politics with the future of this state. It's shameful. And I've said it before, and I will continue to say it. We welcome ideas from anyone, in any party, from any walk of life, who wants to help us continue to stay ahead of these criminals. And we welcome the involvement of the federal government. I am grateful to the career professionals at the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI who have been helping us fight this fight for years. But I cannot abide the actions of the political leadership in Washington. These opportunists are willing to hurt our people to score cheap points. They and their allies have no intention of helping us solve this problem, and every intention of trying to profit off of it. Which brings me to this. 2026 is an election year. Election years have a way of ramping up the politics at a time when we simply can't afford more of that in Minnesota. In September, I announced that I would seek a historic third term as Minnesota's governor. And I have every confidence that if I gave it my all, we would win the race. But as I reflect on this moment with my family and my team over the holidays, I came to the conclusion that I can't give a political campaign my all. Every minute that I spend defending my own political interest would be a minute I can't spend defending the people of Minnesota against the criminals who prey on our generosity and the cynics who want to prey on our differences. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year. I'm passing on this race with zero sadness and zero regret. I did not run for this job to have the job. I ran for the job to do the job. Minnesota faces enormous challenges this year, and I refuse to spend a single minute doing anything other than rising to meet this moment. Minnesota has always come first and always will. That's what I believe servant leadership demands of me. As an optimist, I'll hold out some hope that my friends on the other side of the aisle will consider what servant leadership demands of them in the moment. We can work together to combat against the criminals. We can work together to rebuild the public's trust and make our state stronger. But make no mistake about it, if Republicans continue down the path of abusing power, smearing entire communities, and running their own fraudulent game at the expense of Minnesotans, I will fight back with everything that I have. I am absolutely confident a Democratic and a DFLer will hold this seat come November. I'm confident that I'll find ways to contribute to the state that I love long after next January. But there'll be time to worry about all that later. Today, I'm proud of the work we've done to make Minnesota America's best place to live and raise kids. From our new paid leave policy to our child tax credit to our school lunch programs feeding every single child. And I'm doubly proud of the incredible team we put together to make this vision a reality. I want to take a moment to thank every member of my staff, to every single state employee who has been part of this fight. Now more than ever, I need you on the job. I need you to help work together to tackle the important work in front of us. And most of all, I want Minnesotans to know how grateful I am for the opportunity to serve this state, for the privilege that I have been given to serve in this office. I'm on the job. I'm focused on making sure that we stay America's best place to live and raise kids. No one will take that away from us. I'm proud of the way we treat our neighbors. I'm proud of the way that we welcome people to this state. I'm proud of the way that we innovate. And I'm proud of the way that we are optimists for the future. No one's taking this away from us. Not the fraudsters. Certainly not this president. Not on my watch. Tomorrow, I'll be back with you. I'll give you an update on America's best paid family medical leave program that is now a week into it. And at that time, I'll take all your questions. Thank you all.
So, obviously, wildly interesting things happening here in Minnesota. And I do have to say, it's pretty disappointing, right? Like, obviously, I have my criticisms of Tim Walz. I didn't expect him to drop out because of this. And that leaves us now with a pretty unenviable possibility on the horizon here of Amy Klobuchar running to be Minnesota's governor. And I really, really hope this doesn't happen. But it does kind of seem to be what's in the cards because apparently Tim Walz came to this decision after a meeting with Amy Klobuchar. So, yeah, not great. I will also remind folks that this might not be the last you hear of Tim Walz politically, because he's going to continue to serve out his term as governor, obviously. And I want to remind everyone that earlier last year, this made headlines. Tim Walz will shut door on 2028 if he runs for governor again. And considering he's no longer running for governor, maybe he's going to run in 2028 for president. I don't know. That being said, a lot of people are asking, why would he do this? And one of the answers seems to be like, oh, well, obviously it's because, this Nick Shirley daycare stuff is really hitting him hard. And I think that is, maybe an underappreciated element of what is happening here. Largely because, you got stuff like this happening, where he's having to respond to conservative dipshits who are alleging that he had one of his friends assassinated. And I get that. I get that maybe that takes a psychological toll. And in the lead up to this, right, you get Donald Trump back on Thanksgiving. A very happy Thanksgiving salutation to all of our great American citizens and patriots who've been so nice in allowing our country to be divided, disrupted, carved up, murdered, beaten, mugged, and laughed at, along with others foolish countries throughout the world for being politically correct and just plain stupid when it comes to immigration. The official United States foreign population stands at 53 million people, most of which are on welfare from failed nations or from prisons, mental institutions, gangs, or drug cartels. They and their children are supported through massive payments from patriotic American citizens who, because of their beautiful hearts, do not want to openly complain or cause trouble in any way, shape, or form. They put up with what has happened to our country, but it's eating them alive to do so. A migrant earning $30,000 with a green card will get roughly $50,000 in yearly benefits for their family. The real migrant population is much higher. The refugee burden is the leading cause of social dysfunction in America, something that did not exist after World War II. Failed schools, high crime, urban decay, overcrowded hospitals, housing shortages, and large deficits. As an example, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey, as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone. The seriously retarded governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing, either through fear, incompetence, or both, while the worst congressman slash woman in our country, Ilhan Omar, always wrapped in her swaddling hijab and who probably came to the USA illegally in that you are not allowed to marry your brother, does nothing but hatefully complain about our country, its constitution, and how badly she is treated when her place of origin is backward, and I don't think he understands what decadent means. Backward and crime-ridden nation, which is essentially not even a country for lack of government, military, police, schools, etc. Yeah, obviously, this is all like crazy fucking nonsense. But you might have noticed the slur that was in here, where he called Tim Walz the R slur, right? And well, this has been a big problem for Tim Walz, specifically because his son Gus has has mental illness, right? And well, ever since this post, Tim Walz's family has been getting harassed nonstop. Apparently, it's become a thing in conservative circles in Minnesota to do this. This is a video here posted by Graham Allen, the founder of Dear America, who posts, "This is hilarious. People are still going to Tim Walz's house and yelling the R slur."
Retard! 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 Somali thief! Retard! 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 Keep on, Jimmy! Retard! 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 I'm Tim Wolf! I'm Tim Wolf! I'm Tim Wolf! Taking out some trash! Retard!
So, yeah. That has apparently been a pretty recurring thing for the Walz family to deal with. And yeah, I mean, this on top of the allegations that he killed his friend, and Donald Trump cutting off like payments to child care centers across the United States. It seems like it has all gone together to, and of course, national attention and intensifying that harassment and the attacks against him and his family seem to have taken been kind of the catalyst here for him to drop out of this race. And well, it really begs the question, how much validity did Nick Shirley's reporting have? Because keep in mind, one of the big reasons that we now have national attention here on Minnesota is Nick Shirley's investigation by, he's obviously a crack journalist. I mean, just look at this piece of incredible reporting from Nick Shirley Let's just take a quick gander here.
Now when an inmate walks into this door, he never leaves. Here are some of the most dangerous people in the world. You can see they have their tattoos. MS-13 is tattooed on their foreheads. Barrio 18. All these guys were once prideful and running the streets of El Salvador. Now they are locked behind bars for the rest of their lives. And he is taking them through a workout where they're doing lunges and they're gonna touch their toes for 10 seconds. The guards here would have everything they need to take down the prisoners. They have just asked the prisoners to take off their shirts so they can show some of their tattoos. And as you can see right here, you can see all the tattoos from the 18s on their chest to the 13s. ¿Y todavía se sienten orgullosos de ser bandero?
Yeah, so he had an exclusive agreement with the government of El Salvador to go in and glaze their torture prison. He got paid.
More like a journalist on crack.
Indeed, Sake Tanuki. It's genuinely really gross what this guy does. And I just like I cannot overemphasize, like, this guy has been doing propaganda for conservatives, not just here in the United States, but around the country. And hey, you know what? Let's just take a quick look at something else here, just quickly. Let's see here. Derp. And oh, he got his start as a prank YouTuber. He got his start as a failing prank YouTuber, and then sneaking into Jake Paul's wedding. Tee. And then all of a sudden, he went to January 6th. Fake pizza delivery man on air rack. Whoa. And then asking strange questions at Comic-Con. Wow, look at all these videos that really blew up. And then suddenly, about 2 years ago, I interviewed illegal immigrants at the US border. Huh. Interesting. I tracked down illegal immigrants in New York City. These are the videos that are really popping off on his channel. I investigated the Texas border crisis with an ex-cartel member. But you also have just videos that are not doing so well, but he kind of seemed to figure out that migrants really got views for his channel. I discovered a hidden migrant camp in America. Illegal immigrants are living for free in this city. I investigated New York City migrant crisis. I caught illegal immigrants crossing the border. I investigated the California migrant crisis. And just video after video of profiting off of, the exploitation of immigrants. And like it's truly wild. You just a million videos. If I just do like some stuff, I lived with migrants in New York City for 24 hours. I investigated America's secret sanctuary city. I investigated the Chicago migrant crisis inside Mexico's dangerous migrant camps. Like, how much of this is actually his doing? Well, let's find out. Let's take a look at his latest investigatory piece. I investigated Minnesota's billion-dollar fraud scandal. Now, I do want to preface this by saying there has been a fraud scandal here in the United States, specifically one that occurred during the COVID pandemic, where a group called Feeding Our Future got money from the government to feed kids that weren't actually that didn't actually exist. And Feeding Our Future was a scheme concocted by a white Minnesota woman who then partnered up with a Somali migrant to the United States, who then recruited a bunch of impoverished Somali refugees in order to do a fraud scheme. Because guess what? Poor people are more likely to do fraud schemes, it turns out, because poverty sucks. And Guess what? Guess who just statistically tends to be more poor? That's right, refugees from war-torn nations. They tend to not have a whole lot of money. Wild stuff. I was joking when I called him a Logan Paul wannabe. What the fuck? Yeah, no, it's pretty on the mark here. So that scandal is real, but also is caught. Like, they were caught. Like, something like 50 plus, 70 plus people were involved in this, and they've all been caught. They're all being, like, going through the legal system. Many of them have confessed or are all, like, were found guilty and are already serving time. This scandal is not like it's contained. It was discovered and the money gotten back and the people who did it punished. And, like, that fraud was real. But now shitheads like Nick Shirley are coming here and making baseless accusations about other groups of Somali people. And it's just fucking racism. Let's go take a look.
I'd like to ask where the money's going. What do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Answer the question. Are there children? There's no children inside this building.
Potentially the large.
Well, if there are no kids in this building, it must be that there's fraud going on. That's like, again, hey, in schools, in public schools, are kids there every day of the week? Anyone? Anyone? Yeah, let me look at your children. Your children! How much for them?
Largest fraud scandal in U.S. history is taking place in Minnesota, as literally billions of dollars have been funneled through Somali-ran fraudulent businesses.
When multiple charter schools regularly exceed this amount by multiple times in fraud, this is such tiny nitpickings.
True, but you know, they're for-profit businesses. It's fine. Or they're religious businesses, which is fine.
So
thank you for understanding my Blues Brothers reference, Sharakor. I appreciate you.
Much fraud, it could actually almost replace the entire GDP of Somalia. These fraudsters have worked hand in hand with the Minnesota government as they enabled billions of dollars to be given to fraudulent businesses.
Yeah, feeding our future, again, not run by Somali immigrants. It was run by a white Minnesota woman.
Underneath welfare purposes. Some of this money eventually landed in the hands of terrorist groups in Somalia like the Al-Shabaab, and others enriched themselves all at the US taxpayers' expense. And in this video we will break down all of the fraud from start to finish, from going to the fraudulent businesses and confronting the people who are making millions of dollars from the government. And we will also be confronting the incompetent government leaders who let this fraud happen. And to make this happen, I met up with a man who's been doing his own investigation for years now, as he has seen the fraud firsthand. His name is David. Let's get into this and be prepared.
Oh, David. What an interesting thing. No last name, just David.
Seems to me this kid needs to get the Alex Jones defamation case treatment.
Yeah, kind of seems like it. Now, I'm going to pause right here, because it's pretty interesting who David actually is. Now, you might be thinking, well, David is clearly an unnamed source, or, you know, David couldn't possibly be his real name. Maybe David is like some kind of, you know, he's in the know. He's a bloodhound for the truth. He's on the trail. Well, David does have a last name, actually. His last name is David Hoach. And, well, his last name is Hoach. First name, David. Now, wouldn't you know it, David Hoch has a day job, and his day job is as a lobbyist. His job is lobbying politicians, specifically conservative ones. And here's a post from The Intercept where they figured that out. David Hoch, identified only by first name in Nick Shirley's video, got info for his anti-Somali campaign from a GOP state house staffer. Oh. Huh. That's pretty interesting. He is a lobbyist and one-time right-wing candidate for Minnesota Attorney General, and accounts bearing his name have a long online history of posting about the Somali community in Minnesota. A TikTok and recently a deleted Instagram account posted almost exclusively on the subject, including derogatory statements about Somalis and Muslims. Quote, every Somali in Minnesota is engaged in fraud, all of them, Hoch posted on the now deleted Instagram account. In November, he posted, even the blacks have had enough of the demon Muslims. Clearly, David is just a well-meaning citizen with no additional agenda whatsoever. But let's take a look at the in-depth investigation from Nick Shirley and this guy who thinks that all Somali Americans are demons who are committing fraud. Yeah, David, just a normal guy.
To be shocked. How deep is this fraud here inside of Minnesota?
It is far worse than anybody can imagine. You heard it's 7 to 10 billion and maybe more, and now the numbers have been revised and put out there publicly that they think it's more like 8 billion. How I got involved is that where my office is here in Minneapolis, I'm sort of in the heart of all of this fraud, and I would see these.
It's so bizarre that a lot. I know it's not the point he's trying to make here, but describing his office where he works as a lobbyist as being at the heart of where all this fraud takes place is really on the nose in a way that he probably did not mean in the moment.
Childcare centers, I said, well, there aren't any kids there. It's the middle of the day, and all I see are a couple of guys standing out front smoking. And then I'd go by another daycare and I'd see the same thing. I said, well, where do these kids play? And so I started to go online and look, and I said, this place is licensed for 80 children. They had 0 children. Every time I went by there, they never had a single child there. Then I started to see all these transportation companies going around, and it was always a Somali driver. And I said, well, that's great. They're out there transportation, contributing, but they never had a passenger, never, ever once. And I said, well, what is all this transportation? What are they doing? So then I found out that in Minnesota, they have something called non-emergency medical transportation. So this is going to the dentist's office, therapy, whatever it might be.
Yeah. Because people need to go for non-emergency reasons and lack transport. Yeah, okay.
And I said, well, how many of these companies are there? And the research came back that there are 1,020 of them, and more than 800 of them are Somali-owned. No.
Yeah. Because it's a low barrier to entry. You just need a vehicle. What? What a smoking gun.
Nobody from the state of Minnesota ever cross-checks to see if any rides were ever actually provided. All they did was write the check.
So right here.
Well, I think they might be getting some kind of feedback from people who use the services if the rides that they need to go to the doctor aren't showing up. I think people might make a big deal about that if that is the case.
Here we have all this paperwork. And how are you getting all this information about the fraud?
A lot of it is through my own research. And then I have some contacts at the Capitol going back many, many years. And so the data that I'm getting is 100% accurate, coming directly from research done by people at the state Capitol.
All this paperwork right here, What are we looking at?
The areas of fraud that I have numbers for are mostly related to childcare. This is massive fraud that is beyond anyone's imagination, the scope. And so, for example, there's a childcare not far from here in Minneapolis that has two childcares listed at the same address. And together, they're licensed supposedly for 120 children. I have never seen a single child there ever, and I've been by that place at least 100 times.
These Somalians, these groups are setting up these daycares, these childcare centers, getting money from the government, but there's no kids.
No kids. Never at any of them. They're all fraught with violations, and even though they have these violations, they're still in operation and they're still getting money. And it's millions of dollars for every one of them every year.
And who's getting the money? And where are they getting the money from?
So we have a thing called CCAP. It's a blend of federal and state money. The bottom line is it's taxpayer money, so it's state money and it's federal money. And the problem is the people of the state of Minnesota are the ones writing the checks. This is kind of the maddening thing is you have daycare, so you have adult daycare, and then you have child care, and then you have health care. And a lot of these same names keep coming up on all of these different types of businesses. And then, of course, we have the transportation.
All of these same names. Are you... Okay, there's a non-zero chance here that he's just talking about names that look Somali. Names that look Muslim. That could genuinely be the case here. Because what other names are you talking about here? That's not perhaps because of the gig economy? Salmon Moose, it is in fact because of the gig economy. In fact, a lot of Somali people in the Twin Cities area, in Minneapolis, and in Minnesota in general, a lot of the gig workers are Somali because they are hustling to get by.
And a lot of those same names appear, a lot of the same addresses. There's one building that has 14 Somali healthcare companies at the same address. There's another building in St. Paul that has 22 Somali healthcare businesses at the same address.
And the government knows about this.
The government knows.
Okay, and? Okay, but unironically, and? There are lots of places that rent out, like, shared workspaces. Like, yeah, like, there are also, like, buildings that exist as a point of business for multiple businesses, in fact.
They're writing the checks. Yeah, the Democrats over there just writing the checks. What has happened is that the Somali community is a very closed community. They will not speak to anyone outside the community and talk about what's going on within the community. They vote as a block. And so when you're a politician, you're saying, look, I've got 100,000 people in Minnesota that if I do something for the community, they're going to vote for me. And that's what it's all about, is getting the votes. And then the people here in Minnesota, you hear this term, Minnesota nice. I'm so sick of that term. The people here are so afraid of being called a racist or an Islamophobe. And they're afraid of their own shadow. And I don't understand. This is our future generations are going to have to pay for all this fraud, and they just want to bury their heads in the sand and go on and just not worry about it. Tim Walz saying there's organized crime in Minnesota. What did he do about it? Nothing. You got organized crime?
They literally busted the largest fraud scheme in history. What are you talking about?
What are you doing? This is the Minnesota law, which mandates that anyone who knows of fraud and is a state employee must report that fraud. It's Minnesota Statute 3.971, Subdivision 9. Not only...
Yeah, and if fraud gets reported. This is hilariously terrible. And I gotta tell you guys, I have not watched this. This is a blind reaction here, but these are not arguments. Like, these are... This is the equivalent of, like, your racist neighbor on the Nextdoor app talking about how she saw some miscreants and hooligans walking down the street, and everyone to be like, make sure to check your cars to make sure they still have their hubcaps or something like that. Like it's genuinely insane, like schizo, like racist posting.
That, but Walz is also guilty of misconduct of a public employee. When I look at the world as a whole, and I look at fraud,
dun dun dun
the
dun.
Twin Cities is ground zero. The fraud is worse here than anywhere else ever in history. Anywhere.
We're gonna go confront these people. We're gonna go to these daycare centers. We're gonna see what's actually happening.
Okay, so we have to be careful because these people are very violent. They're exceptionally violent.
Now, with all of David's evidence.
Oh yeah, dog. Yeah, the you have to be very careful. The Somali immigrants, they might give you a ride to the doctor's office. You have to be careful. You never know what they might do. You might expect one thing from them. They might, I don't know. They might even run like a socialist for mayor. One day they're running for socialism. One day another one might be trying to take you to the dentist. Who can say? They're always keeping you guessing. Another one might give you some very tasty food.
So we headed out to the streets of Minneapolis to see how much fraud we.
Oh my god, the streets of Minneapolis. Holy shit. Oh yeah, man. Look at how scary it is. Look at how scary it is. With its de-iced sidewalks and colorful artwork on the side of buildings. And you know, oh man, look, someone's smiling, and someone walking down the street completely unafraid of anything that's happening. Clearly a city on the edge, on the verge of collapse.
To uncover in one afternoon. Where are we going now?
We're going to a place called Mako Childcare, which actually has another childcare registered at the same address called Mini Child Care Center.
So we should see lots of children if there's this child care center, especially if there's two.
The two of them combined are licensed for 120.
And how much money have these child care centers received?
None of those vans have moved in 6 months. None of them. In 2020, one of them received $1.3 million. In 2020,
none of those vans have moved. None of them. But you what? Do you know that? Did you sit there and like, I don't know, watch them for like a week? Or are you just assuming that
they got $987,000?
Wait a minute. There's one way to find out.
And how much money have these child care centers received?
None of those vans have moved in 6 months. None of them.
I don't think that's true. I'm just taking a quick look at a survey of like the tires and such.
None of those vans.
I'm sorry, if that was at all true, they would be absolutely covered in snow. Not like a little bit of snow, absolutely covered.
Moved in 6 months. None of them.
And I'm sorry, I live here in Minnesota. I know how much snow we get, and we just got a huge amount dumped on us. Like, not that long ago. When it snows, your car gets dirty. Yeah.
2020, one of them received $1.3 million. In 2021, they got $987,000. In 2022, they got $714,000. That's the last I have for that one. And then the other one, $1.604 million in fiscal year 2025. Fiscal year 2024, they got about $800,000, and in fiscal year 2023, they got $904,059. This place right here. Yes.
We're outside of it.
Well, this is actually 2 daycares are registered here. One of them is Mako, which you see on this sign. The other one is Mini Child Care Center. And between the two of these child care centers, they're pulling in about $3 million a year. And there are no children. Every facility that you go to, the windows will be blocked out so you can't see in.
They prevent strangers from looking through the windows at the children who get left here. Oh, those dastardly evildoers. Why won't they let us see the kids? I just want to look through the windows at the kids. Why can't I stare at your children? These fucking freaks, man. These fucking absolute freaks. Like, it's genuinely freakish behavior.
There's nobody here. You won't see a single child at any of these facilities.
There are indeed no windows. All the windows are blacked out right here. All right, let's go in.
No.
And the child care center is locked. Should we ring the doorbell?
Yeah, I wonder why a child care center would have a locked front door in the middle of the daytime. Because presumably either there are kids in there and they don't want strangers to just walk in off the street, or, just spitballing here, it's an off day and they're closed. Because child care centers are not open all the time, actually.
Try to get in, rang the doorbell, nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. it says here on their sign, yet there's absolutely nobody here. And this building here, right here, has generated millions of dollars, and it seems like business isn't even open right now, and it's a weekday. And if this was,
You know, just out of curiosity,
dollars,
what's it called? Child Care Center Inc. Mako Child Care Center. Just real quick. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, that's really interesting. Just real quick. So let's just go back in time
between
a
the
little
two
bit.
of the.
So we're at Mako Child Care Center, right? Mako Child Care.
Other one, 1 point.
And the Mini Child Care Center. Both of, okay, cool.
6.
So Mako Child Care Center has been closed since 2022. Just as an FYI. Let's see, Mini Child Care Center. Oh, huh, interesting. 9 Minnesota child care centers discussed in viral video operating as expected, state officials say. Wild. Let's see. Investigators confirmed the centers were operating as expected, gathered evidence, and initiated further review. Okay, the agency also released the amount of funding the 9 child care centers received from Minnesota's Child Care Assistance Program in fiscal year 2025, which ended in September. So, yep, Mini Child Care Center. According to state officials, the program supports access to childcare for 23,000 children and 12,000 working families in Minnesota during an average month. The agency said it was made aware on December 19th that Quality Learning Center intended to voluntarily close. When licensing investigators visited the facilities 10 days later, they learned it had chosen to remain open. Okay. So interesting. And oh, weird. When you look up Mini Child Care Center and you look at the various articles on it, oh wait, investigators say Minnesota Child Care Center is featured in viral video are operating normally. Oh, wild. Oh, operating normally. And now they fear targeted attacks. Cool. Awesome stuff.
0.04 million in fiscal year 2025. Fiscal year 2024, They got...
And the child care center is locked. Should we ring the doorbell? Yeah. Try to get in, rang the doorbell, nobody showed up. They're open 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. it says here on their sign, yet there's absolutely nobody here. And this building here, right here, has generated millions of dollars, and it seems like business isn't even open right now, and it's a weekday. And if this was a daycare center, it wouldn't just be in some industrialized building. There would be maybe like a playground or something outside, or...
There's no play area for the kids. So, where are the kids? Where's anybody?
Oh, interesting. Related to this specific one.
Some industrial building here, right here. It's here on their sign, yet there's absolutely nobody here. And this building here, right here.
So, fun fact, according to the manager of Mini Child Care Center, the center operates from 12:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. for working parents, and not during morning hours when the YouTuber visited, according to manager Ayan Jama. So, yeah, turns out the sign is just inaccurate, and instead of looking up their hours online, they just went with, you know, what the sign said outside. If only they could have, I don't know, called the manager and asked what when it's open, or like set up some kind of interview, you know, like a journalist might do. But no. As long as we can inaccurately and dishonestly portray them in the video, that's fine.
Here has generated millions of dollars, and it seems like business isn't even open right now, and it's a weekday. And if this was a daycare...
Huh, that's so weird. It's almost like it's not open right now.
Center, it wouldn't just be in some industrialized building. There would be maybe like a playground or something outside, or...
There's no play area for the kids.
Yeah, because the play area is inside, you ding-dongs. Like how there's a McDonald's with a play place has a playground, it's just inside. This isn't a new concept.
So, where are the kids? Where's anybody? How can there be nobody here and it's like this every single day?
I mean, it's clearly not like this every single day, and you know that, for one, because you're looking and gesturing at a parking lot that has clearly been plowed. This parking lot has clearly been plowed and driven on. People are clearly driving in and out of this place on a regular basis. Look at how packed that snow is. This isn't even like some deep, difficult observation to make.
I've never seen a single child here.
Why would you come here to see children, man?
9 years, I've never seen a single child at this building. Right there.
Oh, then now it looks like we already got the Somalis coming through.
Yeah, they're coming. The word's out.
Hello, is this your daycare?
No. Can you tell us why there are no children?
The Somalis are coming. Yeah, because they work here, you dumbass.
Have you ever seen children at this child care center?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Doesn't know if she's ever seen a child here. All right, let's go to the...
She doesn't want to talk to you. She's not actually answering your question. She just wants you to go away. Now, why might that be? Why might that woman who's just trying to go to her job not want to talk to Nick Shirley and David? Why might that be, guys? Can any of you take a guess?
This is why we never should have stopped calling them weird.
We should continue to call them weird. I will, in the time-honored tradition of our people, continue to call them weird. Because they're goddamn weird perverts. Every last one of them. Anyone want to take a guess? Because she doesn't want to deal with strange dudes and a camera. That's true. Now, another reason is also because it's more than just two guys. Nick Shirley has an entourage. Let's take a look. So here is a local journalist who has written, not local, sorry, but a journalist who's written for Rolling Stone, Guardian, Intercept, etc. Here are some pictures from the background, some behind the scenes photographs, courtesy of Jacqueline Sweet. Oh, what's that? Oh, part of his entourage were masked. A bunch of masked adult men trying to see children. Oh. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Just a bunch of guys outside trying to see his stuff. Cool. Now, I also want to point out here that of the people who were talked about in this video in the daycare centers, director of they had some different responses to these people. Director of Minnesota Daycare featured in YouTube video on fraud response. Let's take a look here. In his Shirley's video, which X reports has more than 116 million views, the right-wing influencer visits various daycare centers, including the ABC Learning Center, which we aren't on yet, but we'll get to later in the video. The video asserts that the daycare is always empty. On Tuesday afternoon, WCCO found more than a dozen children at the daycare working with several adult staff members. Director Ahmed Hassan said they were working on basic language and math skills. Every day is like this, Hassan said. On the day Shirley came to the center, the timestamps on the daycare's security tapes show that he arrived around noon. WCCO reviewed security footage showing families evidently arriving to drop off their children earlier that morning and later in the afternoon. When Shirley knocked on the door, he seemed to fabricate a reason for being there, asking to check a child into the daycare. A staff member responds verbally but doesn't let him in. Hassan said they can't allow strangers into an active daycare. In addition, he said that Shirley had a team of up to 8 people with him. Some were masked, according to Hassan, which set off alarm bells for his staff members, given recent ICE activity. So these staffers, instead of letting in a stranger who was lying about his reasons for being there, who had 7 people, some masked, with him, instead of letting him in to just give him free run of a daycare with children in it, protected the kids because they are good at their jobs. Like, they did the exact thing that you would want any competent daycare to do. So, again, why might some of these people not be comfortable talking to them as they go to their job? Well, because masked men have been going around Minneapolis and, like, unjustly detaining Somali people in the wake of Donald Trump's tirades about Somali folks. It's not that difficult to understand. But the conservative movement just can't take a minute to even think about different possibilities, can't take a moment. It gets presented to them as, look at all of these brown people doing fraud. And they just eat it up. They lap it up because they're unwilling to grapple with the possibility that maybe Nick Shirley is a disgusting liar. And I'm sorry, maybe Nick Shirley isn't a disgusting liar. And instead, maybe he's just really bad at his job. But also, I don't think he's bad at his job. I think that what is more accurate is to say that Nick Shirley isn't a journalist. He's a propagandist. It's why he's working with a conservative lobbyist who fed him information provided by the Minnesota GOP. It's because his main job is essentially fear-mongering about immigrants. And it has been his main job for the last 2 years. But let's continue.
How bad is...
Oh, God. Let's continue watching here.
The next location. And the fraud only gets more from here. Make sure you stay till the very end of this video to see exactly how much fraud we find by the time we are done. And before we go to the next location, I want to show you something super interesting about the flags of Minnesota. And
oh my god, is he about to say that? Is he about to say the dumbest fucking argument? Oh my god, he might be about to say that Minnesota's flag is the Somali flag. He might be about to, like, do that classic racism.
Here in Minnesota, if you take a look at the Minnesota state flag,
oh my god,
they recently changed it, and it very much so resembles the flag of Somalia. And really quick, I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, Opus Clip.
Oh, cool. Like, let's just not even really mention. Let's not even really mention or try and substantiate what we're claiming.
What used to just be an AI clipper has now been business in Opus, and I've even had 30,000. Opus will do the.
And if I can use
the sweet deal in the description.
2020.
How much money has this one generated?
Okay, wait. All right. Wait a minute, dude.
Be fined by the time we are done. And before we go to the next location, I want to show you something super interesting about the flags of Minnesota. And here in Minnesota, if you take a look at the Minnesota state flag, they recently changed it, and it very much so resembles the flag of Somalia.
No, it doesn't, is the thing. Can we just, like, take a moment and be like, no, actually, they're completely different colors. The stars are completely different. And also, notably, the Minnesota flag has the shape of Minnesota on it. Like, I guess if you're really, really stupid and blind, one might be able to confuse the two. But, you know, here's a helpful thing about flags. How they look means something. Like a star being in a different position matters a lot. I just, here, you know what? Just real quick. Hey, real quick. Here are some flags that actually look alike. And courtesy of the Encyclopedia Britannica, here are the flags of Chad and Romania. Now, these flags look alike because they're practically the same colors. Not exactly, but almost. What about, oh, Senegal and Mali? Yeah, I guess okay. All right. I mean, one has a star on it. That seems like a pretty big giveaway, but okay. Indonesia and Monaco. Yeah, now those flags look very similar to one another. Huh, that's crazy. New Zealand and Australia. Okay, look, I feel like I've made my point. A lot of flags look similar to other places. These are not even remotely similar. Different color, different stars, different location of stars. Very clearly different shapes involved. God, my head hurts so much. And I guess, you know what, I don't know if we're halfway through this segment yet, but we have been going for like an hour and a half on this so far. So I'm gonna take a pause, a timeout here.
Could this mean that Romania is full of Chads?
Or that Chad is full of Romanians. But yes, to both. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And also, folks, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and let me know what you think of this video down in the comments, because this is insane. And I know that this is a very long slog through all of this, but I hope it is eye-opening to how full of shit these conservative slop tubers are. Okay? They're weird liars and perverts who want to look at children. And I find that very off-putting and weird. I don't know about you guys. I'm just a normal person, I guess. And also consider supporting the show financially, because you guys make possible what I do here. I'm not taking money from big AI corporations. I'm not getting paid by billionaire political donors. I'm not working hand in fist with lobbyists who are buying political favors. You guys are the ones that make this show possible and make me able to do this and put together shows like this.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Mithril, thank you for being a member. Very much appreciated. And let's keep on going, folks. Here we go.
In fiscal year 2020.
ABC Learning Center, the place we just learned about from the manager who runs it.
$1,042,059. In fiscal year 2024, $1,059,078, and in fiscal year 2023, $727,336.
This next one is literally one block away, and this one's also generated nearly $3 million in the past 3 years. Let's see if there's any children. Let's see if any of the buildings are open. Here we go. All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center. All the windows are blacked out. Let's see if anybody is here. This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children. 0 children. I've come by this place 100 times. I've never seen a
Is David aware of how big of a fucking creep he comes across as? I've come by this daycare center 100 times and they won't let me see those kids. 100 times and not a single child have I seen. I'm not the weird one here. I'm not weird. I've discovered fraud. It's all fraud until I see a child. A small, tiny child that I can look at. Like, my God.
Child here, ever. The only thing I've ever seen is someone standing outside smoking.
What's crazy about this is that last daycare center is that green building right there. And the other daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars. I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door. Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Is he... Wait, is he filming from his glasses? Is he doing like the Meta Ray-Ban? It kind of looks like that? Am I wrong? He's using the meta like Ray-Bans that like record people without their consent. Disgusting.
I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Just a reminder, if you have if like a friend comes over and is wearing those, they're not your friend. They're spying on you for a corporation.
Why? Can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare. And after a few questions, the lady went silent.
Whoa, 2 daycares next to each other like they were zoned for it? Right. How could that possibly be?
Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Yeah, why might a daycare not open up for a singular man who wants to come in and look at the kids who doesn't have a child with him?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Childcare.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025.
Yeah, why would there be a child care center in a strip mall? A place where a bunch of people go to work. Who can say?
This facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. And there are no kids, and all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I try to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door. I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cuz I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, I work there. What's happened?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed.
This guy, look, this guy has the correct and normal reaction. I don't know if you guys can see with like how it's like his expression right here. But like this guy standing here looking directly into the camera as this like masked man stands there, and there's a camera crew and like a white kid mic'd up for like some kind of shoot. Like, yeah, no, this is like you're coming to work and you're just like, what the fuck is this?
No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happened?
Where are the kids?
Yeah?
It says it's licensed for 74 children. Right here, state of Minnesota. Where are the kids? They got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says.
Is this man David Hotch? Does he have like a monogrammed like zip up or something? Because that looks like he slapped a piece of like a piece of duct tape to his upper arm to hide like his name or something. Like, dude, maybe don't wear this zip up for being on camera.
They have a capacity.
Yeah, David the lobbyist who works for the GOP.
For 74 children.
When?
Where are the kids? Right here. State of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't know?
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked here?
He's there. Kids there.
How many?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
He's just like, yeah, it's a daycare. There are kids there. Like, what are you talking about?
You worked here. Okay, well, then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in a daycare here?
No, I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No? Yeah, I would like to see if...
Yeah, again, this is, like, they're following... Let me just be clear. They're following etiquette in Minnesota. When a stranger walks up to you and starts asking you questions, you shut the fuck up. Because you don't know that person, and you don't know why they're filming you, and you don't know why they're recording you. Why the fuck would you answer any of this guy's questions? Like, why would you do that? I wouldn't do that. Would you guys do that? Would you guys just answer questions from, like, some random bastard who walks up to you with a camera and a microphone and starts asking you about where the kids are? Like, no. No. It's deranged behavior. I dip immediately. Exactly. Might even call the police. Maybe. On these clowns.
If I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
Yeah, I mean, okay. Also, if you're in a more secure position, maybe you just fuck with them. I don't know.
No! You're a liar. I'm the owner.
Do you put your kid here in this daycare?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of your curry.
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah, no.
But
no.
You said you're scared of me because of my color.
I'm not saying you're racist.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. That makes you a racist. So right now, they're all getting...
I don't think that's what she meant. I think that she's scared because a bunch of you guys are wearing masks. Like, you can even see them in the fucking background. Look at these guys. You got like two masked men in the background, like posted up. You'll be making this a big, healthy segment? Absolutely. Like, yeah, no, they're not gonna talk to you, bro. Fuck you.
Mad because he's shown the paperwork of this business being registered as a business. 74 children, no children. We saw one child when the lady opened up the door.
So
But now they're all getting mad.
What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money spent on? There aren't any kids.
Honestly, the only mistake these people are making is even engaging with them at all. The people who didn't open up their door, they had the right idea. Oh, I heard her say camera, not color. That makes way more sense. That makes way more sense. Yeah, like, yeah, nah, don't say shit on camera that you are, like, especially when you don't know what it's going to be used for.
Ask the owner and the kids.
Well, then why are you talking for the owner if you're telling me to talk to the owner?
I'm sorry. I'm not understand what you're talking about.
Do you have a child here?
No.
Does anybody?
No.
Where are the 74 kids? Did you lose them? Did you lose these kids? Do I need to call someone? Do I need to issue an Amber Alert?
Yeah, like, see, why does he have a piece of duct tape on his arm? Do I need to call someone? Do I need to issue an Amber Alert? Yeah, go for it, you chuckle fuck. like, do it, bitch.
For missing children? Are these children missing?
There's a child right there! Bro! You found him! You found the kid! You found a kid! You fucking creepy piece of shit.
It's not my business that children are missing. 74 infants and toddlers, preschool.
The proof's right there. There's no children anywhere.
It's from the state of Minnesota right here.
He literally... Nick Shirley, literally in this section of the video, has already said on camera that he saw a kid in there. They're just not letting them inside.
I think we're moving on to the next location. Have a good day. As we continue to show the blatant fraud that was taking place here in Minnesota, Somalis started following us around the city. And now we're being followed by the Somalis. This is another daycare center, absolutely no signage, and there's no footprints in the snow.
Now we're being followed by the Somalis. Okay, show that then.
Of children playing outside. $5 million within the past
5.9 million in 2 years. 5.9 million they received in 2 years. That facility right there.
And now we have a group of Somalis telling us in our vehicle right now.
From this daycare center, we headed over to the infamous Quality Learning Center, which actually spells Quality Leering Center on the outside of their sign. That's how blatant this fraud is here at this daycare.
It's not fraud to misspell a sign. Just as an FYI, it is not in fact evidence of fraud to have a misspelled sign. Especially, like, I'm sorry, especially among people who are, like, English as a second or third language. Like, it's difficult. It's not, this isn't hard.
So this is Quality Leering Center. I meant to say Quality Learning Center.
Oh, well, if it's Quality Leering Center, then it's perfect for you guys, because you're trying to leer at children.
Don't open up!
They said they spelt learning wrong.
Don't open up!
How do you have ice here?
Oh no! Guys! Guys! It's one of the Somalis tailing them. One of the Somalis that were tailing them. Oh my god! I love that the lead up to this is a bunch of Somalis are following us. And then, like, oh, you got out of your cars and nothing happened because no one was tailing you?
Ma'am, I'm literally a YouTuber.
Don't open up!
Ma'am, what do you think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Don't!
Yeah, also, good on this lady. Like, this makes me feel good about Minnesotans. Like, yeah, girl, you, like, protect those kids.
Open up!
Like, masked men are showing up and, like, trying to abduct children from, like, daycares and schools. Like, yeah, you do your bit. Look at her. Goddamn hero.
Ice! And what do you think about this place being licensed for 99 children?
Don't open up!
And getting $4 million over the...
Open up, it's ice!
$4 million in the last 2 years?
Go away!
What do you think about that? Are you in favor?
Away!
Are you in favor of that?
Go away!
You know
You're
what
not welcome here.
You,
Shame on you.
Are you in favor of 1.9?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, a bunch of, like, this makes way more sense when you're aware of the fact that they have an entourage of, like, 6 other people who are off screen, half of whom are masked and are just waiting outside of a daycare. Fucking freaks.
$1 million going illegally, fraudulently to this business that has quality learning center but can't even spell learning right on the door.
Don't open up!
Ma'am, we are not ICE.
I don't care who you are, you don't belong here.
I belong here just like you belong here.
Don't!
No, you don't. Get the fuck out of my city, bitch. Like, the only place Nick Shirley belongs is with his head in an active toilet, okay?
Don't open up, it's ice!
Nick Shirley, more like Nick Swirly, am I right?
You do realize that there's supposed to be 99 children in here at this building.
You do realize that there are supposed to be 99 children in here, because as we all know, at all times, a daycare has the maximum number of children allowed inside. That's just science, folks. You see, when something is licensed for a certain number of people in that space, it always has to be at max capacity at any given time. When I see some kind of event space that is licensed to have 500 people inside, I expect there to be 500 people. And if there's 499, no, so help me, I'm going to contact the manager. Like, what a like nerdy baby-faced piece of shit.
Building, but there's no one here. This is a child daycare center.
99 children. Paid $1.9 million this year in CSAM funding. Do you know where the children are? Were they kidnapped? Did they run away? Where are the children?
Were they kidnapped? Did they run away? I don't know, bitch. If you got evidence, maybe call the police. But it kind of seems you don't have evidence, which is why you didn't call the police about the fact that these are missing children. You know, like, this is the entire thing, right? Like, we are, like, halfway through this video. And I know it's taking us forever. But if you have evidence that there is an active business that is supposed to have like 100 children inside, and you have evidence that they are not operating legally, there's a way to report that to law enforcement. There's a way to do that. You can call the police. If the police show up and there aren't like children there, and there are in fact 100 missing children, guess what? I'm sure police would love to have an open investigation into that. Jack, is it bad this is actually inspiring me to go back to college for journalism? No, please do. We need more actual journalists. And also, like, Nick Shirley and Dave would probably not pull this crap at some mega churches. They have on-site daycare. No, absolutely not. They're doing this because these are Somali-run daycares. That's why they're doing this. You know, maybe they would do this at like a Somali-run church, I guess. But the purpose of this is racism. You know, that's why they're doing this. It just seems to me like, if your entire premise is you have evidence of this fraud, and instead of bringing it to like the relevant authorities, you are making a YouTube video, it seems kind of like you're full of shit, I guess.
This is state of Minnesota. Right here.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley, ma'am.
And who are you with?
Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley on YouTube.
Yeah, so who are
Yeah, who's this? Who's Dave?
you with here?
Oh, he's just been doing some research investigating the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm with Nick Shirley.
This lady, she's calling us ICE. We're just trying to put law and order back in the streets of the United States. Get rid of all the fraud. Have you ever seen children at that daycare center right there?
Where?
Yeah.
Have you? Yes, I'm your resident creep who looks at children. I like to every single time I pass by a child center, I look at the children. I look at every single one of them. Like, what do you do? What, are you just asking random ass people? You piece of shit. Yeah, Dave, the racist gambling lobbyist, is you know, it's my friend Dave. just my good pal who works for the GOP.
It's right there. It says the child. You've never seen daycare.
I haven't seen anybody in there.
We're gonna educate you on something. So, what do you think about this daycare center? They spelt learning wrong. They've received over.
Hey, random guy, you want to come look at some children with me? This is nuts. How has this been such a influential thing that it killed Tim Walz' like re-election bid? This is cartoon horse shit.
$1.9 million this year alone, and they're supposed to have 99 children here.
I don't see it.
99 children.
Have you ever seen any children here?
None, not at all. None.
This year they got 1.9 million. Last year they got 1.5.
Have you ever seen any children here? He says, gesturing to a parking lot. Yeah. Oh, okay. They're not even like pointing at the business. The camp, like, this is the door of the business right there. They're not even looking at it. It's not going to be max capacity, you brain dead morons. No, Archangel, every facility that has a capacity must be at max at all times. Does this dude come here often? Oh yeah, he's one of the local, he's a member of his local child lookers club. You know, the club that goes around and looks at childs.
5 million of your tax money for 99 children. We just want to know where are the kids.
Right.
Where are the children?
I don't see them. I've been here since 2017. I haven't seen anybody like
Never
that here.
seen a child here.
No, not at all.
And so you've never
years.
seen a child here for 8 years?
Nope, not at all.
I every day I come here and I look on. I stand on the corner looking for children, and I haven't seen a single one. It's the biggest disappointment of my life.
And how does that make you feel knowing that this place is receiving $1.9 million?
Disgusting. I mean, what the hell? They stealing the money. That's a federal grant too. That's, you know, if they get caught for that, it's a federal offense. I know. I studied law.
And do you think Tim Walz should go to jail for all the fraud that he's enabled here in his state?
That's him doing this? Well, heck yeah. He's got to be held accountable for this. I mean, there's no rhyme or reason what's going on here. It's simple. It's nothing there. It's a parking lot.
And look, they.
Oh my god! No! Look, guys! Holy shit!
Rhyme or reason what's going on here. It's simple. It's nothing there. It's a parking lot.
And look, they even spelled learning.
There's nothing there. It's just a parking lot. Because they've been gesturing at a parking lot this entire time.
Wrong on their sign for a place that's supposed to be educating children.
That's crazy. I mean, who runs it? Who supposedly runs it?
Somalians.
Oh my god.
That's not an answer. That I'm sorry if you answered. Who runs it? The whites. What? Who runs it? The blacks. That's not an answer to a question. Like, that's just the the Asians run it. What are you talking about? Yeah, just all. Yeah, it's collectively owned. All this local Somalis collectively own the daycare. The kids aren't going to be playing in the parking lot. I know. They have indoor play places.
Oh my god. Well, where? Yeah, it's just. I've never seen nobody here at all.
So how long have you been living here?
Since 2017.
You've never seen a single child walk in that building?
No, not at all.
So this daycare center is literally just a place to traffic money. $1.9 million just this year alone.
Ah, yes. We've established it by standing outside and talking with two random bystanders. excellent investigative reporting.
And this guy's been living here for 8 years and has never seen a single child walk through those doors.
There's no way this isn't someone they brought along with that terrible acting.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. Also, wait a minute. There is a non-zero chance. There is a non-zero chance that, like, this guy is a member of their crew. He's never identified.
There's no windows either.
No.
And the only window they do have, the door, is blacked out.
Yep, I see that.
Yeah. It's not like buildings have multiple sides to them or anything. Or, you know, roofs.
I've never seen anybody go in there.
Within just a few hours, we nearly approached $20 million in fraud, and we headed over to George Floyd's neighborhood to expose more of the fraud taking place.
This place is called Future Leaders Early Learning Center, and it's licensed for 90 children. And in fiscal year 2025, they received 3.6.
I've never seen prisoners playing outside the jail nearby. It must be empty. Oh, Salmon Moose. I appreciate you.
How can we all have died at the same time?
$1 million. In fiscal year 2024, they received $3 million. So in 2 years, they got $6.67 million, claiming they have 90 children every day of the week, 5 days a week. So let's find.
That's the maximum occupancy, man.
Are making just about more money than NBA athletes.
And we don't even know if they're paying taxes, but
they have employees, man. Like, I feel like I'm on crazy pills. One person isn't raking in multiple millions of dollars every year to run these child care centers. They have employees. Nick may be a racist. I mean, you might be onto something there just to be here, because his entire business model relies on fear-mongering about immigrants.
we don't know where this money is going. Is it going to terrorism? Where is it?
We don't even know if they're paying taxes. Where did you get the tax information from, Guy? The state of Minnesota? Well, that's the thing, right? Like, if you can get the tax information for how much the state paid these places, then oftentimes you might be able to get the resulting tax returns for some of these businesses. Or, you could just, I don't know, maybe set up interviews with the managers of different child care centers. Like, it's not like it's impossible to do that. You just call them and try and set one up. But instead, they're trying to just show up to a daycare center and see kids, which genuinely insane. And if conservatives think that that's how that should work, which they seem like they think that's how that should work, I just want to beg the question, why would you think any daycare would ever just let a stranger view the children? In what world would you want to leave your kids at a daycare where a stranger can walk in off the street and just, look at your kid? Why would you want that to be how that works? And the answer is nobody wants it to be that way. Nobody wants that, which is why that's not how it works. But, if you're super racist and, grasping at straws, I guess that's how you think it should work for the insert race of people you don't like.
But it's theft, it's fraud, and the reason I'm involved is I want it to stop. I care about Minnesota. I'm doing this for the people of Minnesota. I don't make a dime off all this time I've spent on this. I put my life at risk several times, but I'm determined.
you put your life at risk. You know, investigative journalist Nick Shirley, are you going to ask any follow-up questions about this man, you know, putting his life on the line?
Determined to see this through and to correct what is wrong, what is evil.
Here at Future Leaders Early Learning Center, this building received over $3 million. Hello, how are you? I would like to see if...
Oh, also, yeah, David Hoch, he's a guy who has filed complaints on behalf of the gambling industry. Notably, here's one from 2004 about, hey, actually, you are sending a pamphlet to 60,000 people telling them to go vote, and we don't like that you did that. Citizens Against Gambling. His entire thing is to get people hooked on gambling. It wouldn't surprise me if there was some kind of connection between this video and like groups like Kalshi or businesses like Kalshi or you know,
live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
You know, it just wouldn't surprise me. I don't have any hard evidence of that at the moment, but it wouldn't surprise me.
I could bring little Joey, my son little Joey here. Is there paperwork or can I check out the daycare? No. Why can't I check out the daycare?
Dude, if you want to do that, you call the manager. Yeah, he's using like the Meta Ray-Bans and recording these people without consent, and then actually, can I just check out something real quick? You know, just pretty interesting stuff here. I'm curious. Oh, here, just a little fun fact. In Minnesota, it's illegal to record conversations or communications without the consent of at least one party involved. For Minnesota Statute 626A.02, the law prohibits anyone from intercepting, recording, or disclosing private conversations without proper consent. The law is designed to protect individuals' privacy and prevent the unauthorized collection or use of their communications. I wonder if that applies to Nick Shirley unilaterally recording this conversation on his sunglasses. Makes you think. Shirley is the one party, though. True. However, there are some additional applications of that law. The statute applies to various scenarios, whether it's recording a phone call, an in-person conversation, or using hidden cameras to record without permission. I don't know. Might be worth looking into. Let me see. An employee records a conversation between two managers without their knowledge unless the employee is a party to the conversation and consents to the recording. This could result in criminal charges or illegal surveillance. Hidden cameras recording in private spaces. A person sets up a hidden camera in a neighbor's home without their knowledge to capture private moments. This is a clear violation of the law involving video surveillance in a private
Missed
setting without any
opportunity to play
consent.
Harvest Dawn. They took one look at Nick and said, "There's no way you had a kid with those looks."
Damn. Interesting. So, in Minnesota, one person has to be aware of the recording, but it seems like there is potentially a difference in how that is applied when you're recording someone in a private space versus a public space, and recording from a public space into a private space. I don't know. Interesting thing to think about. A person can be charged with a misdemeanor offense if they record an individual in an area where a reasonable person would have the expectation of privacy. Exactly what constitutes a reasonable expectation of privacy is up for debate. Okay. Harvest Dawn? What is Harvest Dawn? Oh. I forgot that this was the name of the track. God. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the two tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Yeah, so I guess the question would be, if inside a daycare that is during active hours when people are not allowed inside, if recording somebody who is inside would constitute a violation of that privacy. Like, because Nick Shirley is recording from outside on the public street, but he's recording secretly outside on the public street while she is standing inside in a private place. So I don't know. I've watched enough videos of First Amendment auditors getting arrested to know all of that is a gray area. Yeah, I mean, it would really depend, I guess. It's private property. The property likely has more rights than she does. Probably. True.
Okay, but if can I get paperwork or anything to submit my son, little Joey, to come in here to daycare? We'd really like to put Joey in this daycare. We've heard great things.
Business card?
No, I would like your business card, actually.
You talk to your manager.
Okay.
She's saying you talk to the manager.
Can I speak with somebody? Where are the children at? Are there children here today?
No.
No children?
Yes.
Why are there no children?
Two of Mexico.
Would my son...
So they're coming at 2 o'clock. You haven't... Oh my god. Dude.
Little Joey have friends to play with here?
No.
No.
Yes.
No friends for little Joey?
Yes. Sorry.
Dang it. Well, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
So, little Joey would not be accepted to that daycare.
That's not what she said. She said talk to the manager. Like, asking if your son would have friends there. I don't know. She doesn't know your son. Maybe your son sucks at making friends. I don't know.
Joey's still homeless.
Joey's still looking for daycare.
And because little Joey couldn't get into a daycare, we went to an autism center, as they have been popping up everywhere as a rise of autism has occurred here in Minnesota.
Oh my god. I fucking hate this guy so much. That just out of the blue, autism.
Minnesota, because of the government funds that they're receiving, I tried to check my son Joey into an autism center.
We've been going to a lot of these daycare centers. We're trying to find a spot for our little boy Joey, but we thought maybe we could check him into the autism center, because none of the daycare centers are open. Yeah, and how many kids do you guys have at this autism center?
I can't give you a number now.
Like more than 5?
Probably, yeah.
Probably, so you don't really know?
Yeah, I don't really know.
What do you guys think about like the fraud that's been labeled on the autism centers here? What do you guys do think about the fraud, or how come the autism centers are popping up?
I can't answer.
What news? Are you a news reporter?
My name's Nick. We're doing a little documentary trying to find little Joey a spot to put himself in one of these centers here.
Yeah, you know, the normal thing that people do with cameras, you know, film documentaries about putting their kids in autism centers.
Because there's
So why are you asking us about
the fraud. Yeah,
He's like, who's Joey?
yeah, because we want to make sure we're going to legit business if we're going to bring our little boy Joey here.
This is not a Joey spot. Yeah. But that's our number on the other bill. But this is we can't let you guys in. So.
Okay.
Little boy, gay couple adopting a child.
Yeah, I mean, the age gap is unconventional, to be sure. But maybe David would be a loving father to little Joey.
Thank you. So once again, little,
you know, these two make a very unconventional couple, but like, I don't know, Nick Shirley's a 23-year-old grown man. He can make his decisions if he wants to be a father and a co-parent with David.
Joey, he can't even go to daycare, and now they won't even accept him if he has autism.
They're not denying you because they're doing fraud. They're denying you because you're behaving like a fucking freak, man.
And again, no kids. Couldn't tell you how many kids they serve.
After being able to provide no evidence of
Also, why on earth would they tell you how many kids are in their business? Fuck you.
them actually being an autism center and a place where a child could go, they shut the door and we headed to the next fraudulent daycare center that was just around the corner.
None of this has been evidence that any of these places are committing fraud, by the way.
To the next location, we're still trying to find little Joey a place to go to get some daycare.
So where we're going now is a place called Super Kids Daycare Center. Interestingly, this daycare center was shut down when it was called Creative Minds Daycare, and it had received $2.45 million this fiscal year, 2025. They had to shut down because there were so many violations, and they went and they just reopened under a new license, and they...
Oh, hell yeah. Tacos El Kevin? Fuck yeah. I like Tacos El Kevin.
Renamed the center Super Kids Daycare Center, LLC.
So they got shut down, then started another one.
Literally the next day.
Creative Minds Daycare, $2.45 million got sent to this daycare center. We have empty parking lot. We do have a bus here. This is different. We'll see if we see anybody.
I knocked on the door.
You saw a bunch of vans in front of the other ones.
Absolutely nobody was inside, and once again, no children could be heard anywhere.
So
okay, just real quick. Just real
absolutely
real quick. Can we go back here? Now, I do want to just note here that if a place was a fraudulent daycare center, but they meticulously made an office where there's like a board full of papers that appears to be in use, and they have desks that are cluttered and again in use, kind of indicates to me that maybe this place is a legitimate business that is frequented by people who work there. And also, you know, maybe serve kids. I don't know, just spitballing here.
Absolutely nobody was inside, and once again, no children could be heard anywhere.
So David, once again, another child daycare center. We have a bus out here. No one.
God, I don't know why, but one of the best parts about Tacos El Kevin, and you can kind of see it here, is that the mascot for Tacos El Kevin, I'm assuming Kevin, appears to be drawn in the style of the Fairly Odd Parents, and for no discernible reason that I can tell. But it's fun to be able to share some of these things with you guys that I personally enjoy about this city.
Inside, license.
You can see him right there holding up a taco.
For over 50 kids, no children anywhere, but yet millions of dollars every single year.
So the sign says Creative Minds Daycare. They got in so much trouble, they had so many violations that they had to shut down, and they reopened the next day under Super Kids Daycare Center. You see 3801 Portland, 3801 Portland, which is where we are.
So that's fraud right there alone.
Millions and millions of dollars, and again, the kids are missing. Where are the kids?
And you would think if they had the same address, that whoever's inside or working at the Capitol here inside of Minnesota would just say, oh, maybe that's a red flag.
They just write the check. Human Services, they got to clean out the whole bunch. They're the ones who enabled this fraud. How can you not look and say, wait a minute, these two are registered at the same address?
Also, Creative Minds Daycare, like, closed in October. And I just want to throw this out there because I just went and looked it up. I just went and looked this up, right? Not difficult to find this info. Oh, look at that. Creative Minds Daycare. License status closed as of October 1st, 2025. Oh. And you can also just like look at the violations. You can see like what happened here in 2022 in compliance. See violations in 2023. Oh, correction documentation submitted and approved. Correction documentation submitted and approved. Corrected on site. Oh, look at that. So all of these violations they fixed. Let's see in 2024. Oh, they submitted documentation and were approved. Oh, that's crazy. Wowee. Cool. So, kind of seems like this guy's just complaining about issues that were corrected. And
yes.
Yeah.
On top of all.
Now, what was the
side?
The kids are missing. Where are the kids?
And you would think if they had the same address,
which is where we are.
Super Kids Daycare Center, just real quick. Boo. Oh, let's just take a look. Oh, weird. Yet again. We come back to one of these articles. Let's see. Do. Investigations can range from a one-time compliance check, observing classrooms and reviewing attendance against billing, to longer in-depth reviews comparing children present with billing records. Okay. So, kind of seems like, oh, hey, they were all operating as expected. Wild stuff. Now, I am curious here. Super Kids Daycare Center? What they were saying here. Values, meet the staff. Something tells me this isn't the right one. Okay. Was there anything here? Just see here. Portland Avenue? Wait. Super Kids Center. Do. Well, I'm not finding this super kids daycare center that he's talking about. When I look it up on Google Maps, what is coming up across the street from Tacos El Kevin is Creative Minds Daycare. So I'm not entirely sure what he's talking about. That seems to be incorrect, perhaps.
$3801 Portland, 3801 Portland, which is where we are.
So that's fraud right there alone.
Millions and millions of dollars, and again, the kids are missing. Where are the kids?
You'd think if they had the same address, that whoever's inside or working at the Capitol here inside of Minnesota would just say, oh, maybe that's a red flag.
They just write the check. Human Services, they got to clean out the whole bunch. They're the ones who enabled this fraud. How can you not look and say, wait a minute, these two are registered at the same address?
On top of all of the childcare centers, that's just only a small piece of the fraud. What other fraud are they committing here in Minnesota?
So another major piece of the fraud is the home health care industry, with 14 Somali-owned home health care companies in the same building.
14 of the same healthcare companies in one building.
14 home health care companies with different names in the same building.
How bad has Tim Walz managed the budget here inside of Minnesota?
So the last biennium, we had an $18 billion surplus. This biennium, we have a $6 billion deficit. That's
maybe I'm just speculating here. Maybe that's a result of like drastic cuts from the federal government.
It's a $24 billion swing in one biennium. How in the world can you burn through $24 billion in 2 years? This is how, right here. This is a huge part of it.
And so would you say a lot of that is fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Absolutely. I would say better than 90% of it is absolute outright fraud.
And a large percentage of this fraud is from these healthcare companies that are charging the state millions of dollars while they actually aren't providing anything. In fact, the FBI just did a raid a few days ago on a building similar to the one we are about to enter. Inside of this building, there were 14 of nearly the exact same businesses offering the exact same services.
Right here, you have a list of all of the healthcare companies. Loads of them right here. We want healthcare.
No, it's okay.
Yes, we'd like to speak about getting healthcare here.
No.
Why can't I get healthcare here?
Can I just real quick? He's freaking out about this. The biennium, though. Here's Minnesota's House of Representatives. Latest budget forecast projects nearly $2.5 billion surplus. So the fraud that's supposedly happening right now, Minnesota still has a budget surplus. He's making it sound scary because his argument is, oh, well, the fraud that's happening now, sure, we have a surplus, but maybe in the future, in 2029, we'll have a deficit in Minnesota. You don't get healthcare on site at a home healthcare business? Yeah, exactly. Jesus. Also, let's just take a look real quick. A $2.96 billion deficit looms in the next. Largely due to higher income tax collections, the current picture has some rosiness. However, higher healthcare costs and slower economic growth are keys to the projected 2028-2029 biennium shortfall. Last month was open enrollment all across Minnesota. In fact, all across the country, working people saw the cost of their health insurance skyrocket. The single biggest takeaway from this budget forecast is that the same healthcare cost increases that are hitting family budgets are now impacting the state budget. The entire reason that Minnesota is going to be in a budget deficit is not because of Somali fraud. It's because Donald Trump and the Republicans cut healthcare to the bone to give their biggest donors trillions of dollars in tax cuts. Again, it is incredible the amount of dishonesty in this video. Just at every single point.
Here. Warning, you are under video surveillance. No trespassing, security armed. This is the strangest place I've ever been to get healthcare. Just a bunch of different places. Healthcare here, healthcare right here.
Yeah, because you don't... You stupid bitch. You stupid fucking bitch. You don't go here to get the healthcare. Home healthcare services go to your home.
Another healthcare company right here. There are 3 healthcare companies inside of this building right here in this room of 7C. Now we have another Helping Hands, Home Care LLC, another healthcare company. Present Help right here. We're looking for the best rates of healthcare here inside this building because we have so many options. Who can we talk about getting the best healthcare?
I don't know.
No?
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, she's banning phones, man. Fuck off.
We will not get any healthcare here. David, this is one of the stranger places I've ever been.
Yeah, man, I can't imagine why anyone wouldn't want to talk to you. Anyway, let's replay that clip again.
We will not get any healthcare here. David, this is one of the stranger places.
Yeah, I wonder why no one wants to talk to you when you're walking around with these 2 guys in fucking black masks. Like, why would you not want to show, why would they not want to tell you or anything when you have a camera crew and these fucking masked ghouls with you? Like, this crusty twink. Yeah, this crusty twink with his goddamn razor burn. Fuck.
I've ever been. Literally, healthcare every door you go to, yet nobody will give you a rate. How much money do you think's been funneled through this building?
Every year, I would say 50 to 60 million at least.
And finally, we were accepted into one of the daycare centers and they actually took down our information to give us a rate. However, when we left, we were then met with the police.
We received a complaint that someone mentioned.
Yeah, okay.
Your description, we're in this building harassing the individuals who stay here.
Oh, we're checking out the rates for healthcare. Because there's 14 healthcare companies inside this building, so.
Okay.
Well, that's not what he said. He said there's 14 companies here, and he's trying to assume because they're Somali providers, everyone here is fraudulent.
Okay.
So he's here with some kind of like propaganda.
No, we're just checking.
No, this is.
No, we're not a propaganda. I'm just traveling with my good friend, Dave, the racist gambling lobbyist, who thinks that all Somalis are demon Muslims and fraudsters. He says he thinks every Somali is a fraudster and they're all demons that even the blacks are sick of. So, no agenda here, though.
A area that we're allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance. Is there any other reason that you guys are here?
Well, we were checking rates.
No, he's not.
We were checking rates. We asked for rates.
No, you're not.
Okay. I'm gonna have, if you guys are all good, we're gonna step outside and we can continue this conversation.
All right, let's leave. So, all right, we're getting escorted out right now.
Wait, just real quick. Oh, interestingly, the masked goons that were with them now unmasked. Now that the police are here. That's so interesting.
You're all good? We're gonna step outside and we can continue this conversation.
All right, let's leave. So, all right, we're getting escorted out right now. The police have arrived.
Oh, mask back on.
We were checking out the rates, seeing what was happening inside this building. No one would really speak with us. We did go inside the one daycare center, and she actually did give us rates for childcare. Much respect to that lady. What's the problem, officer?
Well, so again, we've been getting reports from...
Well, also, it's private property, and they want you out of their fucking private property. That's the problem.
There are now multiple individuals that you guys were harassing individuals who work here. At the end of the day, this is private property, and it's one that people are allowed to ask you to leave, and it's also one the Minneapolis Police Department is allowed to enforce trespassing ordinance at this address.
Yeah.
So,
as we got escorted out of this building, the Somalis filmed us as we left, and we headed.
The Somalis filmed us as we left. again, the video constantly frames Somali people as like one nebulous criminal monolith. It's disgusting. These are just people who came here to like do their jobs, and then you guys showed up with a bunch of masked men and wandered around asking leading questions while being like racist as fuck. And like now you're trying to like portray them as the weirdos. You fucking spent most of this video trying to leer at kids. Fuck you.
Over to the next building that had 22 of the same home health care providers operating from inside of the building.
Right here you have multicultural home care. And right here it says it's open, but can't even get in. Another Reliance Recovery Center. Mercy and Grace Care, Inc. Right here you have Denden Eritrean Youth Development Association of Minnesota. Another child care center. Welcome to Bright Beginning Center. But what do you guys think about the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
Sorry. No comments. Can I please?
Right here you have Serenity Quality Care. All of these businesses are literally the same type of business, providing the same service in the same building. Another Convenience Home Health Care.
This is... You have to buzz in, you poof. Here's the thing, right? What's incredible to me, and what is very apparent to me, is that apparently what's happening here is that Nick Shirley is doing the equivalent of, like... God, maybe, can I find it? Can I find it? This is the equivalent of what Nick Shirley is doing through this entire video. It's the classic Far Side comic from like the 80s. This is Nick Shirley in a nutshell the entire time. And conservatives saw this and said, yes, this is our man. This is our man. Look, the side says open and you need to buzz in, but, well, we tried to open it, we just can't do it. Must be fraud. Like, I cannot believe that this has been viewed by over 100 million people, and they all said, yeah, no, this checks out, clearly all fraud. It's pretty disappointing how conservatives just eat this up. You know, the hatred in their hearts riddles their brains with an inability to actually, like, think critically. It's awful, you know? And, like, Nick Shirley's going around trying to open doors that are locked and, like, fraud. What, you won't let us see the kids? Fraud. Home health? Huh, it doesn't look like any health care is being given here. It's like, yeah, no. Did you even look up what home health services were? No, you just want to say that it's fraud because you're a racist. It's not difficult to figure out if you're actually thinking about it. Because either Nick Shirley is one of the dumbest people alive, and I guess I'll charitably say dumbest men alive, or this is all on purpose because he just doesn't give a shit as long as he gets paid, you know?
Inc. and child-friendly space. All these companies get money from the government. Why would you have the same company essentially inside of the same building, door to door? Right here, Queenly Home Health.
Oh God, sorry. Why would you have the same company essentially? Because it's an office building. They have their administrative offices in this building. That's why. It's not hard to figure out. Like, they're all sending out people via calls. They aren't doing the healthcare here.
Inside of the same building, door.
That's a rough 23, holy shit. Yeah, look, Nick is basically just an overgrown baby, man. Like, that's he's got like baby face, like maybe he got cursed by some kind of fortune-telling machine to become like an adult man. But like it didn't work properly. It was old, you know?
Door right here, Queenly Home Healthcare. It just does not make sense. If you're trying to operate a business, you'd want to have less competition. But here,
you know, I'm just throwing this out there. People don't go physically to home healthcare businesses
they have
in order to research home healthcare businesses. They look them up online like normal people or call them. Or often home health businesses are contracted with different like medical facilities. Like it's not the idea that people are like, oh, go to the home healthcare market today. Time to wander around this empty office building and check out their administrative centers. Like, no, people don't give a shit about that. They want a nurse to come to their house and like give them their injections. It's not difficult to figure this out, man. If you just like looked up what home healthcare was. It's healthcare in your home.
All of their competition right next door. We're wondering, because we hear there's lots of fraud taking place here in Minnesota, and we're wondering, why is there so many of the same companies inside of this same building?
No, I don't know that.
What do you think about?
Yeah, if only there was some kind of, I don't know, like building manager you could call. You know, if only there was someone whose job it was to oversee the building and maintain it and, you know, facilitate it, like the spaces being rented out. If only there was a way to do that. But no, you have to go and talk to individual renters in the building, of course.
About the fraud that's taking place here in Minnesota?
I don't have any idea about that fraud, okay?
Genuinely has never heard of, yeah, exactly, genuinely never heard of an office building. It's a novel concept to him, you know? Just like a pull door.
What do you think about the news articles and what's being spread on the news about the fraud?
Right now, you are doing something wrong.
I'm just asking you.
No, you
about
don't
the
have
fraud.
to ask me, okay? Don't ask me that question again.
Okay.
Okay?
Who can I speak
The fucking spooky music in the background. Fuck you.
to?
Yeah?
Who can I speak to? Okay.
If only there... you know, it is pretty incredible that his shtick is like, what if I pretend to be the dumbest man alive who's incapable of going out and finding that information? Just it's really incredible. I'm blown away by how bad this is. By how lazy and full of dipshittery this guy has become.
As soon as you confront them about the fraud, they get angry. When these people have these home health...
Yeah, it's almost like they can understand exactly why you have a camera in their face and are asking them about fraud. It's almost like they can put two and two together, unlike you.
Healthcare companies, you're seeing them everywhere inside this building. What kind of fraud are they committing?
So there's false documentation being submitted to the state of Minnesota for services never provided.
Citation needed. If that's the case, you could, I don't know, report that to the police, I suppose.
They're having forms signed in advance for services that were then never rendered. As far as a year or 2 years in advance, they'll have someone sign these forms at one sitting, and then they just file those with the state of Minnesota, and nobody from the state of Minnesota bothers to check that those services were ever provided.
I don't think that's the case, but again, I'm going to throw this out there. If someone is expecting a trained medical professional to show up at their home in order to, you know, perform routine care that maintains their ability to live, and then those people don't show up, I think that they probably tell someone about that. And something tells me the someone that they tell is not Dave, the racist gambling lobbyist, you know?
That's a whale of a tale. Citation needed.
God damn it, sucking. God, it's genuinely shocking, you know? Let's get back to it. But that also reminded me.
So they're essentially just using people, saying that they had these services provided months or even years ago, then filing the paperwork and then receiving money from the government.
Right, and the Somali community is a very closed community, so everybody's in on it, and they don't want to talk, as you can see.
And for this building, I'm going to give an estimate of around $30 million for how much fraud is taking place. That is a very low estimate.
I can't believe, dude. Okay. Yeah, I don't really have any even specific number here, so I'm just gonna pull one out of my ass. The Somali micronation. Yeah, look, guys. Yeah, he's just eyeballing it now. It's crazy, dog.
However, still a lot of money in fraud.
And do you think there is fraud taking place here?
I don't know. Yeah.
Do you have any idea what any of these businesses are doing?
I never ask.
And now with upwards of 100...
That guy had a perfectly reasonable explanation. That the Oblivion music was me. I'm sorry. The menacing music is him, though. I just... That guy had a very normal reaction, which was, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I don't ask them about the fraud.
$1 million in fraud will be headed to one more daycare, and this one gets a little spicy as we get chased out at the very end. And after this, we'll be heading to the state capitol to confront the incompetent government leaders who have enabled this fraud to happen.
And I knew this video was going to be super dangerous to film because of obviously how hostile it is, and as we are exposing legit fraud happening. I did get security for this video, and I was able to do it through the Black Line Guardian. And if you guys want to help fund my security in the future, you can go down to the link down below. They're not paying me to say any of this. They came and decided to help me out for this video. So you can go to Black Line Guardian, the link's down below, and click Guardian for Nick. And
I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, I'll check that out real quick. Support my security. Black Line Security Ops? What the fuck is this? Who we protect? Uh-huh. Brandon Tatum? Dude! It's a fucking company run by Officer Tatum! Holy shit! Oh god, who is that? Oh, he is a far-right YouTuber. Dog, he's like all over PragerU. He's got a whole thing going on. You know? Oh my god. Dog. Okay. Uses Black Line for all of his own executive and family protection, ensuring his company is built to a standard he personally relies on. God. Colonel Carl D. Kelly. Brad Battaglia. Where do I know Brad Battaglia from? Okay, I don't think it's this one. All right. The Black Line Guardian Fund exists to extend protection to individuals and institutions facing credible threats but lacking financial means. Oh my god. Support Nick Shirley is an actual button on here. Holy shit, dog. Okay, wait a minute.
Decided to help me out for this video. So you can go to Blackline Guardian, the link's down below, and click Guardian for Nick, and those funds will...
Wait, so they decided to send you free security for no reason? Like, they were just like, hey, Nick, heard you were gonna go into a well-trafficked area of Minneapolis. Thought you might need some protection. Yeah, the masked people are Blackline, exactly. Yes, that is the connection there.
Directly go to my security in future videos as we are exposed.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. They're not paying me to do this, but you can pay to have me protected in future videos. Is such an incredible, crazy thing to do. Why would anyone donate? Yeah, this is, I mean, they didn't pay me to say this, but you guys can pay me to say this. Also, just real quick, let's see here. I'm just curious, right? Nick Shirley's channel, 1.5 million-ish subscribers. So Nick Shirley makes approximately $32,000 per month, just as an FYI. But yeah, pay for him to have security in his videos. He's poor. He needs your donation support.
Exposing lots of things happening, especially with this fraud. Like I said,
You haven't delivered any evidence of fraud.
They're not sponsoring this video. I'm just giving them a shout out because of how they helped me. So go down the link down below, click Guardian for Nick, and let's keep going. And now we're going to the next location. Now,
like, why would you? Like, they aren't paying me, but they do have a button on their website that has Nick Shirley branding on it for no reason.
This child daycare center, this one's different than all the other ones we've been to. Tell us about this one.
This one is different because, according to the state of Minnesota, this 312 West Lake Street houses not one, not two, but 3 child care centers and is licensed to hold 102 children, and in fiscal year 2025 was paid $2.66 million by the state of Minnesota.
And this is the building right here. So this building alone,
it's super dangerous. They're right next to a popular Popeyes.
Made $2.6 million. Let's see if anybody's inside. Now we're inside of the building.
Yo, Sake!
He clearly needs security with the amount of insecurity he's displayed so far.
It's true. It's the only way he'll build his confidence. He needs to hire the security firm to juice him up. Sake, thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much.
Where there's apparently 4 childcare centers.
We met this lady and we followed her to the back of the building where the daycare was supposedly at.
So right here
we encountered this lady and we followed her is such a weird thing to say.
We have 2 child daycare centers. We have the Minnesota Child Care Center, and then we also have Nuna. Between the two, $2.66 million. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Why are you recording?
Yes. We would like to know.
She asked, why are you recording? And you didn't answer her question, you dumbass.
Well, it says...
Like, she covers her face because you have a camera in her face.
We're trying to figure out 102 children. Is that for this facility?
What is the name? Why is it?
It's from the state of Minnesota website. It says you have 102 children here in your child care.
Which child care name is a lot of
Minnesota Child Care right here. It's from the state of Minnesota's website. We're just wondering where the children are.
Where the children are?
Yeah, where are the children? It says you have 102 children here, and you got $2.66 million this year in funding, and $2.5 million last year. We're just wondering where the kids are.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley.
And where are you? Which department? That is harassment.
Oh, we are from ourselves.
Yeah.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going. Look at that.
Why? Like, wait. Can we just like take a moment here?
We'd like to ask where the money's going.
He clearly tried to get his foot in the door or something. Look at this.
Oh, we are from ourselves.
Yeah.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going.
Or did they speed up the footage? I'm just curious here. It looked like he was trying to like get his foot in the door or something. Yeah, see, he's like moving forward. Like he's trying to like grab the door and like pull it open. Like he's a fucking freak, man. And then like he tries to pull it open. Like the two women here are trying to like close this door, and look, his hand is on the handle. You can see the reflection. What a fucking freak.
Look at that. Shut us down. Where are the children at? No children inside of this daycare center. And look at this daycare center right here. No children inside of this daycare center. But
these women were correct when they said that's harassment. That is what he is doing.
Between those buildings, over $2.6 million. We are just curious, where are the children at? Do you know where the children are at?
No.
Where are the children at in these daycare centers?
I don't care.
How can these childcare centers have no children?
I don't know. No.
There's $2.6 million inside these businesses that were
like this is just a completely unrelated woman. Like, fuck off.
Given by the government, but there's no children to be seen anywhere. People deserve to know where their taxes are going. If these companies and these daycare centers are making upwards of $2.6 million and there's no children to be seen anywhere, something fraudulent is happening. And that is not make you racist, Islamophobic. This is just the truth of what's happening here in Minnesota.
This isn't truth. You showed up and harassed a bunch of random strangers and people who are running daycares that have children inside who legally cannot just let you in to look at kids. You fucking freak.
There's a bunch of white people doing the same thing. We'd be talking about the same issue. This is just fraud at unprecedented levels here inside Minnesota. It's actually very concerning. Where are the children at inside of these buildings? They're nowhere to be seen. Millions of dollars.
Almost like daycares are generally designed so that strangers can't just come and leer at children. It's almost like that, isn't it?
Are being sent into these daycare centers all across Minnesota, and there's not a child to be seen anywhere. Here's another daycare center inside this same building.
We don't want you to be videotaping anything.
Where is all the money going for if there's no children at these daycare centers?
Sir.
Yes.
I told you, please.
You have to say,
leave.
this isn't racist.
Yes.
It's racist.
I mean, it's pretty racist.
We have a question though. Where is the children at these daycare
Nah, dude, he's telling you to leave. Get the fuck out.
centers if there's millions of dollars?
Ask the local government, yeah.
Oh, we've asked. We have the paper here. So
That's not you asking the local government, you piece of shit. There are people whose job it is to go and inspect them. There are people whose entire job it is to like look up and like make sure like daycares are in compliance. You could have talked to one of those people if you gave a shit about this issue, but you don't. You talk to a gambling lobbyist with a history of racist posts, calling these people demons. And you said, nah, that's my guy. That's my guy. This guy who doesn't know shit about shit. That's my number one expert on this issue.
Wondering where the money and where the children are at. We have the paper right here. Come here.
Who are you, first of all?
My name's Nick Shirley.
You don't have any permission to record me, period.
Can we talk outside?
You don't have permission to record.
She doesn't either have. She doesn't have permission to record me.
No, you cannot stop people on the street and question them.
We can ask.
You don't have any permission.
Where are the children?
I will sue you. You don't have any
Godspeed. I hope he does.
permission. We have nothing to do with this. You
Okay.
understand?
Then are there
So leave. Please leave.
Are there children here?
Please leave.
Where are the children? $2.6 million for a daycare center.
You ask whoever you think is doing that. You don't know what you're talking about. So leave. Leave.
Tell us what's happening here then.
I said leave.
We're wondering what's happening.
We are not a child care. We are nothing to do with you. We're common people walking. And
Yes.
you are.
We're not accusing you. We're asking where the children are at.
Don't ask me anything.
We're not
I'm
accusing
gonna
you.
answer.
We're asking the daycare centers.
I am not going to answer. You have.
Where are the
Yeah, we're not trying to harass you, sir. We're trying to harass the daycare center, he says, while harassing him.
children at?
Leave. Leave.
We just want to know where are the children.
Who you work for?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Who you work for?
I work for myself, Nick Shirley.
Okay, what are you recording?
We're wondering where are the children? $2.66 million for
You're not talking to
the
the
Minnesota
right person.
Child Care Center.
You're not talking to the right person.
Are there children that come here? Answer
You're
the
not
question.
talking
Are
to
there
the right
children?
person. Leave.
There's no children inside this
You
building.
don't know who you're talking to. Leave.
That's just a simple question. Where are the children at? David, they won't even answer. We asked him, plain and simple, where are the children? Do children come here?
This is why I've had my life. I've been attacked twice. Once with a knife, and the other time I was jumped last Saturday.
I'm sorry. You guys, wait. David, did you think that was like a situation where that guy was gonna attack you? I like genuinely, did you think he was gonna attack you? Like, this is, well, one, I think you're lying, because that guy was clearly not going to do that. He wanted you to leave. He was pretty clear. And honestly, considering you had security guards next to you, I'm just throwing this out there. I don't think you were in like danger, and I don't think you thought you were in danger. Fuck you.
Saturday by 3 Somali men simply for asking questions about what was going on. And they're very, very violent people. They do not like this fraud to be exposed.
After giving this man plenty of opportunities to answer the simple question, where are the children, he called the cops on us and we headed to the state capitol where they're
After giving this random man who may or may not have been affiliated with any of the businesses we were there to investigate, refused to answer any of our questions about things he may or may not have been involved in, he called the cops on us. My God.
having a meeting about the fraud to confront the state representatives and people in the government who have enabled and let this fraud happen. Inside of this committee, a Republican representative showed charts showing exactly how this fraud has been committed and who is profiting and connecting all the dots. And while the Democrat representatives looked into the abyss, one of them spoke about how none of this is building trust and how this is a nonpartisan issue, so I went and confronted her after that.
Yes, but he has some very valid questions to ask about what's going on here in Minnesota. And do you think this fraud
I don't know who
crosses...
you are.
My name's Nick Shirley. Do you think this fraud is Republican or Democrat, or just facts that fraud is happening?
I think the fact that
Because
you're talking about it as a partisan issue.
well, because that's what I heard you talking about. That
I know what I said is that
because
what we're talking about is...
we want to build trust, but fraud is fraud. So why should we be enabling fraud to happen here?
No, I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to happen.
Hold Governor Walz accountable for this.
Okay, sir.
No. This
Sir,
is not.
sir.
When are you going to hold Governor Walz?
Who's this guy? I'm sorry. A new character entering in the final 2 minutes of the video. Who's this guy?
No. She is a representative for the state of Minnesota. Yes or no?
Excuse me?
Yes. Are you?
If you're going to talk to me like
are
that...
you going to say to her, I'm a disability advocate.
I heard you, and
I get
you got a chance
overstimulated.
to test me.
I'm a disability advocate. I get overstimulated. It's fine. It's fine if I am. I'm treating you poorly. It's fine. I'm an advocate. Is one of the wildest things I've seen. Like, no, actually, it's not okay for you to be a dick just because you're an advocate for anything. Actually.
Thank you for testifying today.
No, ma'am. The facts are the facts that fraud is happening here, and it's not a nonpartisan issue. How come you think fraud has been able to happen so much underneath
I think
the
if you've
government
been
here?
listening to our hearings, we've had now 10 hearings on this. And so there's really good data from the people who both work within the administration as well as who, both Democrat and Republicans. I think what you heard today is that the Republicans who control this committee are not actually interested in solving fraud. What they're interested in is telling a story.
This fraud has happened underneath Democrat leader Tim Walz.
There has been Medicaid fraud across the country under Democrats and Republicans. There's fraud within the Trump administration. We have is fraud. Private providers have made government a mark. And so every person running government, Democrats or Republicans, are dealing with the issue of how to keep fraudsters out of our public payment. We're also dealing with veterans. We're dealing with consumers. I hope you're looking at that. If you look at United Health, currently is being charged with defrauding Medicare. You know who runs Medicare? President Trump. Medicaid fraud is a 50-state issue. Mm-hmm. And so, again, it is not a partisan issue.
God, I'm waiting for this guy to walk into a door. She's spitting. She's actually she's doing really well here. But Nick doesn't know or care or can't put together the words that she is saying.
Democrats and Republicans who are sitting in that committee talking about it, but what you did here was the Republican chair say she's not turning information over to the one person in government who can stop payment, and I hope you print that.
Thank you for coming today.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Well, you saw what happened there?
The state of Minnesota that we live in, and these politicians are just walking off, thinking it's okay Tuesday, and they want to go visit the Trump. They want to blame the Trump administration. We have Democrats blaming.
Who is this guy? Who is tell me more about this disability advocate who seems suspiciously like an overeager theater kid.
ICE, I'm tired. My people are suffering. I'm scared for my little brother. My people are suffering, and these people just walk off. We have a governor who fucking doesn't care. How many more people are gonna freaking die? How many more people are gonna go homeless? And how many more people are gonna be trafficked in our freaking system?
Oh my God. Who? Oh my God. He let his people go. Oh no. Okay. Also, just some additional details about David from the local newspaper here. If any of you are curious about that, let's just take a look. Okay. Who is David? After the video's appearance, a Minnesota Star Tribune reporter went to Hoch's home to confirm his identity. He said he was leaving and didn't have time to do an interview, but would do one January 2nd at the newspaper's office. However, he didn't show up for the interview. For the 65-year-old Fridley man, the episode offered a stunning turn in the spotlight after spending years in the shadows, despite his many efforts to grab attention for himself and his causes. Hoch ran for governor in 2006 under the Resource Party, which largely seemed to exist to oppose tribal gaming compacts. But his candidacy garnered little attention. Even though at one point he campaigned in downtown Minneapolis, donning only patriotic shorts, an Uncle Sam hat, and a sandwich board that said, "We'll work for food, you," with the word food crossed out. Among his campaign pledges to build a casino that would generate $500 million in revenue for the state and lower healthcare premiums. 4 years later, the Minnesota native ran for attorney general, again as a candidate for the Resource Party. During the race, he said he used to be a Republican, but he left because the party has no spine. And He claimed the state broke the law by negotiating compacts allowing tribes to operate casinos, a move he called economically destructive for the state. And he also claimed the state's smoking ban was illegal. So, just to be clear, his two main policies were stop letting Native Americans run casinos and to allow people to smoke wherever they want. I can't, like, it's crazy, dog. He won less than 1% of the vote. Oh, he's also the co-founder of Minnesotans for Responsible Government, for which he's a registered lobbyist and president. That's crazy. Who would have thought? That's wild. It's all just so stupid. It's all just so goddamn stupid. Now, one might wonder, well, I get, you know what, we actually have a couple seconds left of this video. Oh god, I don't want, we don't want to see another thing like that. All right. Now, it's pretty interesting here, right? Because one might think that's where all of this ends, right? He just put out another video where he sits down for an hour-long interview with David, the gambling lobbyist. It's an hour long of just the two of these clowns talking. And I'm not going to subject you all to that, because why would anyone want to spend their time doing that? But I just want you to know it exists, and I can't subject myself or all of you to that. Now, what has been pretty incredible is just how everything you watched, which was far and away far stupider than I ever could have imagined prior to watching it with you all, is how this has really taken off. And you know what? Let's just take a quick look here. Just you know, let's who are the Republicans pushing this as if it's like good evidence of any kind of fraud whatsoever?
So this clip here
Oh.
is the freezing of the Minnesota. Can you tell us what this clip is, Rob?
Yes, this is.
Oh, it's the Patrick Bet David crew. Okay. Cool.
This is Minnesota State Representative Kristen Robbins. She talks about Tim Walz and his team actually being proactive in threatening to expose people as racist and Islamophobic if they expose any type of Somalian fraud in Minnesota.
And who is she?
She is a state representative for the state of Minnesota.
And she's over the fraud committee. And so she's actually in my YouTube video talking about the fraud.
She's in the part 2 YouTube video?
Yeah, her graphs that I showed in my first video
Yeah.
are from her. So she connected all the dots.
Yeah, she's the Minnesota Fraud Prevention Committee chair.
Okay, got it. Go for it.
Absolutely. We have dozens of credible whistleblower reports saying that exact same thing, that people were told not to say anything because they'd be called racist or Islamophobic or it would hurt the state. And so people tried to come forward but were shut down. And that protection of a particular community is what really allowed this fraud to flourish in Minnesota for years. But we have said very publicly that, yes, the bulk of the fraud we've discovered so far is in the Somali community, but some of our best whistleblowers are also in the Somali community. And it's really important that we get to the truth of this issue. And so by failing to call it out, we allowed it to continue, and that has hurt Minnesotans tremendously, taxpayers and our vulnerable citizens.
Also, she's running to be governor of the state, just as an FYI. In case any of you were wondering, why is she going on the news and such? She's running for governor. Cool.
Have you spoken to her at all?
Yeah.
You have.
I spoke with her at the fraud committee meeting.
This recent time when you went back, or the first time?
The first time.
Oh, the video at the end where you and the young African American man
Yeah,
are
so she gave a speech, that lady at the fraud committee, and then that lady who I confronted, she was like, how are we going to build trust within our communities if we're talking about this? And I was like, all right, we're going to confront that lady.
Yeah, that was very interesting at the end. So this is the
there's
end.
Kristen Robbins right there in that red, right there.
Okay, so that's her.
Yeah.
So this is it. We're at the end of this. Rob, you want to play this? Go back play it from right here, Rob.
Republican representatives showed charts showing exactly how this fraud has been committed and who is profiting and connecting all the dots. And while the Democrat representatives looked into the abyss, one of them spoke about how none of this is building trust and how this is a nonpartisan issue. So I went and confronted her after that.
Yes, but I'm...
He has some very valid questions to ask about what's going on here in Minnesota. And do you think this fraud
I don't know who
crosses...
you are.
My name's Nick Shirley. Do you think this fraud is Republican or Democrat, or just facts that fraud is happening?
I think the fact that
Because because that's what I heard you talking about. That
I know what I said is that
because
what we're talking
we want
about
to build, build trust, but fraud is fraud. So why should we be enabling fraud to happen here?
No, I don't think anybody is enabling fraud to
When are you
happen.
going to hold Governor Walz accountable for this?
Okay, sir.
No. This
Sir,
is not.
sir.
When are you going to hold Governor Walz? No.
We did just watch this, so let's.
Afterwards, when you hear her saying that,
I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, you just try to blame it on Trump? Like, can you not admit fraud? She literally admitted fraud was taking place right there. They all know fraud is happening in Minnesota. So why?
Yeah, but her point is fraud is happening under every single administration. What she's pointing out is that the fraud is not unique, and she is also not validating your fraud claims, which is pretty important.
Why didn't they stop it?
Yeah, I don't know. By the way, this is the poll on, where are we at on the poll with the podcast? Oh, wow. At 12,000, it's still at 49%. Well, let me go to X. Look what X is. X is even higher. The people who are on X are even more skeptical than YouTube. 63.7% think nothing's going to happen. 16% think he's going to get reelected. Only 7.5% think he's going to go to jail. On YouTube, 15% think he's going to go to jail. On X, 12.8% think he's going to resign. On YouTube, 23% think he's going to resign. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here, but the reality of it is he's exposed. What the U.S. government, have you spoken to anybody and asked them the question of what the U.S. government has the power to do to Walz and how that speed is going to be? Is it a slow process? Have you asked anybody these questions?
Why would Tim Walz be responsible for fraud that other people are committing when his administration is clearly prosecuting fraud? God, my brain is really starting to hurt. Oh boy. Okay. All right. We gotta make it.
Questions of what can happen to Walz?
Not specifically about Walz, but I've asked him, like, how come, like, in the federal government, when we talk about, like, what's happening inside our states, why can't we just go in and solve the fentanyl issue, for instance? And pretty much this, like, we're seeing how much power states actually have inside the government when Trump wants to go and clean up a state for crime.
Right.
And governors block it.
Yeah.
So you're seeing, like, how judges can quite literally block and postpone stuff so long to the point where a lot of stuff just doesn't even happen, or sometimes people probably get discouraged to the point it's like, why even try? And so, like I said before, I think they're just gonna have to come up with a case that's so solidified that when the evidence is provided, that they can't even, there's no debate for it. But what's worrisome is in Minnesota, they found a man guilty of $7 million in fraud. He was found guilty. The judge then reversed it after he had been found guilty. So, like, they're all in on this
they're
fraud.
mispronouncing Walz's name, considering how much they're dancing around.
It really is crazy. It's like they're trying to talk about Christoph Waltz. and they keep getting it wrong. Here, let's see here. Let's take a look here. Here's the story he's talking about. All right. A judge in Minnesota currently facing backlash for overturning a conviction of over $7 million of a couple who were found guilty of misusing Medicaid funds to fund a rich lifestyle. Okay. Also appeared to be operating a healthcare business from their house. Operated Promise. The agency stole over $7 million. MFCU investigators have determined that Yusuf frequently used the money stolen from the Medicaid program to fund a lavish lifestyle for himself and his family. Okay. Judge Sarah West overturned Yusuf's conviction last month, according to local media. Jurors chosen for the case were shocked. Okay, that doesn't really go into any kind of reasoning that the judge might have made. Here.
A big reversal in a $7.2 million fraud case in Hennepin County. The judge has thrown out the jury's guilty verdict. This is a case Lou Raguse has been following since the beginning. The judge's actions could make it harder to prosecute state fraud cases in the future. Lou?
Julie, it's extremely rare for a judge to reverse a jury's verdict in a criminal case. Jurors I spoke to today told me it was not a difficult decision to find Abdi Fattah Yusuf guilty in a Medicaid billing scheme, and they're surprised by this development. At the August trial for Abdi Fattah Yusuf, the jury heard evidence that he ran his home health care company Promise Health out of a mailbox at a Central Avenue address where multiple other home health care companies were supposedly located. Yusuf and his wife Lol Ahmed were charged with stealing $7.2 million of taxpayer money through Medicaid overbilling in a personal care assistant or PCA scam. The couple allegedly spent tens of thousands of the fraud money on luxury items for themselves. Despite the jury swiftly convicting Yusuf, Judge Sarah West last week decided they got it wrong.
It's reversing or overturning a jury's verdict.
Defense attorney Joe Tamburino, who's not affiliated with this case, reviewed the decision and analyzed it for KARE 11 News. He says Judge West ruled that the state's case relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and that she believed the state did not rule out other reasonable inferences.
That, in fact, there could have been other reasonable theories other than guilt in this case. That's what it comes down to.
Despite the ruling, even Judge West wrote that she is troubled by the manner in which fraud was able to be perpetuated at Promise Health.
I was stunned.
Wait, let's take a look. I want to read what this says. State's evidence did not exclude other reasonable rational inferences that are inconsistent with Mr. Yusuf's guilt. State simply wants to show that there is fraud at Promise, therefore Mr. Yusuf knew and intentionally aided in the same. However, the state overinflates the actual fraud in their investigation and presentation, failed to provide actual circumstantial evidence tying Mr. Yusuf to his brother's activities. Oh, wait, to his brother's activities? Okay, and the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction for the 6 counts of aiding and abetting theft by swindle. Okay, wait, so that's a bit different, right? Like, I feel like that part, the part that I feel like is has been missed in a lot of this is that the burden of proof is on the state to show that Mr. Yusuf was colluding with his brother to do the scheme, and it doesn't necessarily, like, at least the state didn't provide evidence that he knew what his brother was doing. And so she came in and was like, you didn't really show this in your argument, which is a problem. It could be that the prosecution lacked evidence. And I mean, it could also be that, like, the prosecution lacked evidence, but thought like the tie between the two was close enough that it merited the charges. You know? Like, if I hadn't paused and read this screen, I wouldn't have known what that was.
Promise Health.
I was stunned.
State Representative Kristen Robbins, chair of
Oh, Kristen Robbins, who's running for governor.
the House Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee, says she's now reviewing if any state laws need to be tightened.
We want to strengthen state law so that we can get prosecutions out of these cases, because clearly a jury thought.
Well, they prosecuted him. The problem wasn't a prosecution. It was how the prosecution happened.
He was guilty.
Jurors in the case can't believe the decision.
I am shocked. I'm shocked based off of all of the evidence that was presented to us and the obvious guilt that we saw based off of the said evidence. It was not a difficult decision whatsoever. The deliberation took probably 4 hours at most. Based off of the state's evidence that was presented, I was beyond a reasonable doubt.
The attorney for Mr. Yusuf, Ian Burrell, sent me a statement today that says, in part, Judge West's ruling affirms what we have maintained from the beginning, that our client, Mr. Yusuf, was wrongfully accused and did not commit fraud or racketeering. The Attorney General's office filed an appeal this afternoon, so the Minnesota Court of Appeals will take a second look at this decision. Julie.
Okay, so like it's also going to be appealed, so we'll see how that appeal turns out.
So, Lou, did Mr. Tamburino, did he have any kind of emotional reaction? And this is pretty stunning. This does not happen.
Yeah, he leaned towards the idea that this was kind of a one-off and that it would have a good chance at appeal. But the worry is that there's so many other cases just like it where somebody's in the exact same position as Mr. Yusuf but is charged with fraud. And if the judge can determine that maybe they didn't know that the fraud was going on underneath them in the case, then other judges could throw it out just like this one.
All right. Do you know how quickly the court...
Well, wait, but that might be a good... Like, I'm sorry, in our system, it's you're innocent until proven guilty. You need to prove that someone is guilty. You need to prove that they knew that. That's the burden of proof on the prosecution. All right. Anyway.
Like, when have you ever seen somebody get committed for $7 million of fraud and then walk free after he was committed?
This is the one right.
After he was committed? Bro, do you not know what the word convicted? Dude! Oh my god. Oh my god. It hurts my body physically, chat. Yeah, not only is this man, like, actually, I want to say he looks baby-faced because he looks like an overgrown baby, but like a sleepy overgrown baby.
Here, Minnesota judge slammed for overturning conviction of a pair involved in Medicaid fraud.
Yes.
And this is yesterday. This is 2 days ago. Go a little bit lower, Rob. So
$7 million.
How much is just $7 million? Yeah, right there. A judge in Minnesota is currently facing back for overturning a conviction of over $7 million of a couple
Okay, I guess. All right.
who were found guilty of misusing Medicaid funds to fund a rich lifestyle. Oh, Rob, is this the one with the cars and the houses and the travel and the luxury homes, or is that a different story?
That's a separate story, but same fraud, same type of fraud, just different people, different.
It is pretty rich hearing Patrick Bet-David talk about fraud. It. You just hear. Let me just take a look here. Let me just take a look here. Because I'm pretty sure there have been some allegations of fraud regarding Patrick Bet-David's business endeavors in the past. Yeah, just very interestingly here, just found an old website. PHP Agency is a massive pyramid scheme, and I'll prove it. Updated for 2020. Yeah, I don't know, just pretty interesting. Be a great system if they were more transparent with what they are actually offering instead of telling people they can get rich and change their life and then forcing them to sign up. And yeah, apparently in order to join Patrick Bet-David's agency, PHP Agency, you had to spend $400 to $600. God, it's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid, man.
Perpetrators that were doing it.
So this is not the same people.
No.
And where are they from that did this? Abdifa Yosef sounds like an American name. So if you want to see where our friend here is from, Abdifa,
And
go
look
to
at the
images.
judges. It's like, why would she overturn that?
I don't think that's him.
Yeah, if only there was some kind of way to, I don't know, find that out.
Former Al-Shabaab recruit turned witness to face deportation. Go back to that one right there. You found something interesting. Click on that. What date is that? Oh, that's 10 years ago. Former
Dude, come
man
on.
who joined terror group in Somalia later became a star witness for the United States government will be released from prison on Thursday.
I would not be surprised if that's the same man.
If this is the same man. But he,
How are affect and effect different? Affect is kind of like your affectation, you know? It's exactly. It's a verb. Effect is a noun. Like a special effect is a thing. An effect is like a visible phenomena that you see, you know? Whereas an affect, that is your affect, your like how you present yourself, how you like the tone of your voice, the thrust of your chest, you know, what have you, your vibe.
he isn't a free man. So Abdifa Yosef Asi is the first person to finish serving time for a terror-related charge as part of his expense.
This isn't the same guy. This is an unrelated guy.
It's a federal investigation to Al-Shabaab recruitment Twin Cities because he is not a U.S. citizen, has been convicted of felony. Federal immigration enforcement officials took him into custody Thursday and into removal proceedings, said Ben Patak, said an immigration judge will hear. Rob, do you have the other story of the folks who used the money to, let me see if I got it here. There you go. So Minnesota scammers spent kids' food aid on luxury cars, jewelry. This is December 12th. New.
Like, the guy has a different name. Abdi Fattah Yusuf Isse is a different guy than Abdi Fattah Yusuf. It's not difficult.
Nation story, if you have it. There you go. That's the one right
This
there.
is funding or feeding our future.
Yeah.
This is feeding our future. Yeah. Text messages recovered by investigators depict individuals flaunting their wealth, including one photo showcasing a box containing $250,000 in cash They used this money that was supposed to be used for feeding children to buy houses in Minnesota, resort property, and real estate in Kenya and Turkey, luxury cars, commercial property, jewelry, and much more. Former U.S. Attorney Andrew
Okay, so you're just reading like the article.
Light of the 1993 Black
questions, whether it be about politics, about what I believe, or where I think the future of the country will be going, or just quite frankly, anything. You can ask me here on Connect. I really appreciate all your support. And I can't.
He fucking went on this, barely said anything, and then did an ad read. Are you fucking kidding me? God, the glazing this guy gets. Anyway, here's also what really contributed to this taking off. Elon Musk and our good friend, the dumbest man on the internet, Asmongold. Right Angle News Network streamer Asmongold says the Somalian fraud is far larger than just arresting a few Somalians, that entire families must be denaturalized and deported, and that the officials who allowed it to happen must face treason and capital punishment charges or he is done voting. And I, for one, am totally fine if he's done voting forever. And here's Elon Musk. That is what's needed to stop the fraud. They literally just want to they want to kill people, man. Like, that's it. They just think like, oh, we'll just kill everyone who's, has fraud alleged about them. Here.
You have to make the punishment infinitely worse than the crime. And I'm talking about deporting the entire family, denaturalizing the entire family, sending the entire group of them back to Somalia. That's what needs to happen.
Look, I'm not extreme, okay? I'm not extreme. I just think that certain people who have rat clocks should be denaturalized and deported back to wherever they came from. And if that is like some kind of rat kingdom that is far below the surface of the earth, where, the cockroaches are so large they're used as beasts of burden, so be it. I think if certain people use rat corpses as a clock, they should be denaturalized, stripped of their citizenship, and sent below the earth to ride their cockroach cars. I don't make the rules. That's just what's needed.
And anybody complicit and anybody involved in this scam. And until we have a candidate and a person that's willing to do that, then I'm not really interested in voting, if you want me to be honest. I'm really not interested in voting.
Deal. Deal. Easiest deal ever. Let's build an entire faction of people whose entire position is just, I want capital punishment for all of my enemies, and if I don't get it, I'm not participating in the political system anymore. Oh, Too Hinged. Wait, Asmongold said he didn't vote? I hope he continues to not vote. No scam proven, by the way. I know, we've spent the last 2.5 hours breaking down just how much this daycare fraud did not happen.
Because why is it that I'm going to vote for a slow rot of my country whenever the solution is so obvious? You can't.
Whenever the final solution is so obvious, because that kind of sounds like what you're advocating for there, buddy.
Can't flip the switch? Yeah, you can. You can easily flip the switch. You just do it. If J.D. Vance does not push for treason with capital punishment against Tim Walz, do not vote for him.
Yes. Deal. The bargain is struck.
If Trump does not deliver that, do not vote for him. Unless the most extreme, dramatic, brutal, aggressive option is on the table, I'm staying home.
Cool. These people are disgusting. They are genuinely disgusting, Like, his entire position is, I want to see the blood of my enemies, literally. Wait, this is a different fraud? It's a different fraud, but it is largely related to the same trend here, right? Because what is happening with all of these videos is the same kind of fear-mongering about Somali immigrants and refugees. And it's, you know, like, I think, let me just say, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it is fine that these people have hung their hats on the dumbest, cruelest possible positions. Because it's weak. Like, I gotta be honest, it is motivated by fear, it is motivated by disgust, and it is motivated ultimately by that same self-destructive tendency that each and every fascist has. And I feel like them hitting this point, at this moment, really indicates to them, like, yeah, they're not gonna win. They don't have the ability to do what they want to do here. This is all like politics of grievance. Like, oh yeah, no, they're stealing from all of us. Meanwhile, Donald Trump steals multiple trillions of dollars for his richest friends. No, you don't understand. It's the Somali refugees who are stealing from us. Don't pay attention to any of those people who are vying to become the first trillionaire on the planet. Like, these people are so desperate for attention and so desperate to remain relevant in an ever more fracturing and extremist Republican space that they are maxing out their ability to, like, go any farther. Like, this is, like, straight up nonsense. Asmongold probably wouldn't talk mad shit face to face. Of course he wouldn't. He would not emerge from his hole. Are you kidding me? Dude with the dental blood wall is not gonna be like able to talk shit face to face at all. Our Somali population has been a target of racist rhetoric for years now that's been amplified by Trump, so now we have ICE raids and idiots like Nick Shirley making things up for attention. It's genuinely really disgusting. It made me so mad that I put together a segment that is still going on. We're in the middle of this segment, and we've been talking about this for like 3 hours because it's just so densely packed stupidity. And you know, one of the worst parts is they're now like Nick Shirley inspired copycats. There are other dipshits out there trying to prove the fraud by just randomly walking up to daycares to leer at children. Guys, it's now an entire thing. Or to leer at, you know, just any other business run by a minority they don't like, I guess. Taxpayers spent $23 million and daycare isn't even operational in Philadelphia.
The Maternity Care Coalition is a nonprofit that got $23 million from the government to run daycares like this. So it is 2 p.m. This place is supposed to be open. It closes at around 4:30. We're going to try and buzz one more time to see if anybody opens up. Looking for childcare. Okay, so nobody's going to open. Okay, another entry.
Yeah, again, if only people had these things called telephones that you could call, or, you know, emails.
Gonna knock again.
But I guess you couldn't use that for as good of footage for your Tic Tac.
Again, it's 2 p.m., so within operating hours, this place should be open. Little Frank needs childcare. Hello?
God, these disgusting little shits, you know?
Childcare. Okay, so they didn't answer, so we're gonna call the number on their
oh shit, here we go.
Website, and let's see if they answer.
calling Maternity Care Coalition. We're closed for the Independence Day holiday.
It's a little bit cold for Independence Day. The maternity care.
uh, uh, okay, I don't know if that was intended to be funny. I don't think it was. I don't think it was. Oh, fuck. Here, just out of curiosity. Okay.
The leftists want you to embrace maternity.
Also, just as an FYI, in case anyone's curious, this place has gotten $23 million. I bet it's a fraud scheme. Anyway, just real quick, I Googled Maternity Care Coalition Pennsylvania, and wouldn't you know it, wowee. It turns out there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different places in operation with that name, because it's a chain of child care facilities. These people are dumb as shit. Like, I cannot believe it. It's wild. Hey, you know what? Hey, look, I wonder if there's any way we could find out about this. Oh, what? Oh, Health Federation of Philadelphia. Whoa. Maternity Care Coalition. Look at all these programs they got. That's wild. Oh, you can call their office to get connected to these programs? You can send an email? Wow. They served 3,481 families in 2022. Huh. Clearly all fabricated families. All fraud. God. But, like, look at all these little Nick Shirley wannabes. Almost 4,000 daycares in a 20-mile radius around Boston, with a quarter of them that being water. Yeah. It's not... It's not like there are millions of people in Boston. Sorry, not millions of people. I assumed Boston was larger than it was. 675,000 people around Boston. The greater Boston metro area, however, is home to 4.9 million people. So if you expand your search to a 20-mile radius, you get 4,000 daycares for around 4.9 million people. Huh. How, yeah, I can't imagine why there'd be a requirement for so many daycares. It's not like people need to go to work. Also, CBS News looked into this, WCCO locally. CBS News conducted its own analysis of nearly a dozen daycare centers mentioned by Shirley. All but 2 have active licenses according to state records, and all active locations were visited by state regulators within the last 6 months. One, Sweet Angel Childcare, was subject to an unannounced inspection as recently as December 4th. CBS News review also found dozens of citations related to safety, cleanliness, equipment, and staff training, among other violations, but there was no recorded evidence of fraud. Cool. Tuesday evening, the Department of Health and Human Services said it had frozen federal child care funding for Minnesota, citing the fraud allegations. So, cool stuff going on here. And also just want to say, let's just take a look at this. One last thing.
That's all come.
Little cherry on top. Here's Fox News doing a little bit of coverage left on this whole issue. Let's wrap it up.
In the wake of a viral video on daycare centers in Minnesota.
And tonight we're learning that the Minnesota GOP worked with YouTuber Nick Shirley on that video.
Local reporting, Aaron Ha. The local reporting from CBS is actually pretty good here locally. It's not great nationally, though. The two things are different beasts.
So Young Kim joining us now in studio. And So Young, you stopped by.
At least they're different beasts so far. It'll probably trickle down to them eventually, but at the moment.
Several daycare centers mentioned in that video to get their side of the story. And what were you told?
Yeah, we were at two of the childcare businesses in Minneapolis that were featured in the video. We were invited into one of them, and the owners say they feel targeted and maintain they did nothing wrong.
This is suite A, and that is suite B. So that's the difference. They open 2 p.m. So when Nick Shirley was here, it was before.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. They fixed their sign. Good for them.
That is suite B. So that's the difference. They open 2 p.m. So when Nick Shirley was here, it was before that. He came like around before the operation starts.
On Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis, we spoke with the owner of Albee Kitchen and the building Quality Learning Center is in. She says she's been receiving a lot of calls and visitors asking about the child care provider next door to her kitchen. It's one of the daycare businesses featured in a viral video accusing them of fraud. The center's sign on the building has been getting a lot of attention for a misspelling, and as you can see, that has since been updated. The commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Children, Youth and Families responded to the video Monday, saying there were children present at the sites when they were visited. State officials say the center had reported they would be closing last week, but officials learned Monday they have decided to remain open. We looked up their licensing status with the state, and it's listed as being active. Our crews did see children going in and out of the building Tuesday. A parent says she's been a customer for several months.
There's a lot of daycare, but this is the closest one that we know. It's good as the way they take care of the kids. I like it.
Over on 24th Avenue South, ABC Learning was another provider featured in the video. It was filled with children Tuesday. The owner got emotional while defending her business.
If I do something wrong, hold me accountable. I'm a human being. I can take my problem. But don't blame me something I have nothing to do with.
This center was open 5.5 years. This center never had problem.
And people at Quality Learning Center didn't want to provide a comment on camera, and the state says they currently have 55 open investigations related to the Child Care Assistance Program. In the studio, So Young Kim, Fox 9.
Cool. So what we've learned here is that the state is investigating claims of fraud. No fraud has been discovered yet. And that's the story. And yet this entire operation has set off a frenzy in conservative media that has taken down Tim Walz's attempt to gain re-election in the upcoming gubernatorial race. And like it's wild to me how low effort misinformation rather, or disinformation perhaps, can just spread like wildfire in conservative spaces. And this is why the left will never have its version of Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan can just say dumb shit and people will take it as gospel truth. And the left can't do the same because our entire existence and our entire effort is fueled by truth. And it is, truth is a high standard to meet. Like in the span of, putting together one segment of well-researched information, someone can just crap out 1 million AI-generated pieces of bullshit. And, it's only going to get easier to tell lies with AI or just, through sheer effort and determination, like Nick Shirley. But one of the things that I gotta say here is that I really do hope that at a certain point we are able to prioritize and make mainstream media literacy. Because when people are uncritically just absorbing information, when they think politics is this discrete thing that is either in something or not in something, I think it leads them to just absorb whatever is put towards them. And it might be some dipshit conspiracy theory. It might be just absolute unhinged nonsense. It might be AI generated gobbledygook. But if you aren't thinking critically about this stuff, all of that you take in, it gets incorporated into your mind. It gets incorporated into your worldview, your outlook. And if you are just thoughtlessly consuming all of this stuff, it will destroy you. Like the saying is, hate ages you, right? But more than that, hate riddles you. How do I put this? Hate ages you, but this misinformation, especially misinformation fueled by hatred and bigotry, renders you unable to interact with the world or with others in an honest and forthright way. Like, think about it this way, and this is just a small example, but one of the things I was taught growing up is that men and women can't be friends. It's impossible for men and women to be friends because, it's just too sexy together. You can't be too sexy together. Can't be friends. And that is fueled by this desire to keep, men and women separate and to control, sex, to control procreation, to control people within certain ideological constructs, right? And what it also does, and what they don't talk about, is it robs you of the opportunity to make friends with half the population of the world. The misinformation and the hatred here will rob you.
I feel for that anchor. She's named so young. It's like when I went to a school with a Korean family named Lee, and they named their children Frank and Ernest.
I hope that's real. I hope that's a real story. Because that's wonderful. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And yes, I did like her name. So, all that being said, we need to be ever vigilant about misinformation. We need to make sure that we do our best to think about the things we watch, the things we read, the things we give our time and attention to. Because if we allow ourselves to be inundated by this, you rob yourself of the opportunity of, I don't know, enjoying Somali food, making friends with Somali folks. And many of them are quite lovely. You know, just like any group of people, like most of us are pretty great. Don't make your life poorer, and don't do that. It's an act of self-violence to give in to this bigotry and hatred. You know? God. Well, folks, if you got anything out of that, hit the follow button, hit the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about all this. I know this probably went over long, to be completely honest with you, but I hope you guys got something out of it, because it was cathartic for me to talk about, and to just vent my frustration that this man came to my city and he so successfully spread hatred of a wonderful portion of this city. And yeah, hit the button, support the show, consider supporting the show monetarily if you can, because you guys make this show possible with your support. I could not do it if you guys didn't become members or subscribe or do super chats or donos, all that stuff. You guys are what allow me to do this. And this segment really took it out of me. We've been going for 7 hours now. For if anyone watching is like, "Whoa, what's going on?" Peace Earth 661, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate that. And last but not least, folks, please check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Imogene Olivia is a lingerie line designed with trans femmes in mind. We also tested it out with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Anyone who wants to feel femme, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. There should be a link down in the doobly-doo. And yeah, give it a look. We have new designs and new sizes and new colors coming in the near future. So check all that out, and I will see you all later. Oof, we did a segment. There we go. Speak for Palestine. Free Palestine, baby. We gotta end that genocide. Doing everything we can to build up power. Yeah, I thought I thought we would get through more segments than we did. We did not get to the Zoran segment. I guess we'll have to do that one tomorrow. All right, folks. One last one for the road. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Let's go. Okay, folks. I assume you're going now. Yeah, I think I gotta go now. But I appreciate all y'all, and get good sleep, everyone. I'm sorry. I know I got a late start, and I know we're ending super late, but hope you all had a good time here, folks. And I'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully a little bit earlier. But good night, good luck, and don't die. You got this.
What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid today. Oh, deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome The whole wide world around, the whole wide world around, the whole wide world around today. Oh, deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. Deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday.